Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
Well, that didn't quite work the way I wanted it to work, but hello there. Welcome to Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. I am your host, Jeff. What's happening? So, did you guys see what I was talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know if that shows up on the other side. I guess we'll find out. But we were all down along the bottom during the intro, which is what I wanted to try and avoid. And I've tried several different ways. The only other way is to exit everybody out of the green room and put you backstage and then bring you back in. I didn't want to do that with all of us. So anyways, welcome to Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. I'm your host, Jeff. What's going on? The metal island. Like Atlantis, it rises from the deep. Is everybody excited? I can tell you're all excited.
Yes.
Pumped.
I've been stoked for this.
The enthusiasm there was like snorting an 8-ball of Coke all at once. Holy shit. Good Lord.
That's the way to do it, man. Efficient.
Good to see all you guys. All my YouTube bros are here tonight, and we're doing Post Metal Island. And I guess what we'll do here is, how about we introduce ourselves. To this side right here. Why don't you go first there, sir?
Hey, Logan, Metal and Beer Snob. Yeah, I'm excited to talk about post metal. Excited to hang out, share some cool albums.
There we go.
Rock Nick, Crawls Metal. This is my third island, and yeah, this will be fun.
You survived them all somehow.
Yep.
Only the third?
I think so. Prog metal, death metal. Was there another one?
This is my fourth, actually. This is my fourth.
Yeah, it wasn't
be more than that.
Or doom metal.
Yeah, doom metal. I think you had something going on that night. I'm trying to remember.
Oh, wait, no. Fourth. My bad. Heavy metal.
In traditional metal. Yeah, right. So, below you, sir, I believe we have the same view, hopefully. Serge?
Yo, what's up, Serge? Black Room Photo on various social media. Used to be Black Room Secrets, but I don't have time to do that stuff. But
he's got a 4-year-old. He does not have time. He barely had time to make it.
I'm not like Jeff. I can't hunt people down for interviews.
Yeah,
I don't have that talent
or that kind of lecherous, unending
time
lust for killing people. Yeah, right. So, who's the middle square, Paul Lind?
I'm probably the most unmotivated YouTuber here. Well, I don't know. Maybe besides Jake. Now, Rick, Dreadful Minutes or Dreadful One, whatever you want to refer to. Spring, it's finally here, so I got my grapefruit. Logan, if you're paying attention.
Very nice.
So, yeah, feel a little something like fruits. But yeah, I'm glad to be here, man. I've done maybe one island with you too. I don't know.
You seem to always be a little coy about island stuff. I can never hunt you down for those for some weird reason. So
I'm allergic to homework, man. Like, it's just, even though we're picking our 10, I'm like, just 10?
Yeah, right. Well, yeah.
Listen.
Interestingly, we'll get to that in a sec here, but I have 0 honorable mentions unless I repeat bands. So we'll get to that in a sec about something I came to find here. But below me, all the way from the UK, in the middle of the night.
Yep, it's about 7 minutes past 1 at the moment. So if I fall asleep, just ignore me.
We're gonna try to ignore you anyways, Johnny, just to let you know.
Look, Metal Plus. I'm drinking a Guinness because it was because we're in the UK and it was St. Patrick's Day, obviously on Monday. And actually, I went to see Wadzuna on Monday.
Oh,
Norwegian folk band that did all the fucking Vikings music, and they were fucking ace.
Yeah, they're headlining the Fire in the Mountains.
Yeah, spot on. Really good. Went to see him in Liverpool. Really good. I must admit my post metal island may be slightly post black metal in places, if I'm honest. But
Yeah,
hey,
probably
what can I
you
do?
and
I've got
probably
the
you
flag and everything, so I thought I
Yeah.
might as well.
That still qualifies.
Well, we'll get
Well, I'm
into
from the UK, aren't I? You know, we all know that most post metal bands are American anyway, so I probably missed most of them. So
True.
I've got most of the best ones, but I've chucked in some post black as well because why not?
But you're also from the UK, and we know you don't read English over there, so
No, it's a
Driving the
different
wrong
language.
side of the road.
you don't speak English over in the UK. But anyways,
No.
Damn metric system.
last guy below Mr. Rick there is Mr. Jake. How you doing, Jake? Probably
My name
only
is
your
Jake,
second
and
time.
I like to party.
I like to party. Can't you tell?
Already like the party.
My
Can't
name's
you
Logan. I
tell?
like to party.
Jake
Holy
is
shit,
like,
Anybody else
party?
see the balloons on Jeff?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's here to party.
I'm Mr.
He's
I'm
the
fucking
life of
Party
the party.
Central here, baby.
Where'd
Party
you do
Central
that?
right
Was
here.
it this
All right.
thing you did?
Yeah, this is
All right. So
my second island.
second, which you were on black metal, right? Or no?
Yeah,
The black metal. That's what I thought. Yeah.
black metal.
It's good to have Jake here because we don't get him out enough. He's
I
got
missed
a
the
little
ride
one
to.
too.
Yeah,
Say
so
again?
if I dip in and out, it's because for this first little bit, I'm watching our girl. She's asleep, but if she wakes up, I'm gonna have to mute
Yeah,
myself.
No, that's
Come
like
back when she goes
That's
back
cool.
down.
Well, I kind of scaled it back a little bit, and actually, Johnny was kind of an add-on because I had Brian, was going to join, and then he kind of bailed out. He has teenagers, so he can't do anything but drive them around apparently. So we've added Johnny in, and I kind of, I've always made these things almost too big for their own good. So we're going to try and keep this one
Jeff,
in the range.
I've done every one. I've done every island so far.
You have.
Yep, did them all.
That means I'm going to have to do Jazzcore Island so that you skip out on the next one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be doing that.
Grindcore.
Right? Yeah. No, it's Jazzcore.
Although we could always go Grindcore Island. Anyone?
I mean, honestly, this is the only way to pull off Grindcore
I don't
Island
own
is
any
just
Grindcore.
to
Look. We're gonna
Trick
get
Jeff with a
hey
different
guys, we're gonna put this
genre.
to bed.
I
We're gonna put this to bed.
I only
don't-
pulled grindcore albums tonight.
What's that?
Thought we were all in on this.
You
Yeah.
too, Jake?
Huh?
Sweet.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I own
Surprise,
zero
Jeff.
Grindcore
This is
Island.
actually a takeover.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
a takeover, a hostile
Yep.
takeover.
The intervention. You need grindcore in your life.
But anyways, let's get to the topic at hand because we can
Okay.
jerk off here all day long.
By the way, I like that everyone wore anything but post metal on their shirts and hats and shit.
Yeah, true. I got
they do
I
not
got-
have the coolest shirts, so
check
I'll
this
tell you the
cool one
truth.
out, man. Agent of Fortune from BOC. What
Nice.
a killer shirt, man. I actually grabbed. I found out something yesterday. I always thought that Shadow Kingdom was part of Hell's. It's actually not. They just do the fulfillment. Now, maybe they're aligned in some way, but old J Dog there, you got the big J Dog Nate Garrett feud escalating out of control here lately. And I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but there's a whole big thing. Nate Garrett is the Spirit of Dirt dude. So he's got a channel and he, I don't know, he's rocketed up past J Dog or something.
It's
Apparently-
all a work.
Huh? It's what?
Said it's all a work.
Well,
The
I
drama,
think
it's all a work.
they've
Laying
been
on it
dramming
together.
this all up. Yeah, they've been dramming it.
They're playing it up for views.
Yeah.
And it's probably
But
working.
I don't really check either one of those guys
They'll
regularly
collab
in any way, shape, or
shortly.
form. Oh yeah. Well, actually, they're doing something Tuesday night, I think it is, for that interview. So, Nate claims there's a lot of animosity there, but I think you're right. I think it's all been fabricated. But anywho, so guys, we are here to resurrect the Island series, and we are doing post metal, and that was by I put a post up in like June or July and said what gave people 6 or 7 selections, and this was the one that won. And so, we're going to get into it. Now, the thing I wanted to do is I kind of wanted to do a sort of a origin influence definition thing. And I'm reading this straight out of Google. So
it can't be wrong.
So it can't be wrong. Exactly. It's a genre rooted heavily in metal, but exploring approaches beyond metal conventions. It emerged in the 1990s and early 2000s, characterized by experimental and an atmospheric approach to heavy metal, often incorporating elements of post-rock, post-hardcore, and other genres. Post-metal draws heavily from heavy metal, but it is introspective. It has a leaning more towards an atmospheric or introspective sound. Atmosphere being the emphasis on creating a strong atmosphere and emotional impact, often through layered guitars, ambient sounds, and long evolving compositions. Also, experimental compositions featuring unconventional song structures, discarding the typical verse-chorus format in favor of crescendos, repeating themes, and gradual shifts in dynamics. And while rooted in heavy metal, post-metal often incorporates elements of ambient, noise, psychedelic, progressive, and classical music, as well as shoegaze and art rock. And finally, the vocals can be screamed or growled, but they are often treated as an additional instrument rather than the primary focus of the song. Some of the notable bands being Neurosis, Isis, Godflesh, Russian Circles, Death Heaven, considered influential post-metal bands. So the question I kind of had for all you guys is, for me, a couple things appeared to me, kind of like jumped out at me with this when I kind of revisited a lot of this stuff. The first thing was the 5 criteria I kind of look at and made my choices based on were, generally with guitars, there are shimmering, bright, sort of chimey, clean guitars that are juxtaposed by crushingly heavy, often sludgy, near doomy sort of chord progressions that are massively heavy. And then that is often used in conjunction with clean vocals that are juxtaposed by heavy growls, but not like death metal or black metal screams. They're more these post-hardcore sort of vocals in a lot of ways. And then the other thing that I kind of felt was a necessary ingredient in most cases was long songs, generally speaking. So that was my definition for what I picked. But I'm going to go, and I toyed with doing, I think we're just going to keep shit. Do I want to go to this view? Yeah, I guess we'll do that. So, Logan, what's your what were you using as your criteria and definition to grab some of the bands that you did today?
Hi, Katie.
Oh, yeah, he's helping out. But let's see. For me, post-metal, I specifically think of a certain scene and style that kind of, came to light in the late 90s. A certain band called Neurosis kind of had a pretty big, impact on just the whole scene in general, and really making more oppressively heavy yet atmospheric music. And from that, this whole, roster of bands popped up starting in the early 90s and kind of peaking in the mid 2000s, where, like you said, the focus is on longer songs. We're talking dynamics and building up to climaxes through repetition. Like, I always think there's a repetitious kind of element to the song building and to how they are even writing an album. Really, like, all the albums are like, typically around the hour mark, and they have peaks and valleys, and it's about, really more of a journey. For me, one of the things that I really love about post metal is the music itself feels larger than, humanity, really. Like, it feels like they're talking about stuff, or the music is representing, like, apocalyptic events, or the cosmos, or natural disasters. It just conjures all this imagery of stuff that makes being a person small, makes me feel like an ant, kind of. And I kind of like that feeling. So I really enjoy post metal as a genre because it captures that imagination for me with the music. So
I think two other things too, real quick, that occurred to me. One is you talked about thematics. A lot of times too, I tend to think some of their stuff seems to be really. Who's making all the noise?
It's just beer.
No, it wasn't that. It's like somebody's dragging something along on their table or something.
I think he set his beer down.
Okay. Two things. Number one, I don't think there's ever been a post-metal band that has remotely sniffed a hit single or a single of any sort. You don't typically find many tracks under 7 minutes. That's a short post-metal song in a lot of the times. If you run into a 5-minute one, that's way out there. And the other thing is you mentioned some of the thematic stuff, and that's a great point. I also think a lot of the bands too sort of have a earthy vibe, like earthy sort of concepts of constructs of time and humanness, I guess, like a humanness, right? And that's also something that I often think comes up in these kind of compositions. So Nick, how about you? Hang on, Jake.
I mean, as far as like post metal, like my first experience with it was my second show ever when I went to Ozfest '97, and Neurosis was the first band I ever saw at that fest, and blew my mind. I had no idea like what they were doing. It was just a newfound heaviness. But with post metal, I mean, as soon as I see post as like a precursor to whatever it is, the first thing I think of is atmosphere. Generally, post metal sound is very lush, whether it's lush and shimmering and bright or just unforgivably dark. It's huge. It's, pretty much like wall of sound, like, encompassing every wavelength they possibly can. But one of the main things for me is the songwriting style, the particular dynamic that post metal does is deconstruction and reconstruction, like breaking down songs to like the quietest moments to the biggest possible moments. That is like one of my favorite things about the genre itself. But I mean, that's kind of the thing that I look for. Like even when I hear it in other bands and they start doing those sorts of dynamics, they're not necessarily post metal. That's a post metal trope. But yeah, I've been a diehard fan of this stuff for a while, and I don't know. There aren't a lot of bands that do it, but there's enough of them that do it really well.
Yeah, all great points there. I think that we, for sure that we all would agree that that kind of encompasses it. Now, Johnny, this isn't a genre you're as deeply ingrained in as some of us.
No.
So what's your take on it?
I had a period where the start of the 80s, I got into music, end of the 70s, because I'm that old. So I got into music with punk, the end of punk, the tail end of punk, sort of 79. Got into new wave British heavy metal, did all the thrash stuff and all that. And then by about 94, I just kind of gave up with metal. So I kind of missed the start of post being a thing. So I just didn't get anything for ages. Kids came and various other shit. So I only got back into metal. We're talking about 2005. So I was suddenly discovering what had happened in the last sort of 5 to 10 years. So I just discovered a certain band, and actually it wasn't Neurosis. And I thought, what the fuck is this noisy shit? This is really noisy. And then it goes quiet, and there's screamy singing and shouty singing, and then clean singing. I don't know what the fuck this is, but this is just great. So there's a certain band, I'm not going to say who it is, but there was a band I picked up an album. They happened to be on ealry at the time, so that might give it up. Okay. But and I just thought it was brilliant, and I just thought I had a look and fucking post metal. What the fuck's that? Oh, fucking hell, like make up names for anything these days. So, and then I looked back and got into it from there. So it's just literally picking up. I'd heard of this band and seeing pictures of them in like fucking Kerrang and shit or whatever back in the day, and just thought, oh, I'll check this out. So they're just one band, and then after that, as you say, it's there's a lot like Nick was saying, there's a lot of dark and light. There's some very noisy, fuzzy, heavy guitar, almost sludgy shit. But then you've also got a lot of clean tones, clean guitar tones, clean vocals. But it all, as you say, you've got a lot of long songs. They all seem to. Initially, I wasn't sure how different it was from progressive music, because it is a lot of progression and a lot of weird keys and all that sort of stuff. But basically, this isn't the progressive stuff. Seemed for me to be more technical. Not that
by far
post metal guys aren't technical. It's just that the prog guys really wanted to show that they could play, and they seem to be more about atmosphere for the post. As I said, I've picked quite a few post black metal bands because I'm just listening to a lot of black metal at the moment, and it has the same sort of sound to it. A lot of these bands, you've got a lot of the, it's not full blasty. You've got quiet, you've got light, you've got a lot of them have got two types of the singing as well, and they've got the long songs. So I chucked them in as well because that's just the way I saw it anyway. So.
All right, cool. Rick, any thoughts?
Oh, well, that wasn't really. I thought we were picking
Be
albums.
prepared.
I was under the impression we were picking albums that had the word post in them. So.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Well, okay. Tomb of the Mutilated has a song called Post-Mortal Ejaculation. So.
Oh yeah, okay, that works. Yeah.
I'll put it away. All right.
You have please, Mr. Postman in there too as well. Wait a minute, Mr. Postman.
I gotta start all over again. Like, shit.
Yeah. Why don't you go hit your racks and we'll come back to you.
But in all seriousness, it's okay. I think one thing that we need to kind of I guess go over is the word post in of itself. It implies after.
After, right.
So, meaning where do we go from here? Because it's something that has to be established beforehand, right? And then it's I imagine like a billionaire party, like an Eyes Wide Shut thing. Like once you have everything and done everything, what do you do?
Oh God,
Things get weird, and his music gets weird, right? It's just it becomes long-winded, and it's not for everybody. It requires dedication and attention to really pick up these nuances.
Good point.
That these artists are trying to do. And that's why I felt like it blurred the line. I feel like a lot of the stuff that people kind of attribute to post-metal, when you think of bands like Neurosis and whatnot, have a bit of a sludge hardcore elements. You know what I mean? Like within it. But I feel like, if you go back to the early 2000s, where a lot of those bands were and they're putting out their best stuff. But I feel like in the past few years, it's kind of evolved with other. It's kind of spilled over into a lot of other things. It's hit the shoegazy scene. It's hit a few other things, here and there, which I think would because I think we might be pulling some stuff. I don't know what you all have. Yeah, of course, but there's stuff with post rock mixed in with metal. You know what I mean? And at some point you're like, is this post metal? You know what I mean? Like so there is quite a lot of that going on. So I feel like some people may come to the stream who are not into this genre with an impression of it's going this direction. I think by the end of this stream, we're going to be quite surprised at what we define as post metal between the sum of everybody's polls here and the people in the comments who are watching, kind of overall.
Well, yeah, I'm going to interject one thing, and then I'll get back to Serge. One thing I realized digging through a lot of this stuff and looking at some bands I hadn't listened to in forever, bands I have CDs of, and things, which by the way, I need to come clean about something. My whole trip is always, you got to have a physical copy. Well, I'm not going to be showing many physical copies tonight, guys. So, yeah, I know but it's my stream and I can do what the fuck I want. I've had a very difficult week health-wise, and I didn't have it in me. So I will be showing. I think Rick, did you pull one for me?
Yeah. I think I pulled two.
Okay, and I might have. I think I got one here that I didn't pull. That I'm gonna have to go pull. But I am gonna show some screen grabs for some of my stuff. Sorry, it's just I did not have the physical energy or ability to dig through damn near 40 boxes of CDs, and none of this stuff is stuff that's out that I can access easily right now. So, but one of the points I wanted to make was one of the things, and I'll be interested to see what you guys say about this, but I kind of really determined that there are a lot of post-metal bands out there, but there are only a few really, really, really good post-metal bands. And I mean, there are a lot of decent ones, but there's very few that, in my opinion, are doing something completely unique that you just know, wow, that's special. That's completely different. That's just my take on it. You guys may have a completely different take as we go along, but I struggled to come up with 10 that weren't doubles of some of those OG bands that started this thing, right? And, you know, it's just weird. I really was like, wow, I thought I was more into this genre than I really was ultimately. I'm really into a specific couple of bands from this genre. And beyond that, I'm not as into it as I thought I was, which is kind of weird. So just an honest admission there. So, Serge, how about you, real quick, on your thoughts? You went the opposite way. According to our conversation, you kind of went the other way than me.
In what way?
Well, I just said that I kind of felt like there was only a few extremely vital bands and a lot of stuff that I was just like, yeah, it's good, but I could take it or leave it. You kind of said revisiting this, and you realize how much you like post-metal.
Yeah, I was like, well, do I have enough for a post-metal thing? And then I kind of went into my stuff, and yeah, I do. And I realized, I mean, it doesn't make sense because what I love in my music is atmosphere, and you have atmosphere and post-metal, and I love that shit. And I forgot where, if I read that somewhere in our conversation, or if it was just, I came up with like, well, it was post-metal, and I just said, well, it's post-rock plus distortion, or harsh vocals if you prefer. But then if you think about what post-rock is, you know, it's a lot of like mainly instrumental building on a theme. You know, you have that like build, musically speaking, you know, where it's certainly not the typical verse chorus kind of, you know, structure for music or even metal. But also the way I think of post-rock and post-metal is visually, if you think about it, it's like impressionist art, right? And to me, post-metal is like impressionist art with darker colors. So
that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Cool. Jake, how about you? Is Jake awake? There he is. Hey, Jake. Jake's awake, everybody. He's here.
I'm here. So, to me, at its simple form, is just taking the structure of post-rock and translating it over to metal. You see the term atmospheric sludge thrown on a lot of the early, the major like players like Neurosis. You know, that's really kind of it is, playing the post-rock with the sludgy tones. And I'm not going to have a lot of purely post-metal albums. They're all
right
with large influence from post-metal. Like there's other flavors thrown in for my picks. As
I mean,
I don't have
cool. I get it.
Vast history of with post-metal. I don't
That's
have.
Cool. I get it.
I never up to this week. I hadn't listened to an ISIS album before this. I think last week I threw on Panopticon, and holy shit, that's an amazing album. If 2 years from now, it would probably make the island. So I'm slowly getting into the purest sense of post-metal, but my entry point, I did listen to some like Russian Circles back in the day, but that was way back before I even got back into collecting. So I don't have any of that stuff. But yeah, that's kind of
Well,
my
we'll
thoughts on the
work through that.
question.
I have to. I realized that to some
Yeah.
extent there needs to be a wide net here because that you bring up another good point. The dividing line between post rock and post metal is simply more or less a lot of post rock. You could put bands like fucking Talk or Bark Psychosis. I mean, they're the ones that kind of created that genre in a lot of ways. But what really differentiates post metal from post rock is that I would say is the heavily distorted guitars and maybe the screamy or sludgy or heavy vocals as opposed to more shimmering, chimey, cleany, shoegazy stuff. So we're gonna kind of allow a lot of leeway, which does allow some conversation. So, but I think it's time to get started because we've already gone 30 minutes, and I want to try to keep this under 4 hours here. So, I think yeah, I guess we'll start with Mr. Logan. You get to go first. And
what an honor.
Real quick, though, before you start, I'm doing mine in 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, blah, blah, blah order. You don't have to do it that way, but that's how I'm doing mine.
So did you actually rank yours from your least favorite to your favorite?
It's a loose, yeah, it's probably my least to my favorite, yeah.
Oh, are we doing one at a time, or?
We're doing one at a time for now. We'll see where we're at, yeah.
I'll try to be quick. I do want to say that for my picks, I wanted to keep them with the initial post metal scene, so there's not going to be like black gaze or all these like
that's
more
cool
post, yeah. But I'm really interested to see what everyone else picks in that.
In other words, you stuck directly to the actual topic of the island. So there we go.
I was very
We're good.
Because this style it has a bunch of nostalgia for me. Like
sure.
I was really big into this. It was one of the earlier genres of extreme metal that I was kind of able to get into, probably because of the atmosphere and the dynamics, and it wasn't like intense all the time. It just balanced it out so well. And the first band that I heard that immediately clicked with me, Jake already mentioned the album, actually, Isis. It was Panopticon, specifically the song In Fiction. I was recommended that, and holy shit, it can, that song can give me chills. It's got like, it's so beautiful, but then when the intensity comes in, it feels like a hurricane coming to land or something. It's awesome track. So yeah, first pick has to be Isis because that's where it started for me. Panopticon was close, but the album that actually clicked with me the most is Oceanic, their previous one. So I absolutely love this one. This is a 10 out of 10 album for me. Just the concept behind it is crazy. It's kind of a story about a dude who basically drowns himself. There's like an affair involved, and it's just the whole concept of how water relates to this guy ending his life, and the dynamics are phenomenal here. This is a bit less polished of an Isis album from Panopticon. Like, it's rough around the edges.
You're saying it's a love story like Titanic.
It is, absolutely. The vocals are especially harsh for Aaron. There's a lot less clean singing, which is why I think I ended up enjoying this one more. It's a bit more abrasive, but then at the same time, my favorite track on this is Wait, which is like this beautiful atmospheric number, and I absolutely love it. It's just a female like singing one line, and that's of course the lady character in this love story. And she's saying, all in a day can change everything. And of course, when I'm like, growing up, that line doesn't mean anything to me, but I listen to it now, and that's fucking heavy shit. A song called Wait, from the viewpoint of a relationship that drives you to kill yourself. All in a day, something can change. It's, great album. Other tracks that I love, the opener, the end is the beginning.
It's great.
And then the beginning and the end, and then From Sinking. So, yeah.
From Sinking's killer, yeah. That was my first Isis too, and I think, man, I want to say I ran into that by, I don't know if I read it somewhere. I just can't remember where I learned about that album. I don't think that was my first band though. I think the other big band was the first big band that I came into, and it was a hard pick. I have an ISIS album, of course, but it was not that album. But very difficult pick. But I get that. That would definitely be an honorable mention for me, probably the honorable mention for me. So
Can I add something about ISIS too? Human Falafel mentioned something.
Well,
about,
You're next.
Oh,
Thought I was next.
that's convenient.
Oh, quit being a baby, Jesus.
What was the order you went with before?
I just whatever. We're going whatever order I want. We're gonna mix it up, bitches. All right.
I'm just gonna make like ISIS comment for tonight. Human Falafel, I think, made a point. I don't know if you see his comment about how they kind of ended right before things became stagnant. However you want to interpret that.
I think that's why they ended, right?
Well, I think in general with a lot of these genres, when they hit kind of a prime, and then there's a bit of a down period because it could become saturated, or just overblown, or whatever you want to call it. But then there's a bit of a resurgence not too long after that. I think with a lot of this, I think, and I saw part of that in the mid 2010s when kind of bands kind of came back into form because they have these influences now, and they kind of build up on that.
Yeah.
And this is, I think, this is why ISIS is mentioned a lot within this kind of genre because these bands that came afterward were influenced by these sounds. But and they also ended when that terrorist group kind of came.
Well, I was gonna say I was, as Serge, if Serge will remember, I was pretty close to those guys. I followed them around a lot, saw a lot of shows, introduced the band to Steven Wilson. Do you remember that, Serge? That crazy guy? And there was ISIS became a thing, which definitely negatively impacted the band to an extent. And
the other ISIS.
The other ISIS, the terrorist group. And the other thing was, too, all those guys were in different bands. Cliff was in Red Sparrows, who I'm sure someone's going to mention tonight. I know I might. And Mike had Mustard Gas and Roses, which might get mentioned, too. There was Aaron Harris was I think he was trying to buy a brewery and set up a brewery, like do micro brewing. So and Jeff Kashid was in a whole bunch of stuff. He ended up being Palms and something. Guys, who is making all that noise with papers and stuff in the background? It's driving me nuts.
I think it's Logan typing.
Is that you typing, dude?
No, I was not.
No, that was me typing. Sorry.
No, I don't think it's typing. It sounds like somebody's crumpling
it's
paper.
typing.
Is it?
Nick's trying to throw me under the bus.
Somebody's mic is super hot. Somebody's mic is super hot.
I thought, well, you got busted for the beer can.
That's true. Yeah.
No, it's just when people are talking, can we sort of be a little chill or mute? That's all I'm asking. So,
Okay.
where was I at? Oh, yeah. And then Aaron had his finger in 9 million things with Hydra Head and his work, all the artwork that he was doing for many different bands, from Converge to Botch to you name it. And they were all in Old Man Gloom. They had, just too many projects, quite frankly, because I was trying to collect a lot of that stuff, and hate to say a lot of it just collects dust now, but there was that, and they just felt like they'd said everything they needed to say. That's kind of what it was. So that's the ISIS thing. So go ahead, Rick. How about your pick?
All right. I don't know if anybody pulled any Amun Ra tonight, but this is not Amun Ra, but it's members of Amun Ra. And this is a band I came late to, mainly because, and this is one of those things, I'm sure you guys have experienced this, where you get a recommendation of a band, but you get misled. And I was told this was a metalcore band, and I was like, again, I had my fill at the time. And when I came back, I think it showed up on my Spotify one day or something, and an Oathbreaker came up.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, this is not what I was told it was. And fuck, man, like I love this, man. Like I started with this one, which is actually their last one. They had a few quite before this. Not that many. I think they had like 3 albums, maybe a couple EPs. But what's her name? It's it's the vocalist. What's her name? Carol, whatever. They're from Belgium, which is
Yep.
also interesting. I don't know how many people pull stuff from Belgium.
Yeah, really.
The Church of Ra.
Yeah,
That's
like
the group of bands.
yeah, it's like a trio, right? It's like
Actually, I think there's more than three. It's like Elijah Dude, Oathbreaker, Hessian. I think there's another one in there too that's like a hardcore band. Yeah, it's a big thing all circling around on Men Ra.
good point. Because yeah, they have the hardcore roots along in there. But what I like about this is, her vocals remind me kind of what Tatiana from Ginger does. She's a way of doing the sultry thing, but she can scream her ass off. You know what I mean? When the need comes, so it kind of just teeter totters. Again, I'm a very moody guy, which one reason why Post kind of calls to me. And this is one of those bands that kind of just sways in kind of both directions at any one time. Some of the tracks here, like a track called "I Feel Nothing," being able to feel nothing. You know, I think it's a very good song title for something for this genre.
Yeah, right.
Needles in Your Skin, probably my favorite one. Yeah, like again, if you've ever heard of this band, I mean, there's some really interesting stuff going on. It does a little bit gaziness kind of involved with this too, but there's still plenty of Post elements kind of thrown in there for good measure. Just a really good release. Like I said, if you're going to start, I don't know how you're going to feel about the earlier albums. It is a little different. I feel like they kind of evolved and kind of progress to something a little more, just more substance with it. They definitely do. They are a band that don't do the same thing. They do develop in their sound, but they're long overdue for a new release. So, but this is a cool one. So I figured I'd start with this one.
I gotta know what their first album, Maelstrom, and that's more like Converge Worship.
Yeah, I got that one on CD.
I just like to say I've been around Rick a lot. He is a moody fucking cunt. I'm just saying. That's all.
Welcome.
All right, Nick. Because you were so hurt, I didn't choose you. Second.
Oh my god, I was so incensed. What have you done, Jeff?
Really quickly though. Here, Mario says Neurosis came at a time. Boundaries between genres were kind of starting to break. Great point there. That's a great point in and of itself. Godflesh, you know, I personally don't hear post metal in Godflesh. I hear it in Yezu, not in Godflesh itself, but they're often cited as one of the OGs like Neurosis, and big time the Swans are often thought of as proto post metal. And I don't think the Swans or the Melvins or anything like post metal, but they do have elements in them that probably lend themselves to helping to proliferate this thing we call post metal. I mean, let's be honest, the whole post metal thing is extremely nebulous. It's far more nebulous than black metal or, you know, traditional black metal or traditional metal or hair metal or death metal, you know, old school death metal. Post metal just has this sort of, it could kind of be almost any band, kinda, but not really. You know, if you get what I'm saying. So, all right, go ahead, Nick.
Well, I mean, since Logan went with where he started, I have to go with where I started, and probably the most telegraphed one on here because it's been lurking in the background.
Yeah, that made up my mind. I'm not going to pick that now. I was going to pick it.
Oh,
but
you son of a bitch!
One, so.
It's too good of an album not to pick.
I love it. It's my other one, my top ones. You know,
Neurosis was my first experience with this style, and at the time it was through Silver and Blood, which is a beast of an album in itself. But this is the one that I think they really kind of captured the post-metal sound. There was more space. There's more openness on here, where like Through Silver and Blood is just hellish and dark and dense and like impenetrable at times. This opened up their sound a little bit more. You had those big breaks between like the clean atmospheric sections where things were kind of quiet but still agonized. And then they'd hit you with something, I don't know, about the size of the fucking breakdown on the doorway, which I can't not talk about how heavy that fucking moment is.
Insane.
Seeing them live in 2018 when they played that song, when that breakdown hit, I swear I felt my organs emulsify in my body, just turn to mush. But this album is such a dark, haunting journey. This is, you know, there's a lot of different moods you can capture with post metal, and darkness is definitely one of them. There's a lot of bright, shimmering stuff. But if I want something agonized and very human, it's this one, because this just sounds like a band going through hell, like just deep personal existential crisis, like to the last you'll know. Oh man, and the end of Harvest, two of my absolute favorites on here. And I think the song Belief is just a little bit over 5 minutes, so you can have a 5-minute post-metal song. And
is that one of the interludes? That's not one of the interludes right now. It's not. Yeah.
Technically, I mean, right. If it's an interlude, it's a long interlude. But honestly, I think it builds like a song. It still has the vocals in it. Yeah. This is a post-metal essential. Like, this is where I think Neurosis absolutely kind of hit a stride. And honestly, every album after this, I feel like was modeled after this one. And honestly, I feel like most post-metal in general models itself after this album. Yeah.
That's not a bad point.
Perfect album in my mind. Dark, haunting, twisted journey. The songs are long, but they don't feel drawn out. You almost want to see, it's almost like reading a story, but you know the ending's gonna be like dark. And he's like, yeah, but I just gotta see it. Like, I don't care if it's the ending of The Mist every fucking time. I want to listen to it. But yeah, one of my absolute favorites.
Nice. Johnny, what you got?
Well, I thought I'd start off with I picked a couple of UK bands because there's not that many, to be honest. I've just gone weird and I've actually picked an EP.
That's all right.
Admittedly, it's over 30 minutes and it's got 5 songs on it, but I love this. The band are Latitudes. I don't know if anybody's heard of them.
No.
This is the first thing they brought out back in I made some notes. 2007. So you can tell it's old because it says on the back of it, it's got their MySpace address.
Yeah.
So yeah. As I said, this is absolutely. This is, as I said, it came out at a time when I was just getting into this sort of stuff. I picked it up on a whim. The other albums are great, but this is the first thing I heard by them. The last track, We Met Today and We'll Never Meet Again, 10 minutes and 15 minutes of pure brilliance. The other songs aren't awesome, but just for the one song, I just had to show it. They're worth checking out anyway. I think they've done about 4 albums and then split up, within like a 5-10 year period. But yeah, Latitudes, quite hard to find. The album's called Bleak Epiphanies in Slow Motion, which is very post-metal sounding. So yeah, it's really good. I said it's you could call it generic. If as you were saying, Jeff, there's a lot of bands out there that just want to sound like Neurosis, and this is kind of like a UK version of them. But just the one song at the end, the 5th track, 10 minutes of just absolutely, it's as good post-metal songs should do. It builds, it takes you on the journey, it's got your light and your dark. It's good shit. So yeah, that's my first pick.
I don't think anybody's gonna. I'd be shocked if anybody else picks that. So that's a good pick.
Yeah, that said, I've got one more UK band as well. So, but that I thought I'd start with.
What you got, Sergey? Are you muted?
You're muted.
You're muted. You're still muted.
Sorry, I was on mute. So let me do that again.
Pelican. All that and we lost it all. So go ahead.
Yeah, Pelican, What We All Come to Need. Probably the least atmospheric album I have because I tend to be more into that stuff. But this was a dark fucking album, and it's heavy, it's gritty, it's kind of riffy. So somehow I kind of got into it, and it does have a couple of interesting guests with like Greg Anderson from Sono, Aaron Turner from ISIS, and I think their first vocal track from some guy called Alan Epley, which I don't know, but
no, I don't know who that is.
Shiner and a couple other bands. Anyway, but again, it's a little sometimes too much for me. I think the band was going through some rough shit, so you feel that in the album. It's pretty dark.
Yeah, they broke up. Was that what year is that one? 2012?
2009.
2009.
I think they broke up.
Had more after that.
Didn't they break up in 12 though for a while? Or Laurent?
I think they broke up after Forever Becoming for a little bit.
Okay, yeah, there was a
New
period
album's
where
coming out soon.
they're back, yeah.
Good
And
singles.
you'll hear that name again. So, Jake, are you out or are you gone? Jake?
Oh.
Jake? Okay, I'll go next.
It's Lost to the Sea.
I'll go next. All right, let's see. How can I do these? Also, I saw. There it is. You guys see that?
That's a cool
Yep.
first pick.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right. So Rosetta, I kind of forgot about these guys until I started digging through, jogging my memory of stuff, and I remember picking. This is Galilean Satellites 2005 on Translation Loss, and Translation Loss. Are they the ones out of Canada?
I thought that was a U.S.
Is it?
based label.
Is that Chicago? Maybe.
No, they're on the West Coast, I believe.
Really? Fuck. I
Yeah.
think-
That band Witching signed on to them. A few other bands. They do a lot of sludge stuff.
They
Okay.
don't do a lot of CDs.
Didn't know that. Okay, I could have swore Translation Lost was somewhere in Chicago or up in Toronto, but I don't know. Somebody can check me on that. You guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. I think I found out who our culprit is. I think it's Jake. So I turned him down for a minute. So yeah, this one I'd kind of forgotten about. And the interesting thing about this one is they kind of modeled themselves off of, which Nick, I don't think you brought up, the Times of Grace model, where there was a companion album that was actually, it was included with the Galilean. It came with 2 CDs. Whereas I believe for Times of Grace, you had to buy the Tribes of Neurot separately. Am I right about that?
I think that's right. I always thought
Grace?
that was with Enemy of the Sun, but it's
No,
for
it's
Times
with
of Grace.
Grace. I think it was with Grace, wasn't it?
I think it was.
Or am I wrong?
I never bought
No,
the
it's called Grace, the EP that goes
Yeah.
to Tribes of Neurot. Yeah, and you're supposed to play them simultaneously. One is kind of a super ambient, chilly, hazy, shoegazy sort of vibe, and the other is the more song oriented, if you want to call it. Now, the thing about this album that when I went and I listened to it, I pulled all this stuff up. These are things I own, but I couldn't get to, and or not couldn't get to easily. But what did I do with it? Here, there we go. So if you look at these track lengths, 8, 10, 11, 10, 16, 13, I mean, it's kind of fucking crazy. 118 minutes. So they did almost 2 hours of music. That is just mind-blowing to me. I did listen to the version where it's mixed, and I don't know. I've done that with the Times of Grace thing, and I didn't notice a big, huge effect one way or the other for me. But the thing I'll say about this band is they definitely have probably the most hardcore, post-hardcore vocals. They're more like that sort of yelled sort of vocal. But man, some of the ambient stuff and the shimmering, drifting stuff on this album is absolutely fucking majestic sounding. It's like you're skating over you're skiing over a giant fucking. You're skiing down Everest, man. Like when you're hearing those glacial sort of beautiful passages. So yeah. Rosetta, the Galilean Satellites. All right, let's see if I can figure out how to do this. There we go. All right. I want to see if Jake's back. Is he back?
If he's not backstage,
Yeah.
You just have to do 2 next time.
Wait, he's here.
he can catch up.
Jake, are you here? He'll have to catch up. Okay. Logan.
All right. Yes. The other big band that I discovered quickly after ISIS, which Nick already mentioned, gave all the praise to the great album.
We're going to talk about probably everybody but Rick and maybe Johnny.
I'm curious if Johnny pulls it or Jake. Honestly, I could see Jake not pulling.
Yeah, Jake's
Neurosis. Which, I mean, this will always be my album. This is the Neurosis album to me. I do get what you're saying, Nick, though, that the next one, Times of Grace, is more of the blueprint for post metal. This is so oppressive and almost industrial at times. Like,
yeah, it does have that
with all the
element.
sampling.
Tribal.
Yeah.
Super
Oh,
tribal.
I love that album.
It's insane, man. It's one of those where, you know, gotta have the CD. Relapse did some great, like, heavy duty fucking reissues
Yeah, I have
recently.
the
Or
box set. Did
like
you
a
get the
decade
box
ago
set?
at this point. No, this is just the double LP, but it's
Okay.
like a fucking tank.
Yeah, but that looks like
Great
the fucking,
repress.
that weirdly looks like the artwork. I'll have to get it here. So I have one of the 1300 box sets of their entire catalog up through Fires Within Fire, before Fires Within Fires. And I thought that artwork was exclusive just to that 1300 set. I'll have to pull mine out and see what it looks like.
They let me have one. I don't know.
No, fuck you, man. You, man. Did you pay?
I only paid $20. Yeah.
You bastard, you.
I know.
Let me grab mine. But yeah, great choice.
I think it's not the best title too. There's just Through Silver and Blood, man. Like, I don't need context. It just sounds awesome.
Yeah,
it is.
And it is probably one of the most intense albums I can think of. Like, it has an atmosphere to it, but whereas other post metal albums, the atmosphere is like wide open and, you know, it's like a starry night or you're looking at a storm. This is a claustrophobic atmosphere.
Threatening.
You feel like the walls are closing in, you're suffocating. To me, this is the ultimate, like, post-apocalyptic, the world went nuclear, there's fallout going on everywhere kind of album. Like, one of my most fond memories of listening to this is, you know, did a little Devil's Lettuce once, went on a nice night walk where it was like super, super foggy and you could barely make out anything. And, like, you know, in the street lights and stuff, the fog and really the world, it literally looked like it was on fire while I was like jamming this. It was cool. Very cool atmosphere. To highlight the tracks on here, the opening title track, what a statement that is. Fucking 12 minutes. I know when I first got this, that took a bit to sink in and to digest, because it's just like a jackhammer over and over and over again with the drumming especially. And then you got tracks like I and Locust Star, kind of a little bit more straightforward, bringing that like hardcore element back, but still like just heavy fucking sludge. And the ending of Locust Star, to this day, you know, you gotta like break your neck headbanging to that outro. And then closing tracks like Aeon and Enclosure and Flame are just seal the deal perfectly with how intense and really angry. This is probably one of the angrier post metal albums you can find, and
probably the angriest.
The angriest. It's just unique. It's a hallmark landmark album, not just for post metal, but I think for metal overall. So yeah, I had to pick this one. I definitely do agree they get more into the post metal sound later on, but this is a unique statement from Neurosis.
That album changed what I thought metal was when I heard it. Like I like at that point it was just like death metal, thrash metal, like heavy metal. Like, yeah, I think I got this metal thing figured out. And then I heard that album and saw that band live. Like, fuck me, I know nothing.
You're like, I didn't know metal could do this.
Hang on a sec here. I guess Jake had to attend to his daughter. So you guys are not gonna believe what I just fucking did. Take a wild guess what I just did getting up to get stuff.
Spent $80 on vinyl.
I was about to say you just bought the Relapse.
I managed to dump a fucking mug of Merlot all over everywhere, and I had to scramble like a motherfucker to make sure it didn't hit my box sets that are on the floor.
Have you ever done it like this before? I feel like you've done
I think we've done that, and I'm not even drunk or high right now, man.
You have a unique drinking problem.
I do. It ends up on the floor.
One sip. That is a problem for sure.
So here's from the box set. It's similar, but it is unique.
Oh, yeah.
And these are all 200 gram, not 180, 200 gram albums, which need to be sleeved in different sleeves, but all black. This set has never touched the turntable. I know you're shocked, right? But I didn't have a turntable when I got it, and I just had to have it because it was only, like I said, only came with this exclusive print.
Oh, that's fucking cool.
Then there's a card. There's a card which I didn't pull out. A super killer book. Probably one of the most extravagant box sets ever. But when they sent out the Grace LP, which is the companion piece to it, and it's comprised of 4 songs, Sovereign being one, which is just amazing. You can see this is still in the shrink, and the others didn't come in shrink, just this one, because when they sent the Grace EP, it was through silver and blood on it. Somebody didn't use the right plate, and they had 1,300 records that were fucked, so they had to repress the proper ones. When people started going, hey, what the fuck is this? It's not Grace, it's something else. It's through silver and blood. And so they ended up having to redo. So I actually have Grace with the press with through silver and blood on A and B, the A and B side. So not that that's necessarily worth anything, but it's kind of cool to have that rarity. So there you go. That's that.
I'll give you your pressing is cooler than mine. So
just a
you win. You win.
No,
right,
don't
Nick.
you dare kowtow to him, Logan.
All right, Nick.
Don't you dare.
I'll
Give
let
him
you
an
go
inch.
this time. Real quick, I need you to talk a little bit because I'm gonna have to go clean this up quick.
Okay, well, I'll just go into my next pick, which was brought up and also telegraphed. Yeah, I had the same Pelican album. Will we all come to know? No. Will we all come to need? I always fuck that up. Now, this one I actually kind of thought about the whole island thing. Like, all right, I need a good variety in post metal. I need different areas occupied. And I'm going to have atmosphere on every single album. But am I going to have riffs? You know, post metal may not be the most riffy of, subgenres. But Pelican brings riffs. Lots and lots of sludgy, catchy riffs. In fact, I would say The Creeper might be one of my favorite songs by the band. That riff lives rent-free in my fucking head. Honestly, it's the first riff I think of when it comes down to the band. Now, I almost went with the debut EP just because that one's got all the punishing heaviness. It's got way more atmosphere. But I needed something that was going to be riffy. Kind of just, some good grooves. There's almost like a kind of stoner metal sort of vibe, sludge metal sort of vibe to it. But just catchy songs. And you know what? It's amazing how much they're able to emote without a vocalist. Like there's only one track with vocals on it. I think it was the first time they had a guest vocal on there.
It was, yeah.
Final Breath. Pretty good fucking song. But like the layered guitars and different melodies they do, like there's a lot of evocative stuff on there. And switching from like heavy bone crunching chuggy riffs to like these more atmospheric sections, like going from like, something that's almost akin to Crowbar to something a little bit more like Cave In. Yeah, sign me up. And I gotta say the title track in here is, I don't know, like it feels like the only thing it is missing are vocals to be like kind of like an alt rock, like 90s heavy song like that, kind of like gray area. Like I don't know if they're necessarily metal, but this is a heavier song. But yeah, I love this album. I love this band in general. Like I love all their albums, honestly.
Nick, do you love the band enough to get a poster of them? I'm just curious.
I love the band enough to get 3 posters because downstairs I have 2 more Pelican posters, one for the EP and one for the Fire in Our Throats Will Beckon the Thaw. So yeah, I love them that much, Rick.
So far, all your picks are on your wall behind you.
Yeah.
So far, that's going to stop after this one. I figured since you already brought that one up, is like, you know what? I'm going to just get this one out of the way because it's Pelican, and I'm beyond stoked for the new Pelican album. I've only jammed the one single, but man, dude, once again, riffs. I need riffs on my island, and Pelican and possibly another band on here or 2 will supply me with some riffs. But again, I'll get atmosphere in every single other one. And
all right, Rick, you're up.
There we go. He's back.
Yeah, well, I'm here, but I'm
all right. I didn't pull too many of the big obvious bands, but this is a big obvious band. And looking at Nick's wall behind. Oh, by the way, I didn't. These are not ranked, so but this would be pretty high up. So I saw this band at 1999. I think it was at the Trocadero in Philly, and I believe Soulfly, I think, was the headliner that night. And I think they blew Soulfly away. And so I'd never seen Neurosis live at the time. And for years, this was the loudest band I've ever seen. I mean, at that time. And they were playing the Times of Grace material. So this is pretty much where I was pretty much sold. I knew about Through Silver and Blood already, but I didn't call myself quite a fan yet. But I think a lot of what you said, Nick, I pretty much all in agreement. Pretty much applies to what I think about this. It's a nice. My favorite run of the albums. It's The Sun Never Sets and Through Silver, and this kind of falls in between. And it's just like it's got elements of both sides. It's not as Australia as Through Silver, where everything was to kill you. Like same kind of way. Like it's still punishing. And don't get me wrong. But I feel like you start to feel a little bit of the elements dipping in, where they're really trying to do a little more experimenting, and not as much as the follow up, but you kind of get those traces of it in there. Between End of the Harvest, like you said, Times of Grace. I mean, it's just, it's really hard to really, nail. I could just play this whole thing over and just not skip a track.
I did.
Yeah, I jammed it.
Yeah, so I have a little more impulse control than Jeff, so I just have the CD for now. So
I think I might own that on like 3 different CDs and then the box set. So like 3 different versions of they did slipcase ones. There's the one that comes with the set because you got vinyl and CD. And then the other one was my original, like that. Like it was original, like Relapse first press of it. Yeah.
Again, I'll do want to catch them again if they ever decided to do something new. I don't know.
I'd be shocked. I'd be very shocked.
No, but still one of the louder shows. I think I Hate God might have edged them out a little bit recently, but
Melvin's for me. But you're right. Second loudest probably was Neurosis. Yeah, or
Torch.
In that vein. Yeah, Torch was fucking loud.
Torch, I think, hit 108 decibels.
Oh, Jesus.
They're like a trio of bands, right? I hear Primitive Man's pretty loud too. Like,
oh, Jesus Christ. Your soul will leave your body through your butthole.
Oh, that sounds fun. Not.
No, it's like you're passing a fucking cactus.
Cactus.
Great artwork too. Yeah, so I'll have to get that vinyl at some point.
Yeah, killer artwork. They always have had great artwork. All right, well then, shit, man. Yeah, that I'm doing mine in order, so you'll get that later. Gianni. Oh, I got you muted. Hang on. That's my bad.
Okay, no,
I muted you. I muted you, but I think it was Jake that was making the noise. So I'm just not sure whether it's where it's coming from.
That's cool. I will actually show you this album later, but that'll be my number 2. So I'll leave that. This is a weird one. It's one of my post-black metal albums, but not really a black metal or the post artist, but it has a lot of the traits for me anyway. Well, this album does.
Oh yeah.
This is the first Myrkir, however you pronounce it. Yep. The Danish band Myrkir. Obviously,
I think that's right. Myrkir.
There's not a ton of long tracks. It's, I don't know, fucking 10, 12 tracks, but there's atmosphere dripping in this. And this is the most metal, because as you know, she went very not metal,
folky
as things go on. But yeah, I listening to this recently, and I just thought it's just as we all know, atmosphere, and this has just got so much atmosphere to me, and I just love dual vocals, where she does the screeches and the black metal stuff and the cleans as well on this, and this has got the metal. But yeah, as I said, it's just.
I'm glad you pulled that, because all the gatekeepers went ape shit over that. Like,
that shit got so much shit.
Which is why I love it, because it is what it is, and it's like you listen to it and you go, yeah, it doesn't sound like fucking mayhem, but that's why I love black metal, because you can pick 10 albums and they all sound totally different, but they all have a certain thing which is classed. And I would say this has got black metal in it.
Emily's moved more in a folk territory, I think, lately, right?
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah, this as I said, and this is definitely folky, but it's almost got like, you could say that's what Agalloch have, but they have a post sound, and I may be showing one of theirs later, but but as
I better tell John Holm to turn this off then.
So yeah, I thought I'd
you mentioned it. Anybody, I'm just warning you, anybody that mentions an Agalloch album in a post metal stream, John Holm's not going to be happy. I'm just kidding. I chose not to, and I'll get into why later. But yeah, okay. I think I got mostly cleaned up. Sorry about that.
Cool.
I don't know what happened to Jake. I assume his daughter woke and he can't get back in, so we'll just have to move on without him for now. So I'm at Surge.
Okay. Alrighty. Before, I guess I'm just gonna do my Neurosis because everybody else is going to anyway.
I was thinking about it, but I'm gonna wait.
And I figure everybody else is just gonna do different ones, so I'm just gonna do Eye of Every Storm.
Ooh, deep cut. That's a good pick.
Just a little something different. But like I said, I love Atmosphere, and this is maybe one of their most like ambient atmospheric albums, but it makes the heavy stuff hit so much harder. So I don't know. It's really hard to decide between their albums. Also, that's going to be the case for Isis. Not to telegraph anything later, but
Yeah, it's very, very difficult when you get to Souls at Zero from there on out. Just it's really until maybe you get I happen to like Honor Found in Decay, but a lot of people think that's where they started to sort of peter out.
It's okay.
I think
it's just because it follows Given to the Rising.
Yeah, which is fucking that to me is their final masterpiece that they put out. Because I don't like the last one hardly at all.
Yeah,
I think it's
I've Ever Storm though. That's a cool pick because that one I think is kind of unique with the tension building.
Yeah,
there's a lot of like talk about post whatever. There's that build up happens a lot.
Yeah.
Plus, there's a lot going on. They had like synths, they had that strings. And I love that shit. So
yeah,
for me,
it's a little more experimental.
It's probably like I would say like one of their most approachable albums. Like it's not as like aggressive and dark. Like it's much more like hues of gray.
Like the cover.
Yeah.
Kind of spacious, astral, and gray. So there we go. All right. So me, right? Me?
I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, sure. Leave now.
Let's see what your pick is so I can say, I would have picked something better.
No, you will like this pick a lot.
It's not as good as my Pelican pick.
Well, I didn't pick the EP because that's really good. But this was the one that kind of lured me in. I don't recall. If you want to go, Nick, go for it. I don't recall exactly where, when, or how I got into Pelican. I believe it was with the EP Marching to the Sea. But I can't really remember exactly. But I just remember, like March to the Sea, man. That track is just so fucking epic, man. And the EP version is much better because it's about 20 minutes long. So do you know that one, Logan?
The March to the Sea EP?
Yeah, you know that, Pelican?
The band, yeah.
But you know March to the Sea, the EP?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't own it, but yeah.
Okay. That one's fucking. I didn't want to pick it because it's only 25 minutes long, and it's the one long track and it's 2 tracks, so it is strictly an EP. But I Fire beckons the thaw. I mean, for me, that track just knocks it out of the park. But I really like Angel Tears is really good. Or, I'm sorry, Night and Day is really killer. Last Day of Winter is great. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones here. What's that last track that's on here? Autumn into Summer is really good too. So And the thing that's kind of cool about them is that they kind of write the riffs almost like a vocal part to a degree. It's not exactly like that, but it's that they in lieu of having and generally other than March to the Sea, they keep their tracks within the 4.5 to 5 to 7 minute length, and that's for instrumental stuff. I don't really want to generally listen to 20-minute tracks, but it does work on this particular one. So, Scott, by the way, if you're still watching, I'm going to be bringing in an album by that band, but not either one of those. Sorry. So there you go. My pick was Pelican. And Jake's still out. Yep. All right. Back to Logan. Oh shit. What am I doing? There we go. Logan.
Honestly, this is crazy. I'm just gonna go with the Pelican, motif that's happening currently.
Sure.
Because they were probably the third band I discovered after Neurosis, and I definitely enjoyed them because, Neurosis is intense, ISIS is intense, but here we got, a band which is heavy, but instead of going for intensity, it's more of that just beautiful atmosphere and, fully instrumental.
Right.
I will say I am floored with Serge and Nick over here. I thought I was going to be alone with repping this album. Like, I'm impressed. I feel like this is often dogged on or like the dark horse in their discography.
You should get a poster too, like Nick.
I should. There's space on my wall somewhere. This is, I don't know, this is just a special album to me, and it has a feel that is unique. Like this was the first one I heard, and Jeff, it was definitely a toss up between these two for me, but the songs on this and the overall feel of what we all come to need just hits a chord a bit more. Like it has this odd, like it feels peaceful, but at the same time in like a defeated kind of way. Like, and I guess if they were going through tough times as a band around, when this album came out, that would make sense, because it just feels like a band that is, like after a traumatic event, writing, like trying to write a peaceful album kind of, but still like the stress kind of comes through. And this is definitely a riff album, which I think I enjoy. And the fact that the songs are shorter and easier to digest definitely helps. Nick mentioned The Creeper. Fuck, that is just a perfect song. I want to mention Ephemeral. Ephemeral has the riff right there. That is the riff on this album, and like, we can start a mosh pit on this island for post metal. I'm up for that.
Was Ephemeral, was there an EP based around that track too? I think there wasn't there?
Might have been.
Because I think that's the last thing I bought by them. What year did that come out?
2009.
2009.
Yeah, there was an EP that came out right around then too.
There was actually. Yeah, you're right. Look at
I think it's called Ephemeral. And that's
Yep.
Here's the weird thing. I bought
an
the
Earth
EP,
cover.
but here's the weird thing. I bought the EP. I have the EP because it has a die cut sleeve, which is really cool. I don't own that, and I never listened to it ever.
Oh,
Dude,
check it out.
Dude, you love riffs. You'll love that album.
Yeah, but does it beat the 20-minute version of March to the Sea though?
I think it does. I don't know. I think it does. I might be wrong.
March
but
to the Sea, the 20-minute version. Come on.
This is just like, if we're on an island, I want to be sitting on the beach as the sun sets, just like this fucking album cover.
But here, yeah, I like that. That album art works.
It's amazing. Too. Yeah.
But here's the thing about this band. I did go back and listen to March to the Sea and my pick, which I just
The Fire in Our Throats Will Beckon the Thaw.
Yeah, my pick, which by the way came out 2005 on Hydra Head, Aaron Turner's label, and I didn't find I was like totally into it. The Pelican, I just didn't. I maybe I need to go back and check that one out, and maybe one of the more recent ones or whatever. But
they're very different albums. This one and Fire in the Throat's like way more atmospheric. That's like probably their most lush sounding album. Honestly, that one reminds me of this album except without vocals. Caven's Jupiter.
Oh yeah, no,
Really?
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I would agree. Like the production, I think, is similar
Yep.
to me. Like
You're up, Nick.
It's a
Oh,
warmer production. So,
but yeah,
Oh, I wanted to address this first thing. Eric says the first time I heard the opening riff to the doorway, yeah, man, it's just fucking, it's so crushing, man, crushing when it's live.
oh, I love that song.
Like just it. I mean, when I saw him the first time, I'm trying to remember. I think it was Given to the Rising, or maybe the Eye of Every Storm. I can't remember when, but man, I saw him up at Surge. I saw him at that fucking place we saw Altar, the Boris thing.
Yeah.
That synagogue or whatever that place is called. What was it, like a
Masonic Temple.
Masonic
I mean?
Temple? That's it. Yeah, yeah. And man, I just, when the doorway came on, I literally felt it like passing through me like a force that was just gonna rip my guts out of me or something. It was just fucking insanely heavy. That chug is unparalleled.
Oh, it's, you know, spoiler, I might have something that I don't think is on anyone else's list that might rival that in terms of heaviness, but I'm not going to spoil that yet.
Okay,
But
you're up.
my next pick is a band that you already brought up at a different album, Rosetta, Flies the Flame. Now this one, another one that I factored in the whole island thing. I wanted something that had a little bit of more of that post-rock lushness. Like, this is still heavy. It's still got its like big booming vocals and heavy guitars, but a lot of this is very bright sounding. And frequently all the tracks in here, which this is only 4 tracks and all of them are pretty damn long, there's a big ascending sort of like melodic thing to like every track. And that's the kind of the thing I got to look for in like post-rock, like This Will Destroy You, Caspian, but I still get the heavier stuff. And yeah, this band, I need to own more by them. I only have 2 of their albums, but this one's always been the one that I come back to. Great production. It has just a really crisp sound. Again, super lush. Lots of clean guitars on here. Like, there's a lot of elongated builds with clean guitars. And even when it does get heavier, it doesn't have like that like suffocating just denseness that like Neurosis has. It's, I don't know, like a brighter Isis at times, I guess. But yeah, this has been a post-metal staple of mine for years, this band in general. I have stuff on samplers from fucking years ago. This was one of those early bands that I got into after really getting into Neurosis and Isis. And yeah, this killer album, if you haven't jammed this one, this is killer stuff.
Yeah, I haven't checked that one out. I only know Galilean.
That's good.
Zach, yeah, I'm a little behind on messages. Sorry, I spilled wine everywhere. Thank God I don't have carpeting. It would be fucking disgusting in there. That Neurosis mashup is out there where they spliced them together, and it's cool. I mean, it's worth going to. I've never tried it because I don't have the ability. Well, I guess I do because I have the vinyl and the CDs, but nah, I'm way too fucking lazy to do that. Are you kidding me? That would like take work to set all that up, and fuck that. Australasia, yeah, it's a good one too. Good one.
There really isn't a bad Pelican album, honestly.
All right. We are at Ricola. Sorry, it just came out of me there. Rick's on mute again.
You're on mute.
Oh no, that was Surge. Sorry.
I was miming.
You're miming. Oh, that was great.
Yeah.
You're gonna do an interpretive dance describing the album.
Awesome.
I was ready to guess.
This is an island thing, right? So, what is one of the scariest things you can experience when you have nowhere else to go? You're on an island, right?
Cannibals.
Well, yeah, if they're present. A storm.
Dinosaurs.
Right. Yeah. There's a few
Whatever
things.
happened in Lost.
But what I was referring to was storms, right? You pretty much have to sit it out. And Serge talked about like a lot of atmosphere. I think one element of that is kind of the droning kind of part of it. And I got this sometime back as a relapse kind of freebie kind of throw in. This Hope drone, Cloak of Ash. Band's out of Australia. They got one other full length. I think after this. But this is one that I didn't pay much mind to because it was a freebie kind of throw in. So I was like, it can't be that good. I mean, it's probably one of those. But I spent some time at my job when I was at the office just putting something like this on because it was droning. I don't think this is a true drone kind of album, but it does have a lot of droning stuff going on with it, along with the post elements. There is black metal kind of style vocals, but it's not that prominent. It almost feels like it's a instrumental along because it just carries along. So it's a very challenging listen. But I like this so much, I went ahead and grabbed the vinyl, and just so you can get a kind of better view of kind of what this is. This does sound like what you see here. Like it's got a lot of that storm. It's a very stormy kind of sounding album. There's a lot going on. It's very violent in that kind of way. There's another album I'm going to pull later that reminds me of kind of the elements. And this one I think very much kind of fits that mold. This is not something that I would say I'm going to tell everybody to go out and run and buy. Like I said, it is a very challenging listen, but it does pay off. You know, if you allow it the time to. Again, this really grew on me as I'm at a job sitting there with my headphones on for hours, and it just kind of started to really. So if I was stuck on an island, this is probably something that I could enjoy. I can kind of just shut my brain off for a minute, but there is some element of dread because of this sort of really violent storm kind of element.
Who's in that project, Rick? Anybody
up?
of note? Anybody of note in that project? I could swear.
No, and that's another reason why I wanted to mention it, because it's again, it's a project from Australia, just 2 albums. They were good enough to get on Relapse. I mean,
yeah, well,
what it is. Yeah. The production is really good. If you're gonna do something like this, the production has to be everything. Just because to keep the listener engaged, for this kind of thing, you really got to have a lot of dynamics. It really
I have to check that out because that sounds like you must have featured that on Instagram once before somewhere along the line, because I know I've
don't recall, maybe something similar, but
I could have swore I've heard Hope Drone before that name.
I mean, it's been around. I mean, I'm sure this is one of those things that maybe some of you guys got it as a freebie like I did, but I've come to appreciate it with time. Enough that it's different enough from everything else that if I'm taking some albums with me on an island, this would stand apart. That if there are times I would want something like this. I mean, not everything has to be in your face, riffy, punchy, fucking not knock you out. Sometimes something like this is a little droning, but done really well. This is a really good example of it. Hope Drone.
I don't think I've heard of that band. Actually, I'm pretty sure I haven't. Oh, all right, I'll have to check that out.
You do like riffs, but just remember, this is not that kind of album. It's kind of sludgy black metal. It's a lot of atmosphere, very layered. But if you're like doing video editing or whatever, you just need to just chill out and tune out. It's one that you have to allow it to grow on you, but it does pay off.
I mean, it does say drone on it.
Yeah. He let you know.
Yeah, real quick here. Serge, my eyes are fine. It's not a laser. It's like a light. It's just one of those circle lights. I don't think it's a laser. Maybe it is a laser.
You'll put your eye out, kid.
No, dude, I have a similar one. Believe me.
You're a laser.
Well, it's coming. It's not aimed at my face. It's aimed back there. So,
I can see it on your forehead, but okay.
Yeah.
There's a sniper in Jeff's room.
I'm dying. All right. Okay. So this one here, I'm gonna be maybe surprised if anyone pulls this one out. But I gotta find it here. Where the hell is it? All right. K.O. Dot.
I have 2 other albums, but not that
Fires
one.
of the Eye. It's the very first one. This is the side project which became the main project of Toby Driver, who was in Maudlin of the Well, which was an early psych, proggy, stoner, every kind of mix of everything. Super experimental, progressive sort of sludge band. And this was kind of like the offshoot of it that became more the post-metal thing. It is not an immediate album. You really do have to kind of put some time into it, because there's a couple really long songs. You got a 10-minute song. This marathon song isn't even very heavy. In fact, it's almost sort of really lulling you to sleep a little bit. And then you get to the Manifold Curiosity, and the Wayfarer. All these last 3 tracks, super fucking heavy. And as you can tell, all of them are 10+ minute tracks. So it's not, again, it's the journey, not the immediate ride that you're going on with this band. And anybody familiar with this one at all?
I have
No.
2 of their albums.
No.
I have Blue Lamancy Downward and Moss Grew on the Swords and Plowshares Alike, which are weird titles for a weird band. I didn't know where to classify this band. I kind of like lumped them in like the avant-garde, but there's also like doom metal in there.
A lot of post rock, a lot of
That's where
post
I have them.
rock. Yeah.
Just
but
a
they-
strange band.
It's very strange, very, very esoteric in nature, the way they approach music. Very avant-garde is definitely what
Yes.
it would be. But okay, there he is. He back. All right, there he is. Okay, cool. Hey, Jake's here, everybody. Woo.
Hey.
So
Sorry about that.
All right, Jake, you got this is a good time to come in because I just wrapped up. I'll let you go last here. And you've got, where are we at, guys? We were
I think
3
that was
in, right?
3, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Jake, why don't
We're
you
on
go
our
ahead-
third. Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and do 3? But let me stop.
Yeah, I've
sharing.
only done 2 so far.
Okay.
Oh, Johnny, you're up yet. Sorry. All right, let me let Jake catch up, and I'll do you last, Johnny, and then we'll cycle back to the normal. All right, I got
Still go with
3.
3?
Go 3.
Okay. Well, this one already got covered. I happened to catch that a little bit. I didn't hear what was said about it, but I'm sure Rick did a much better job of describing this than I
I gave
would
you
have.
the elementary school
yeah.
description.
Great stuff. Not strictly post metal, but it's got quite a bit of post metal on it, and it's got a little bit of black metal going on, some kind of like screamo type stuff. But yeah, super cool. Minimize that. I tried to keep the post black stuff to a minimum because in my head, they're kind of separate genres, but for this stream, it's it's the same genre. Like they're both part of it.
Dude.
So I pulled this one, Numenorian
That's a
Adore.
good album. Yeah.
And signed.
Yeah. Yep. Got the whole band, fortunately, on there before they broke up under unfortunate circumstances. But yeah, this is post black metal. This is my number 1 post black metal of all time album.
It's pretty fun good.
It's got a lot more bite to it than the bands you think of, like Deaf Heaven, even like Ghost Bath, Harakiri for the Sky. This one, masterpiece. Such an emotional journey as well. Love this album. That's Numenorians Adore. And then I think this is my only other post black that I pulled. Disquiet by Unrequited. Their debut. Both of these bands were Canadian, by the way. But this one is a solo project. Debut, as I said, I think it came out 2016. Quite atmospheric at times. A lot of the shoegazy and post rock going on with it. Super good
I
album.
almost pulled this one, but I'm glad you brought them up.
Yeah, that one's close to this one, but I still
Yeah, that one's
pulled
really
this
good.
one before. But yeah, those 2 I think are quite a bit ahead of the rest of their catalog, of his
Yeah,
catalog.
It's my favorites.
It's a good catalog, but these 2 are like the S tier albums. But yeah, saw these guys twice saw him twice with a backing band in 2023. Puts on a great show.
You say they're Canadian?
Yeah,
Disquiet?
Ontario. The band is Unrequited.
Unrequited. Oh yeah, I've heard that name many times.
With the V instead of the U.
Yeah,
They're on that Tribulation tour coming up, I think.
Are they?
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, that's a weird spot.
It is. I'm hoping to see them.
Well, I'm not going to be able to see them with Tribulation unless they're playing.
They're not playing the pre-fest.
Death Fest. Yeah, I don't think they are. So they must be doing their own thing. Yeah, because that's the only time Tribulation's coming near me at all is Baltimore, which sucks. So I already have a ticket for that. But yeah, that kind of pissed me off that they're playing New York, but I just do everything in my power to avoid New York shows, right, Serge? Even Serge lives up there, and he usually avoids it too. So we did go to Brooklyn though back in October.
I mean, you do come up there sometimes.
Yeah, it's been a while. That was the first time I did in a long time. But all right, one more, Jake, or is that it? Caught up?
There was 3, right?
That was 3, yeah.
Okay, that's 3. Well,
I'll pull an alternate instead of the Oathbreaker, because that was like my number 10, and I thought about pulling.
Oh, dude, Atlas Moth. Fuck yeah.
The Chicago stuff.
And that's a good album
Nick
too.
noticed Atlas Moth. Coma Noir. So good. Kind of a concept album on like a mystery. I haven't fully dove into the concept. But
who's the band again? I'm sorry. The Atlas Moth.
The Atlas Moth.
Yep.
And this one,
interesting.
I don't think it's quite as long form as your typical post metal, and it's got a lot more depth to it.
They got progressive elements too, which is
Yeah, I saw them open for Solstafir and Paradise Lost back in 2018, and they didn't quite seem like they belonged on that bill. It was kind of odd. They were cool, but they were weird. I didn't know what to make of them.
Yeah,
kind of a strange
band. Yeah, that was on this album's tour. I saw
was
that
it?
same
Okay,
show.
that one, really? No shit.
Yeah, well, not the same location, but I saw them same lineup. I also saw him open for, I think it was Neobliviscaris and Mustard Gas and Roses were on that tour.
Oh, it was my MGR? Really? No shit. Mike Gallagher.
Yeah.
Wow. That might come up in a bit here again. How about that?
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah.
Furious Gold on that one. I fucking love that song.
On Coma Noir.
Yep.
Is it Robot Galactic Brain? That's my favorite.
Yeah, Galactic Brain.
Yeah.
Frozen Crown was good.
The one weird thing about that show, Jake, and I'm curious if it happened at yours, was I saw him at the Soundstage in Baltimore, which is about 900 to 1,000. So, and there was 500. There was probably 400 or 500 people there, and they played first. So, you know, we watched them. We were hanging out. I was actually hanging out with Albert from Decibel and James from Decibel and my buddy John, and name dropping motherfucker you are, bitch. Yeah. Anyway,
how do you know all these people?
I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. These people, I know them, but they definitely know me if you talk to them.
Do you know Jeff? Fuck no.
It's like Nick. Ask Nick if he knows me right now.
What? Who are you? How did I get here?
But yeah, then Solstafir came out and the place was fucking jamming. And no shit, Solstafir ended and 2/3 of the venue cleared out. I was like, what the fuck just happened? Like, don't people know that the best gothic metal, doom metal band ever is playing right now? It's like, what the fuck? Or one of the best, you know.
Yeah, it was the same experience.
Was it really?
Me. Yeah.
That's bizarre,
I'd say half the crowd left after Solstafir.
Yeah, I mean, and what was also weird was, which you guys, none of you would know this, but the bass player for Solstafir was he was playing with Solstafir, but he's normally a guitar player, and he had just played on an album. Does anybody know Pain of Salvation? Sorry, you probably know Pain of Salvation. Prog metal, you know.
I know. I do.
Okay. he had written and played on the Fading Light of Day, I think it's called. I think they put 2 albums out since then with Daniel Gildenlow, and there was an acrimonious split because Gildenlow didn't give him nearly enough credit for the songwriting. So I saw him stand by the bathroom. I'm like, hey, are you, I forget his fucking name now. Are you so-and-so? And he's like, yeah. I said, dude, what's it like working with Daniel Gildenlow? He goes, I hate that motherfucker with all my fucking being right now. And I said, yeah, I kind of got the feeling. I think I knew. I was kind of baiting him to see what he would say. He's like, yeah, he's like, if I don't ever want to run into that motherfucker, I'll probably kick his ass. So it was not a good split, whatever happened there. But Solstafir were interesting. I don't know if somebody's going to have them on their list. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But I mean, they could kind of fall in there to a point. I got a feeling I know somebody that might have them on there. So,
So
all right,
I got one question for you, Jeff. When you saw the Atlas Moth, did the singer have a cigarette going the whole show?
I think he might have. But you know what really struck me about him was he kind of looked like Max Cavalera, if I recall correctly. Am I wrong?
I remember him being a big.
He's a big fella. Yeah,
Big
like
dude.
when Max was super fat, big, heavy set guy, like just bruiser. But
Yeah,
I
when
don't
saw him
remember the
with
cigarette.
Solstafir, he didn't. It was a no smoking video, so he had to do without it. But then the other time I saw him, it was a place called
Chain
the Loading
smoking.
Dock. It's like a literal loading dock, old loading dock.
geez.
They turned
Yeah.
into a stage in the back of a place. Yeah,
That's funny.
cigarette the whole time.
I don't remember
Cracking
that,
up.
but he might have. No, he couldn't have because Maryland has just gone smokeless in 2018, I think it was. So he was probably jonesing up there for fucking nicotine. But all right,
Yeah.
you ready there?
I
Logan
think there's
Stewart?
some we gotta play
Number-
catch up for
Johnny.
Surge
yeah.
and Johnny.
Johnny,
Yeah,
Surge and Johnny.
No, I thought I hit Surge.
I think he's only done 2.
Yeah, I've only done 2.
All right, my bad. Fucking all right, man.
Okay, I'm going to go for something a bit different. It's almost like a super glue.
Oh yeah, that's
My
Oh, look
goodness.
at that album. What is that?
It's
Converge.
Blood Moon 1 by Converge. It's basically it's members of Converge and Cave In, but it's also got Chelsea Wolfe doing female vocals as well.
Wait, Jeff, you haven't heard this?
He
I don't
just
know,
said
it's
the magic
something about
word.
it.
No,
It's
no, I've not heard that.
wonderful album. You've not heard it, Jeff? Oh,
I haven't.
came
And I
out
love.
21, I
You
think.
should.
Okay,
It's
all right.
such a.
If it's got Chelsea Wolfe on there, I've already bought it right now. It's in
and
my
as I said, it's-
Amazon card right now.
just a wonderful, wonderful album. I just thought we should have some Chelsea Wolfe on the island, really.
That looks pretty fucking badass. Is that a die
Really?
cut?
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, if I can get the fucker out. Hang on a minute. Probably not.
Oh, that is
Is
killer,
that the
man.
same color
Yes.
variant? I wonder if you have the same one I do.
She has some killer vocal harmonies with Brodsky too.
He does. That
That's
was one of the
awesome.
most ambitious collaborations, I think.
Oh my god,
It's,
when did that
it's
come out?
so
20
unconverge, but it's
It really
awesome.
is. It caught
What
me off
label's that
guard.
on? What label's that on? Sacred Bones?
Death Wish, I believe.
Yeah,
Or is
Death
it
Wish.
Epitaph?
Was it
The Dark
Death Wish?
Queen.
I think it's Relapse. No, they're not
Epitaph.
Relapse.
It's actually on Epitaph.
Epitaph.
And
Okay.
Death Wish.
Yeah.
With
And
the
Death Wish.
DW.
Man. The Dark Queen.
Killer.
I met her.
Really
I
is
stood
cool,
right
yeah.
next to her. She's a lot taller than me.
I like that moon shape without it being ghost bath. You know.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Oh man, poster too. Wow. All right.
poster.
Well, I just spent some money. Thanks a
Oh,
lot.
dude, awesome Kurt Ballou production too. I
Yeah.
fucking
The sound
love
is just immaculate, isn't it?
Jesus,
It's
man.
such a
His-
good album.
the drums and guitars. Ugh.
Yes, it's like it.
You guys
It's-
suck.
it's-
Thanks. I'm not spending more for you. Thanks.
And I
man.
think there's like maybe 3 or 4 different vocalists on it. So you've got such a different. I don't know. It's just hard to explain. If you've not heard it, I presumed everyone had heard it. Sorry, Jeff. So I was hoping.
No,
I was
I'm glad
explain
you
too much
brought it
about
up. I'm glad you brought it up.
I had never heard like Jacob Bannon actually sing like that. He's got some pretty decent cleans on there, but Stephen Brodsky, I follow that dude anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
He's one of my favorite artists and heavy music, I guess you could just say in general. But yeah, it just take away any like preconceived notions about Converge, because it sounds something like Converge.
And I think isn't the guitarist from Neurosis on it as well?
Did he pop up on that?
I'm sure
Steve Von Till.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think he's on.
Yeah, that would be the one. It wouldn't be Scott.
There we go.
Nobody wants to work with Scott right now.
Well, this was before. This was 2019.
Oh, that was before. You're right. That was. You're right. Yeah.
Yes, this is 21. This came out. Yeah, I'm
Could
sure.
have been Scott. Maybe it was Scott Kelly.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it's such an excellent album, Jeff. You really need
right.
I will say my favorite one of my favorite post-metal songs is from Converge, and it's Wretched World, the closer to Axe to Fall. And if no one's in it, the other one, the one before that, Cruel Bloom with is that Steve Von Till on vocals on that?
I think it might be.
But great Converge pick, man. Any chance to talk about them?
You know what? This is embarrassing, man. I've seen Converge open for Neurosis twice. I don't know a fucking thing by him. Not a single thing.
Jane Doe, start there.
Well, that's the album they did.
Axe to Fall.
That was the album anniversary. They did the whole album, but I don't remember much. I do remember the frontman being very intense and dynamic and physical and the whole performance. Yeah, that band goes hard.
I'll know you liked him because I already know you like Caven. So
well, yeah, I did like Caven a lot. So yeah, I need to get on that. Okay, sir. Sorry, man.
Alrighty. Since we're on an island, what's an island surrounded by?
H2O.
Ocean.
Which one? Which one?
Pelagial.
Good. Not my pick. Good.
Well, I had to pick something. But it's kind of like it's almost like a concept album in terms of actually being kind of cohesive and having some story throughout. Maybe not. I don't really pay attention to the lyrics, and I really like that they included an instrumental version of this album, because sometimes I just don't really care for the vocals.
Oh, I like that dude.
But I like how it builds, and kind of theoretically it gets darker as it gets deeper. That's the analogy. But I don't know. I had to pick an Ocean album, so that was my pick.
That's a good band, man. I'm sure you're gonna hear about that, maybe more.
You are
correct. All right, Mr. Logan, sir.
All right, we're back. Pick number 4.
We are at number 4, yeah.
So for me, it's a tough choice, right? But my favorite post-metal band, period, and one that has just been consistent and has the largest discography, Cult of Luna. That's my number 1 post-metal band, and believe it or not, my favorite album by them is a collaboration. I'm glad Johnny already mentioned collaborations already, so I can bring up Mariner. This thing is it's a top 10 album for me of all time, probably.
Wow.
If I were to rank it, is fucking astounding. I subjected everyone at the Heavy Metallurgy Album Club to listen to it this past Wednesday as kind of like prep work for this episode here. So if anyone's interested to hear 4 people, lament about having listened to
post-metal, none of them would have pulled it.
Exactly.
Good on that.
It's almost 2 hours of post-metal talk. So
wow.
They actually liked it.
I was going to say that had to be relatively painful for Marty's asshole.
He originally was worried about it, and but
he's not going to pull the metal people in, man.
He ended up liking it, and especially like if you're not familiar with Julie Christmas, her vocal performance on here is unhinged to the best degree. She goes like for these visceral screams, and then almost like these childlike clean singing sections, and everything in between. She is the magic sauce that makes this work. Also, just the sci-fi concept behind it, I love it. Just pushing humanity beyond the stars and even further. I love the vibe. It makes me think of some of my favorite science fiction.
I like that
films.
artwork, man. That artwork
Yeah.
looks like it's a movie thing.
It's heavily inspired by 2001: A Space
I was gonna
Odyssey.
say, yeah, it's definitely got that vibe. Yeah.
In fact, the final track, Cygnus, which is a top song of all time, check it out if you haven't heard it. Is about the baby sequence from 2001. So
it is the baby song of what song, Logan?
Cygnus?
Yes. Like, what greatest band of all time ever wrote the original Cygnus?
Oh,
Limp Bizkit.
Sorry, everyone.
Limp Bizkit. Everybody drink. Yeah,
there's the Rush.
How post metal's Limp Bizkit though? I don't know.
I mean, well, we should talk about that at length, right, Jeff?
We should do what?
Here, let me get my Limp Bizkit out real quick.
No, dude, don't you dare! I'm kicking you the fuck out of
it. Currently,
Limp Bizkit Island, baby.
I want your biscuit to stay limp, dude. Just leave it that way, right?
All right.
Fully erect biscuit.
Hey, by the way, let me interrupt for 1 second. Usually everybody follows through, but not always. I have to chase a lot of people. Serge would like us all to post our lists in the comments after the video is done. So tonight, tomorrow, whatever. But try to remember to do it so people can look this stuff up.
Even Limp Bizkit. That's okay.
Well, okay.
It might be there. But yeah, check out Mariner. The magnitude is insane. One of those albums that can.
Yeah, I definitely need to do that.
So yeah.
And you guys did go deep and hard, literally, for it in heavy metallurgy. I can't say that when I'm sober and I'm getting a little bit drunk. So metallurgy, heavy metallurgy. They did an episode. I'll try to remember to link it at some point. So, all right. I think we're at Nick.
Mm-hmm. Serge, I see your ocean and raise you another ocean.
You cocksucker, you stole mine.
Oh, I know this is going to be your favorite because this is my fucking favorite. So, whatever, deal with it. Phanerozoic I, Paleozoic. I think this is this band's finest moment. And I love the fact that all of their albums are pretty much conceptual. Like, pretty much.
Yes.
I want to say Precambrian on to the last one, Holocene, have all been themed with different time periods on the planet. And I love the fact that they just kind of like encapsulate one entire time period on an album. And it's not just about that. It's about the parallels with our lives. Like, this is about the birth of life and then extinction level events and such.
Mm-hmm. That guy ain't that guy's no dummy. Let's put it.
Oh, no. Dude, was it Robin Stapp? Robin, main guy.
Yeah,
and
he the guy.
Yeah, across the board. This is probably, I don't know, this is probably the one where I would say like this almost bridges into progressive metal. Like the songs 100%. Way more intricate, lots of interesting transitions. The synths on here.
And Jonas is on one of those tracks.
Oh yeah, he's on Nonsense, Devonian.
Yeah.
And his vocal performance is amazing. I love that.
That track almost pulls you away because Jonas's vocal so well. You're like, oh
yeah.
Like,
and it's got that like fun off-time rhythm, like this like pulsating synth. It's very quiet, and of course his very breathy vocals.
By the way, that's Jonas of the whatever's going on with Catatonia band. So
it's still Catatonia.
It's see to patch it up. I don't know.
It's complicated.
It's complicated. That's what I was trying to say. I kept thinking it difficult. I'm like,
they just updated their status to it's complicated.
Curious, Nick, is that CD die cut?
No.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think so. No, it's embossed.
Oh, it's embossed. That's what it was. Yeah. I have that one.
The die cut one's the second one.
I might have to do a show and tell later. Maybe we'll see.
No.
I see what he did.
Wait, are you trying to say us CD guys aren't fancy enough?
I'm
just, what you're saying?
I'm just speculating.
That was
okay. All right. Well, I'll just be over here being a CD pleb then, I guess.
You're a fucking plebe, dude.
This one, honestly, this is the one I probably dig the vocals on the most. Like, I know, the dude's kind of hit or miss with some people. I've really enjoyed his, vocals ever since I think he jumped on a Heliocentric. But man, Permian, The Great Dying, the last track. absolutely haunting song, especially when you really pay attention to the lyrics too. He's essentially talking from the perspective of a planet getting ready to just shuffle off 98% of the creatures on the planet and saying, I've killed to relieve a burden, and that's what you are. And it's cold and heartless, but he's also talking about how much he empathizes with you. And, I like the fact that you love things, but you gotta fucking go.
Yeah, that's a great observation. Yeah.
This is the kind of stuff like I need something thought provoking while I'm on this island. And lyrically, I've always got behind these concepts. I'm a science buff. I love all that shit.
I agree so much that in schools they should just have you listen to that album.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, play this in biology. Listen, in music class and biology, you cover two bases.
I have a question for you, Nick. While you're being so studious on the island, are you the guy bringing the mushrooms or no?
Wait, is that my responsibility? We didn't deal out responsibilities yet.
Yeah, yeah, duh.
Well, how did that fall on me? Why can't Logan do it? No,
hey, wait, hold on. Whatever we do, we do not want to encourage Rick to take a bunch of mushroom gummies tonight. We don't want to do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't dream of telling Rick to do a bunch of mushrooms right now.
I never
do not do a bunch of mushroom gummies, please. Okay.
But yeah,
you might be late.
I've been a fan of them since Fluxion, and I will continue being a fan of them. Their last album, Holocene.
I got to get more of those albums. Scott has challenged me to try to say anthropocentric or anthropocentric. Yeah. Dude, let me fucking say the words. No, he wanted me to say anthropocentric. Postcentric. That's it, postcentric. And versus anthropocentric. So there, man, I'm a little high and I'm a little drunk, but I'm not that high or that drunk. So
but
nice try though. Nice try.
Amazing band. I'm pretty sure we'll hear about this album again.
All right. Hey, Malia, what's happening, girl? Good to see you there.
Malia's here. Hey, what's up, Malia? Malaria? Melanoma?
I'm trying to catch you.
It's one of those.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. Eric always is very, very studious about this, and I appreciate him being that way. He didn't feel he had enough cool stuff.
He has a young, spongy mind to absorb knowledge.
I love that guy. I love Cronus Jr. like a son. And
I thought he's Peter Tagrin.
Well, he is Peter Tagrin mixed with. He's kind of like the evil bastard child. He's the evil Canadian nice bastard child of Cronus Jr. and Peter Tagrin. If those two did like a 69 thing or something.
Oh God, I don't need that visual.
Yeah, you do. You're. If you need a few moments, Nick, go ahead. Yeah, take a few moments. Anyway, getting back to this. So, Malia, sorry, you should shut off your audio right now. And Nick, you asked a question way back when about Pelican. Is it all instrumental? About 95% of it.
Yeah, they've done a couple of songs with singers, but yeah, most of it instrumental stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm trying to catch up to some of these randomly. I can't catch up to all. Okay. So we are on. Help me out here, Rick. Yeah.
All right. So this one is another challenging one, not because it's hard to listen, but because it really teeters the line. Is it metal? It's let's go to the latest Alcest album.
Oh,
I'm talking about just that level of, what we consider metal, but this is a post-black kind of it's got some gazy elements to it. Imagine something like Fadetooth with Alcest, a project from Phoenix, Arizona, and I think it's got enough of the. It's a little bit of a doomy too. It's got quite a bit, which I think it will qualify.
Wait a minute, Rick. You like doom? Really?
No. You should check out a Doom Metal Island episode. It's pretty good. I think I'm in it.
You might be in it. God damn, that's right. You were on the original one, and then I couldn't fucking lasso you in for like a year or 2 years.
Oh, gee, you got the T-shirt.
I wonder why. I wonder if Rick just got it.
Yeah, I didn't expect anybody to pull this tonight, but it's a newer band, and I feel like.
Oh.
we talk about the modern era of
Okay.
Wait,
bands
hold
kind
on,
of
Rick. Hold on, Rick.
deviating.
Hold on.
This is
Okay,
There we
hang on.
go.
Okay, now you're back. You froze and your voice kept going, so your video.
uh,
That was fucking funny. That's gonna be like that scene in Back to the Future where the car, the model of the car runs off the ramp and Christopher Guest goes. That's gonna be the moment right there.
you
That's
think it's funny
it.
now. If I take another shroom, it's just gonna. That's
No, don't do that. Not now. Seriously,
Nah,
don't do
all right. We'll get to our top two now. Then I will. So anyway, Holy Fawn, Death Spells, came out in 2018. It's a band. I feel like it's a very modern take of kind of where we are with a lot of post elements. And like I mentioned, if you like the Fate Tooth Gazy stuff, very moody listen. So this is 180 from something like Neurosis, but it does have a bit of a blackened edge, post-black edge to it. We could probably tell just from looking at that cover. It kind of tells you a lot there. This is one that kind of puts you in that very moody, emotional space. So if you like that kind of thing, it's almost like if there's some bands on, let's say, Metal Archives that wouldn't qualify but maybe they do because of one album, right? I feel like this is one of those bands that tread that line. It's got a lot of that post rock, but it's got a little bit of that it's just that heaviness in there. It kind of just, I feel it will appeal to both sides between metal and post rock listeners. So they got this. I think they got an EP, another full length. But for some reason, this one really stuck with me. Maybe it just hit me in the right time. As Jeff my history, and I was going through some hard things.
Mm-hmm.
And this is definitely one that really connected and resonated with kind of what I was going through.
I gotta check it out. I don't really know anything about it, so
It's a great album. I didn't think of it for post metal, but it's a fucking great album.
It's posed in a post black kind of way. But you're right. I wouldn't say it. The very first foremost thing is they're a post metal band. They got more gaze than post.
Yeah,
it's cool though.
But I thought it deserved to mention here. But I would take it with me on an island.
All right, let's see. We got hold on, Johnny.
Yep. Okay. I'm not convinced, even with my own pick this time. This is probably not very post. And it only came out last year as well, but it was in my top 10 albums of the year. And I'm actually seeing them for the first time this year. They're playing a black metal festival here in the UK called Fortress. Actually, Agaloka headlining, but on one day, but band that are headlining another day is Ulcerate. This is their album, came out last year. Death metal, I guess.
This is the first one that I disagree on. I just don't think they're post metal, but they're a fucking amazing goddamn band. But I don't hear them. If anything, they're post death metal. If anything, but
I mean, you can make that argument.
That's
I might
got long songs.
Hang on. Let everybody else. What's everybody else's thought on this one?
I was gonna say they got their own sense of avant-garde, but technical. I would say almost like the way, maybe not exactly, but Gojira, which has that death metal elements. You know what I mean? But also has a bit of that. Maybe they're not as, I don't know. Like
I don't think Gojira's is as atmospheric as this band. Yeah, Magma had its moments, but overall, if you look at it, Ulcerate has always had that fucking cloud of otherness hanging around it. You know what I mean?
They're unique even in terms of like the dissonant death metal.
Yeah, they really are. I mean,
like,
they just have their
they
own.
create actual melody. Like, it isn't just like, it doesn't feel like the constant hitting any note to create like an atmosphere. Like they're creating melodies that stick with you. Like I like that album, but the one before it, Staring to Death and Be Still, that's my favorite.
Oh, they're amazing. I mean, but I will say,
but you can make the argument for post death metal on that, I think.
Yeah, I don't know that they're post metal, but I do think, I saw them down in Philly back in I think it was November of 23. It was one of the first shows I finally got the balls up. Might have been the first show that I got the balls up to go back out in public again. And I was fucking stupefied. Number one with the sound in this little shit club, Warehouse on Watts, which is, you know that place, Rick? You ever been over there? Warehouse on Watts?
I've been wanting to, man. Yeah, every now and then they'll have something I do want to see, but it's always on a weekday.
I know a place. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a dump.
They do like golf industrial events there.
Do they? Yeah. It's okay. It's a weird venue, but
it is a weird venue. Yeah,
I mean, it's very right. It's like an old house that was conditioned into a venue, but also it was just other fucking worldly, and they had a lot of smoke, man. I mean, when I talk smoke, it's like, wow. But the way that the lights and the way that those angular, dissonant, yet still melodic, because he does that. He's angular and dissonant, but he still has a melody in there.
Yeah.
And it just blew my mind, man.
Jamie St. Moret on drums.
He is unreal.
That's one of the most talented drummers I've ever seen.
I'm not so sure he might be the best drummer I've ever seen. And I've seen Neil Peart, so there you go. He's fucking the fills he does in between things. You're just like, how, is this guy have like 42 arms or what's going on here? You know,
it's unreal.
Yeah. All right, Johnny, back to you. Sorry.
Yeah. So as I said, I know it's death metal, but I just felt it had enough adjacent to post, and I just fancied fucking listening to it again. I thought, do you know what? I'll chuck it in there.
I don't know, everybody. Yeah. Do we give it? If you
want to chuck it out, that's fine.
You gave me a lot.
Give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
I'm thumbs up because I like that album.
I'm right here.
Anyway.
If we can bring a death metal album onto the island, let's do it.
As far as is it post metal is what I'm getting at. So there we go.
Post death metal. There we go.
Oh,
covered it.
All right.
Hey. Great album.
No, yeah.
I mean, if you get a post black metal.
Yeah, it's very nebulous, and I guess it's right. It's right there on the verge. Post death metal.
It has that same hypnotic quality. Like, I mean, you saw it live.
Oh yeah.
Trust me, I was in a fucking trance almost the entire time. Just going,
you're just like, holy fuck, this band is mesmerizing.
I watched Noonan John like kind of wander over by like the side of the stage just so he could film Jamie St. Moret doing drums, and he jaw open the entire time. I'm pretty sure he breathed exclusively from his mouth from most of that set.
I think you're not telling the whole story. I think that John probably had a big old jizz in his pants right when he was
might have two jizzes. That might have been a two jizz night.
That was a two jizz event. A TJE.
Come on, Jeff. You've been there in your younger days.
Well, you know. No, but I have
now it's like a powdering.
No, but I have pissed my pants recently and had a Death Angel show.
Oh, that must have been embarrassing.
Woo! It was an interesting night. Let's just put it that way. All right. So, all right, Johnny, you're in on that one. We're gonna let you slide.
Thank you.
You're in the slide zone though, so be careful. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm saying.
You watch your ass, buddy.
Is this a kangaroo court on this island?
I know this is your desert island.
Always is.
Our desert island.
Did anybody get my joke there? You're standing in a slide zone? Nobody got it, did you? You guys are all too fucking young. Even Johnny doesn't know. That's a very slick as motherfucking cat shit on a porcelain doorknob. Smooth. Because I was talking about the song Slide Zone by The Moody Blues. See what I did there? See how tricky I am? You guys are impressed, I can tell. All right, moving on. Let's see. That was awesome. That was just awesome.
We're having a good time now.
Sure. Are we really? Are we?
Oh yeah.
All righty. Me being Russian, I guess I should do Russian circles.
Oh, you bastard!
Dude, yeah, you picked.
I have a different album.
Again.
I have a different album.
George, stop copying my homework.
I actually didn't know much about this band until Jeff and I and a couple of our people went to see Opeth Mastodon, Gojira, Russian Circles, and Devin Townsend.
And don't forget the one very shitty moment of the concert.
I'm not going to mention the other band, but what an amazing fucking lineup that was.
That show to this day ranks top 5 for me because it was just like, and we left before Mastodon even finished because we were fucking toasted.
Yeah, I was tired, and I left.
It was an
before
all day
Mastodon
thing. I think
finished,
it started.
but I was happy.
It started at like 4:30 in the afternoon. Devin was
Yeah.
first, if I remember, and then no, Russian Circles was first because we got there just as they started, and then it was Devin, and then it was Eagles, and then Gojira and Opeth and Mastodon. I gotta say, man, Gojira just fucking destroyed everybody.
Yeah,
man.
Gojira's amazing,
were
but
unreal.
I didn't know what to expect from Russian Circles, and they
were
were
great.
heavier than I expected.
Oh,
They
yeah.
were, and this album, I think the way I would describe it is just a bopper. Like as far as post metal goes, like this album makes you like pop your head. That's the best way I can describe it.
George, it's called headbanging. Just
Popping
be clear,
head.
right?
But it's not quite headbanging. It's just
Wow.
these are some fucking catchy riffs and just enough atmosphere to make me happy and good shit.
I don't Mario, I don't know Pyramids. I know the name. I know Black Pyramid. I don't remember that one. Black Pyramid was a industrial sort of thing as I recall, but no, I don't remember that one. I'm trying to get some of these things here. Tomahawk, you say post metal is nebulous. So yeah, we're cool. Maybe I did that one already. Okay, we are at who am I at? God damn it. Yes,
Jake.
Yep.
Jake.
And then me. Yep.
All right. So I said I only had the 2 post black metal albums. And I'm going to stand by that, even though this band gets tagged as post black. We'll see if anybody recognizes it off of this.
Oh, yep, I got it.
But the box set, it's from the box set, so it doesn't have the original artwork. But it's Altar of Plagues with Teeth, Glory, and Injury. Yeah, like I said, they get the post black tag, but your typical post black is more of a post rock mixed into the black metal, where this is actual post metal and black metal at the same time. It's got the heaviness instead of like the light airiness of post rock. And this thing is just crushing, suffocating, so dissonant.
And the band is again
Altar of Plagues. I believe they're Irish.
Irish or Scottish? It's one of the two.
Yeah, one of the two. Irish or
You know,
Scottish.
weirdly, that's a band I've always meant to check out, and I never had. Now you give me a reason to.
Oh, you'd love
And
it.
this is their swan song, Teeth, Glory, and Injury.
When
Probably
was
their
that?
most. I think it's 2013 or 14
Oh wow! Okay, a while
when
back.
they split up shortly after. Yeah, and definitely the most post of all of their albums. You might make the argument that the other ones have more of the post rock vibe, but this one's just darker, more sinister, and it's got that crushing feeling of like your
That's a good one. I'm gonna have to check that
atmospheric
one out.
sludge.
I'll check that one out then. That one's definitely piquing my interest.
I only
From
own
the-
Mammal, but that's
Mammal is my favorite. Neptune is
The
Dead.
box
It's a
set.
phenomenal
Oh,
song.
nice.
Oh, very nice.
oh, you said the magic words, Jeff. Now
Yeah,
he's
thanks a lot. There goes another.
Reflection pulse
Well,
remains.
that's been out for a
That's-
long time, so that'll be a couple $100, I'm sure. Thanks. Fuck you.
This
man.
box set.
Yeah.
I have no idea what it's going for, but yeah, it's
Well, if it came out in 2013, is that when it came out?
no, not the box set. The box set came out.
Oh, that's
A
more
year or
new
two
as a
ago?
reissue. Okay, all right.
Yeah, it came out on Profound Lore.
Okay, I'll look. That one that scares me. The thought of that.
I think it's about the only way to get them affordably, if it's still affordable.
Yeah, I would imagine. Which reminds me, I got in a new shelving unit for all the vinyl that I'm tripping over on my floor, and that will be full. But I found a place up in the living room where I can actually put it because I don't have any room in my room to put anything anywhere anymore. Which means I have to stop buying.
I
So
think
stop spending my fucking money.
you're gonna be like Metal Theologian, man, with all his stuff out in the living room with the fireplace.
I don't know, man. I mean, that's the last space, and I got a 200 racker, so I bet you I have 125 to 150 already there. So if I keep going, that'll fill up. Well, anyways, stop. Don't give me anything to think about here like that regarding that. All right. So my next one is one that I would be shocked if anyone else has this, but man, it might be. I want it to be higher in terms of how much I like it, but it's the newest one of all the ones that I picked. And man, this fucking album is so good. Anybody know this?
I've heard of it.
Yes.
Gatherer?
If I had a physical copy of this would be on my list.
Man, this album.
Yep.
I forget the name. How to say the name of it? Esoteric Oppression. Wow, what a fucking mind-bendingly good album. What I like about this is that they're and somebody wrote it in here. I'm gonna steal it. Hang on a sec here. They're saying they're kind of a comparison of Cult of Luna and Rosetta, but there's something about this band, and they use some cool synth patches and whatnot to, like, for example, on the opening track, The Drone Kingdom, man, such a killer track, just this drifting thing, and it doesn't even get super heavy on that track, but then as it gets later into it, like Phosphorescent Blight, The Fairy Design, I mean, these are fucking killer tracks. The vocals are a little bit more on the edge of bordering hardcore, post-hardcore, but they're not exactly. But they're so cool, man, and just the way the electronics add to this sets them kind of apart. So Moth Gatherer, Esoteric Oppression, and Serge, you said you had this one?
Yeah, I didn't have it physically. Otherwise, I would have included it. But yeah, it's a great album. The Drone Kingdom, man, is such an awesome track.
Ah, so good. And should mention that came out on Agonia, and that was 2019. And they're a Finnish band. They're the only non-American band I have in my top 10. Which tell you something. It's that post-metal kind of was a pretty Western thing. You know what I mean? But yeah. So, okay, where am I at here? So we're back to
Logan.
All right. I definitely have noticed and agree with your earlier statement, Jeff, that post-metal kind of at its core is a couple key bands that we all glom onto.
Right.
And it's what's interesting though about these bands is their discographies are kind of vast and everyone has a different pick from the discography.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah.
A lot of these bands I enjoy following their whole discography too, where other genres I'm more like choosy.
Yeah.
But,
interesting.
For the band that has been talked about a bunch already, The Ocean. But my pull is Precambrian. Like, this was a big one for me early on. Just I stumbled across I believe Stynian was the song, and it's got like these beautiful keyboard elements, and it builds for like 2 minutes before finally coming in to just sonic heaviness. And yeah, it's crazy. What is also cool about this is kind of a double album, but then also not really. It's like a full-length post-metal album and then an EP of just this visceral, like almost Remission Mastodon era sludge. Yeah, it's cool.
Shit.
So I'm kind of like cheating a little bit. I'm sneaking in like some sludge.
Look at you.
He's a smuggler. Get him.
You
smuggling
sneaky
an
bastard,
EP.
you.
I mean, look, it's got one of those CDs, which is the,
the cleared bottom.
the clear, with the, and this is the small little EP.
I
and then
bet
it's
you
the
feel
other one.
I bet you feel pretty special owning that, don't you?
Oh, I feel pretty great right now. I'm not gonna lie. Like smuggling an extra.
Like
EP.
they saved that exact one lonesome copy that's just like that for you, right?
Oh yeah, this is Logan's copy.
Yeah. I totally didn't get that CD with my copy of that.
I bet you didn't.
No,
I
it's
bet any
just
money.
mine.
Yeah, it was just Logan's. Son of a bitch.
Kind of definitely showed how
Suck up, man.
how varied the ocean is as far as songwriters, and I think they've kind of moved past the post metal moniker. Like, in my opinion, they got like that progressive element is just kind of seeped in.
Yeah, they're almost
surely
they're almost more a progressive metal band.
It still has the atmosphere, but I mean, you look at you listen to the songwriting itself, like it's way more lavish in a progressive sense. Like they're including like full orchestras, horn sections. Like that was I got Fluxion first, and then when I heard that, I was like, "Fuck me, is this the same band? This is insane."
They go so many different directions on this, and I mean, this is a long album. This is 80 minutes to 90, but they make it interesting and engaging throughout. So, yeah, definitely bringing this.
Ooh, we're getting an echo. What happened there?
Echo.
Well,
Echo.
Jake went dark again. I'm wondering if it's him.
Echo.
Hello? Yeah, it was.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to unmute him when he comes back. Okay. We are at Where are we?
Nick.
Mr. Nick.
Well, since this one already came up, and I love it a lot too. And yeah, dude, Russian Circles fucking rules. I've been a fan of this band since Enter, their first album. My buddy just played me a couple of tracks. I was like, holy shit, is this Pelican? And I was like, no, this is the other Pelican, Russian Circles.
I honestly, I know you like Pelican a lot. I like Russian Circles quite a bit better. And the only reason I say that is that I really love the way Mike Sullivan, is that his last name?
Is it? I'm trying to think of the members' names.
Mike
Sullivan.
Okay. He what a fucking great guitar player, man. I saw him open for Boris 2008 for the right before Geneva came out, which you're gonna hear Russian Circles again soon. Maybe next. And I was blown away by Serge, you mentioned it too about that special show we saw with all those bands in Philly. Man, they sounded massive. Like Mike used delay and delay pedals, and
I was not expecting how big
used
they were
these
going to
looping
sound.
pedals, and he would build these loops and then play in between. And as a guitar player, I know what he's doing, and I know how difficult that is. And I'm like, wow, fuck. You know?
I initially got into this band when they told me, "It's like, oh yeah, dude, the bassist is from Botch, Brian Cook."
Right.
Like, yeah. I was like, well, fuck, I already love Botch. And then checking this out, I was like, man, this is a lot like that Pelican band I like, except there's a little bit more atmosphere and variance in terms of the albums. Now, I picked this one because honestly, I think this is like their heaviest album. Like there are flat out,
I think you're right.
Metal riffs and death metal songs.
It's riff is all hell,
dude. Conduit and Vlastimil, those two songs are sublimely heavy. But you also get like the cool slow build of the title track. I love that stupid heavy chug at the end. That fun off time kind of like Meshuggah-esque kind of breakdown in there. Like gimme.
And the opener, it just it drops you right into it.
Dude, and like it's very just kind of consistent all the way through. It's like a solid riffy ride, but you still get a lot of that lush atmosphere. And again, Sullivan's looping effects, like how layered this sounds. This sounds like there's 3 guitarists on here, and occasionally like some extra atmospheric stuff. But yeah, if I just want some flat out heaviness and nothing to kind of just and nothing to kind of like distract me as far as like concepts or anything, like this is kind of just like I can put my brain away and just jam, but not like in a stoner kind of sense that I would kind of get from like Pelican. Like this, I'm just gonna head bang a lot or head bop, however you do it. It's fine.
Another thing you like,
I'm not gonna judge like Jeff.
And being instrumental, they don't have to follow the conventional structure. Like a lot of songs,
Yeah.
they have a very interesting way of the way they handle
Every
it.
song in here is kind of different too, but they flow in to one another beautifully. But yeah, my island would not be complete without Russian Circles. I've been a fan. I love every album. So this one was kind of hellish picking because Geneva Station.
First three are really hard to differentiate from. I gotta admit, it's a telling feature that at some point, and I want to say it was 2009, 2010, I just stopped buying post metal. I was like, all right, I got enough of that shit. I don't need any
this
more.
man.
Yeah, I know, isn't that? I mean, that's the thing, though. It's like I said, I stand by that statement that there are a couple of trend-setting, genre-defining bands in this genre, and beyond that, all the rest of them are trying to be those guys or kind of be like those guys in some way, shape, or form. A lot of good bands out there, not to negate any of them, but it's a few OGs and a lot of followers, in my opinion.
Yeah, I have, again, well, there's definitely some very familiar faces coming up on mine, but there's at least two in here that are a little bit deeper, and I don't even know if that many people know about them. I'll be surprised.
That's cool. That'd be interesting. I got it. I only have
By the way,
one.
does anybody know why Russian circles are called Russian circles?
No, why?
Is it a crop circle thing?
No, I'm literally, I have no idea. I'm like, why Russian?
Oh no, but it's a cool fucking name, and I have a shirt from way back. I might even be from that. No, I got that when I saw them open for Boris. I can't remember what Boris. It might have been Akuma no Uta. No, that wasn't it. Pink might have been the Pink album from Boris, and that's the first time I saw Boris, and they fucking baked my head too, man. Fuck, they're so good, man. They're a little different now. They're a 4-piece now. So Atsuo's out front, like a lead singer. Sometimes he gets on the drum kit, but yeah, that Russian Circles, fuck, they blew my mind in that first. And then I talked to him afterwards, and I'm like, they told me that the prior 3 dates they had to cancel because they got all their shit stolen 4 dates before. And they had,
No, sorry. I just saw the comment from Scott Nick. Yes, Russian circles is a hockey drill. I just remembered that.
Oh,
that's
okay.
right.
Well,
Oh,
there you go. Jeff, you said you were going down the ocean. They're German. Yeah, I know. What did I say? I thought the main dude he's German? I thought he was.
No, the main dude is German. I mean, they obviously have like 1 billion people participating. So
yeah.
I think the frontman's Swiss.
So Robin, what's his last name?
Robin Staps.
He's German?
Yep.
Okay, I didn't realize that. I thought he was Netherlands, but I don't know. I don't know what you were saying there, Scott. Are you accusing me of not knowing they were German?
no, you said all your other bands were American. So
Oh, he's right. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. Okay, I do have a little bit of buzz. But you know what I haven't done yet? Haven't forgot what I was about to say yet, Nick. That's coming.
Sweet. I look forward to reminding you of something you didn't say, so you continue on a different tangent.
Thank you. I appreciate
I bet
it.
I can do it.
I bet you can too. All right, where was I at though? I did Rick, I think, is up next, right? Yeah. All right, Rick.
All right. I think this is one. Some people here may not be surprised that I'm actually pulling this one, and this is a pioneering dude involved in this project, known as something called Drone. I talked about Drone earlier.
Oh boy.
And so yeah, I didn't feel right tonight without mentioning Earth. This is their 2014. Was mainly Dylan Carlson. He's pretty much the guy.
Yeah.
Primitive and Deadly. And this I feel like Earth are been around since 89, 93, dropped Earth 2.
They're really more post rock anymore. They don't really have much metal element to them.
Hence why I pointed out this particular album. This is coming after this album that you can notice the transition. But in the mid 2000s, because he took that long hiatus, and, came back and
he's a heroin addict.
Well, I was gonna say. So what I'm leading to is
no, I'm laughing at that.
he was, I'm listening to this, right? And it's got a bit of that country twang to it. Right?
Yeah.
It's got a lot of that stuff going on. It's with a psychedelic layer added on top of it. The way this moves to post, it's very interesting. And the way he shows that approach at the same time, instead of just being just a drone guy, he's developed. This is a guy who has that country twang and stuff like that. His life is the story of a country song. It's just he's been through some shit. And another dude involved on this album, Mark Lanigan,
right.
Screaming Trees, right?
Yeah.
Who's also passed away.
Queens.
And and he was actually going to produce a solo album, Dylan's first solo album, but his wife or girlfriend at the time convinced him to add vocals to this because not known for really having much for vocals on his releases. That's why you got Mark Lanigan on this, but there's also female vocals on this, kind of like just a small part. He wanted Chelsea Wolfe at the time,
wow,
to be involved. Yeah, but she couldn't, for whatever scheduling or whatever, couldn't do it. So they got somebody else who's, it's great. It's interesting listen. It's not something that you would we're coming from Russian circles, like, what I mean, like this is far removed from something, like that. If you consider yourself a metal listener, this still has a lot of the drone. If you know Earth, the way he kind of just carries that sound, just more elevated with other things. And I love that that country feel. It's not country, but it has a bit of that flavor to it. I guess you could say
post country
or post country. Thank you. Really, really cool release. I think that if I'm gonna put on an Earth album, this is the one I'm gonna choose. I feel like as he progressed, the stuff sounded like movie soundtracks. It's a little bit of took the Trent Reznor route. Right? Not exactly, but but that shows you the kind of guy he is. He's always trying to improve and do something with what he does. He's really good with ambience, and the way he handles atmosphere.
I don't think I bought anything since when the bees and the honey, whatever that was called.
When bees made honey, the lions told.
Yeah, that's the last time I've dug, and I got in on him pretty early on, like probably after 2 or 3 albums.
I wonder how much.
And remember, we saw him, Jeff, right, at the Days of
Darkness. We saw him at Day of Darkness in 2018. But the weird, the trajectory of Earth is very odd. Yeah, it's very unlike most bands, although you're right, it is kind of just him. Can't say that I've been like, oh man, what are... Like, uh-oh. You froze up, Rick. Do that again.
How about now?
Yeah, you're good. So what'd you say? What was that last?
Nah, I'm saying it's just this to produce something like this. It just got to be a country song element of your life, including Mark. These guys lost their best friends, Cobain, Lane Staley. It's just like everybody who was involved in that crew and Washington at the time. So still here putting out material. It's just great. That was it.
Cool. I gotta check. I gotta kind of dig back into.
You'll like this
because it's been a while. Yeah, I'm sure I would do. I always kind of dug him, and yeah, they were kind of odd though, right, Serge? Compared to some of the other stuff, because
it was funny because all the other bands in the lineup were pretty energetic, and then Earth was like kind of drone hippie thing going on.
Was that the same day as FLA and?
Yeah. It was right. I think they were like right before like Deform. Not Deform, Decrupts.
Decrupts, yeah.
It helps to be on something. You got to be taking something. That helps a lot too.
Yeah. It was a nice, chill, relaxing sort.
It was a nice little break for people to just chill.
All right. Johnny.
Right. I'm going to do another post-black metal band. Probably the only one that come from the Ukraine as far as I'm aware. And I figure we might as well bring some saxophone to the island. So I'm going with False Light by White Ward.
Well, somebody beat me to it.
Sorry. I just love this album. It's just, there's something about it. As I said, the way they seem to swap some of the guitar solos for like sax, and it just fits really well. And I love this little booklet in here. It's just awesome. That's just because it's just obviously that look at that for the picture. It's a fledge covered in blood, which I think is lovely. But yeah, now this is when we talk atmosphere, this just is absolutely slathered in it. And as I said, the sax isn't sort of shoehorned in; it just seems to work well. Just a lovely album. I really like
That band's amazing.
Yeah,
It's so fucking good. So good.
So yeah, as I said, it's one of them bands. I probably could have pulled any of them, but this is probably the most well known.
That I only own the other one, the one before it, which was awesome too. But that one, dude, beyond ambitious. Like, God, man, like some of the trends. It's almost kind of like BT Bamish in terms of like all the genre mashing they do in there, but fuck, it works well.
It's really indescribable to some extent.
Yeah, so I couldn't not put it in. I know, as I say, they are black metal, but it's this.
This definitely fits in my opinion.
They're kind of everything
in it that just it's just.
By the way, the sax player is currently in the military fighting Russia. So
wow,
right. Well, this came with it, which I thought was quite cool. Which I thought was quite
nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I've listened to that band and I've been like, okay, there's something cool here, but I haven't made the jump to buy the stuff yet. And that one, what's the one before it? The green one with
Love Exchange Failure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That one's awesome.
But this is their best one in my opinion.
I think so. Yeah, for me, as I said, this was I must admit, this is the first one I heard and then went back. So was this 21, 22, something like that, I think. But yeah,
it was a year under for me, high marks.
Yeah, just such a wonderful album. And it's one of the ones. It's quite hard to get hold of. It keeps going out of print, and it's quite expensive as well. Sorry, Jeff, but they're one of them bands. They're not cheap. The albums aren't cheap, but I think it's a double album.
All right. Okay.
I remember when we reviewed that because Noonan was groaning like, I don't know, I don't want to do black metal, and then he fell in love with it immediately. I was like, see, shut up.
It is not typical black metal for sure.
No, it isn't. Not at all. No. Very ambitious, trying to meld
lots of piano and double bass and all that sort of stuff in it. It's really
good pick.
The noirish stuff in there is beautiful.
Okay. Where am I at here? I am at Jake. No, Serge,
I think.
Yep.
I mean, I'm just gonna double tap, you know.
There you go.
Since I already had it in my list anyway, but yeah, it's one of my favorite albums of all time. Honestly, it's just so good. Like the heaviness and the atmosphere, like the atmospheric portions, and like the fucking sax, like it's unbelievable. You wouldn't think that shit would work together, but they make it work. I really, really, really hope they one day can tour in the U.S. They've had trouble even getting out of Ukraine because of the war. So, God only knows. I think they were supposed to play some European dates this year. We'll see. But I'd love to see them live.
Yeah, same, definitely.
Yeah, that would be a good one. Those are ones that I just haven't focused on because I know I need to really be in the right headspace and clear-minded to kind of take it all in. And but what's the one before the green colored one?
Love Exchange Failure.
With the skeletal.
It's an orange one.
Okay, all right. Yeah,
That one's like a building, like it's a blue green kind of.
Yeah, that's the other one that I have. I only have the two most recent.
Yeah, fucking.
But this is like, if you want to check them out, this is the album to check
Yeah,
out.
that's the one. Like you're a prog nerd, Jeff. You're gonna love that aspect of that band.
I'm a prog nerd. You're a prog nerd.
You are.
You're
Get in your locker and give me your lunch money.
You're such a goober, Jeff. You probably never even got laid. I hear you, motherfucker. You think I'm not
He's getting surly with all the drinks.
all right. Now we are at Jake. Right? Correct? Am I right?
Yep.
What you got, Jake? Uh-oh. Muted. Wait, did I mute you?
You muted him because he
I
was
muted
off.
you. My bad. Sorry.
You son of a bitch.
No, there was. Hey, listen here, you fucking Eagles motherfucker. Go ahead and just
goddamn guitar
your load.
down and pay attention to the stream. We got work to do here. So went super dark on my last pick with that Altar of Plagues. Gonna go in the opposite direction this time with Astronoid. Air.
I saw the open for BT Bam.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I saw that same show. I think that was a show that I
What
ended
happened
up
to
getting them
that
all to
band?
sign this. Dude, I was wondering the same thing, so I went to their Instagram. They're touring with fucking Blink 182
Oh
and Pierce the Veil.
no,
Wow.
Wait, who is this?
that's a bummer.
Who is it?
Astronoid.
Wow.
That one that I sent you.
Their wallet's
it's
probably
cool.
happier.
It's cool for them to go out and get exposed to, like, they're playing stadiums. I'm like, that's pretty cool, because they posted some sound clips and they're still playing their shit. They didn't like. write
Yeah,
new
but
shit
dude,
in.
like it's cool as fuck to go out and play stadiums, but with Blink 182, I mean, come on, man. Like, fuck. Like, oh,
I mean, if people are buying your albums after the show.
yeah. Well,
They just want to see Travis Barker's tattoos. We know this.
But seriously,
These are
hang on.
probably kids. These are probably kids that grew up listening to Blink.
That you're probably right about that. Yeah, you're probably right about
like, it's like a band, going out and touring with Metallica. They're touring with their icons, guys they grew up idolizing.
Point, What was the big Blink 182 song?
Which one? Do they have a
What's
ton
your
of
age
hits?
What was
again?
their biggest
Adam's
hit?
song.
They had
What was their biggest hit?
All the small
Rock band.
things.
Oh,
What's
yeah.
my age again?
Wait, we don't need to talk about Blink.
Oh, what's my age again? Is that the thing? Yeah. Okay, that's the band that did that song.
Logan's
What's
right.
my age again? Hold on. I'm
We're
asking.
getting off the rails here.
Hang on, I'm asking.
Is there a post metal band called
Shut the
Tangent?
fuck up! I'm asking a serious question. God damn it! What did they do the song? What's my age? What's my age again? That one?
Yes.
Okay. That name and that band shall never be spoken again on this stream. All right. That's the end. Never again, motherfuckers. That's
What
it.
band?
That band that shall not be.
The one that has a hot nurse in the cover.
Yeah, that's Janine.
Yeah.
That, by the way, just to show you, I've never watched porn in my life. That's Janine Lindemille.
Yeah. Okay.
You know a porn star's name. That's good.
I don't know any porn star. What are you talking about, man? She was a real legit actress, bro. All right, go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, so I pulled Astronoid Air. Super light, airy, as it says in the title. Very post-rock, and it's like tonality and everything, but it's played at like a metal intensity. Like, it's super fast. Like, they call themselves, like, I think on this album they called it dream thrash.
Yes.
Which sounds ridiculous, but like nothing fits better than calling it dream thrash. And just the atmosphere they create on this, there's nothing like it. Vocally, the dude is amazing. Yeah, like I was saying on that, I think it was the BT BAM tour. I just went for these guys. I ended up talking with the band for a little bit after got the CD signed. But I was talking to the singer about like just metal and stuff. He's a big fan of Panopticon. We talked about it for a while, but vocally, he's super inspired by an artist called Mew. Is anybody familiar with Mew?
Heard the name.
I wasn't.
Wait, MEW? MEW?
Yeah, MEW.
Like
Yeah, I
the
know
British
that.
band?
Probably. Like, I want to say it's like a higher register vocal.
Yeah. Because no, I have a Mew album like the British band, but I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Yeah.
It probably is. I don't remember looking. I didn't look into the band. I listened to them quite a bit, and I could hear it right away that was the. Like he's 100% pulling that sound. Can you guys still hear me? I'm froze up on my end.
You're froze.
We can hear you. We just can't see the
I gotta say, man, you look about as happy as I've ever seen you look right now.
Jake's frozen in time.
It's not a bad shot to be frozen on.
Listen, if that's your eulogy shot, man, it's a money shot right there. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, so Astronoid Air.
What I would do is bounce out and come back in then.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like you're unlocking.
Post rock played with the intensity of metal.
I think
how I would describe
it.
it.
Porn talk, that's technical.
Dream thrash.
Yeah, I have that one and the self-titled one. I bought them at the show, and yeah, they were good. It really kind of their own thing. Like I can't think of another band that sounds like them.
People were writing about them like this was going to be like the next big sound of metal. Like they were going to spin off and there was going to be all sorts of copycats and nobody's done it.
Yeah. I mean, we weren't ready for it. Maybe they're ahead of their time.
Do you think they didn't follow up that well? I remember when their self-titled one came out. That
I don't think
it was underwhelming.
Their last two albums have been on par with Air, but they've been good.
I didn't even know they had a third one. I
just have the first two,
self-titled.
Radiant Bloom is the newest one.
All right.
It got a little bit better reviews than the self-titled, so I kind of think of them kind of equally. But
all right, Jake, get the fuck out of here, man. I'm sick of looking at you staring at me like that, motherfucker. I know you're staring at me.
I gotta see what you guys are seeing.
All right, did I miss Johnny, by the way?
No, I showed the whiteboard.
Oh, that's right. Okay. All right. Fuck. We gotta get moving. We're gonna be here for 12 hours. Okay. What number are we on? We're on number 6, right? Okay. So number 6 we've already talked about, so I don't need to say much about it. This in here, Roger. Oh, Roger. Out there's the Ocean Collective, the Ocean. And the period is called the
Phanerozoic
I period. There was a Phanerozoic II, right?
Yep. Jurassic. This was Paleozoic.
Right.
Or no, Mesozoic.
Now, you mentioned the fact that
nerds.
there's sort of a narrative, nerdy sort of vibe with these guys. And fuck, man, Jake, go the fuck away.
Keep eyeballing me.
No, he's freaking me the fuck out, dude. I'm bouncing you, so come back in.
That's our in remembrance.
Remember Jake? Oh, his haunting, piercing eyes. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, man, this just crushing fucking riffs, glacial fucking interludes and lead ups and crescendos and build moments. Just we always talk about that word, that atmosphere thing. And when you really think about it, it's like, well, what the, it can mean something completely different to every single person entirely. But what draws us to these albums is that those things that otherness that you can't explain, that you get from hearing the music and often the what your mind is doing when it's sort of computing the digital information of noise, like of sound, into your brain and comporting it into your brain, you see and we all see and hear different things, I would gather. But we also all tend to be able to go, man, dude, it's just got this fucking otherness, this thing. And that's what kind of binds us to these kind of albums and these bands. And this is one of them. This is another band I think has a very signature sound like Ulcerate. They just don't really sound like anybody else. And I think that's predominantly because one guy is kind of guiding the direction of everything. He's a very singular artist in that respect. But he's willing to bring a lot of great people in to effectuate the whole, to come up with something that's really cool.
Before you tune out, Jeff, I got a show and tell to do.
What is it, man?
There's a particular guy I think that would enjoy this who likes CDs, but this is why you buy vinyl. Not it.
This fucking flex. I knew it was coming.
Wait, what am I missing here? I'm not that fucked up. What did I miss?
He's gonna like upstage both.
He's gonna flex
showing off
on his ocean love.
He's gonna flex on it. I see what he's doing. Okay.
Yeah. It's actually not one of my pulls, so I was going to show it with your demonstration.
Yeah, this guy's
shame you for not pulling that one because it's a beautiful album.
Fucking demure, isn't he? He's so fucking demure. God, look at him. What a pasty little bitch he is.
I mean, it is die cut. That's pretty fucking cool.
It is die cut. I gotta give you that because I thought I would have swore the CD case was, but you're right, it's embossed. So, all right, we are going.
Wait! I got to do the demonstration.
Yeah. Let him have his moment.
Listen,
we have time.
Look how many layers of it's not just a die.
Son of a bitch.
This is like this is just metallic, kind of deep. You know, like
that's. I'm sorry, Johnny. I was rooting for your Converge album, but this might put it to shame.
Yeah.
They got the primordial soup here. Like this is how nerdy they got.
That's fucking sweet.
And they didn't just color it. They gave you all this with the colored inserts. So that
Who's that?
That is pretty sweet.
Who'd that come out on, Rick? Vinyl.
Oh.
See that?
I like
Metal Blade.
the vinyl release may be different distributor. Not sure.
Are they all on Metal Blade? My old
Really
Precambrian
nice
is
bottle.
Metal Blade.
They might be. You might be right. Yeah, but that's pretty special because that's not a cheap process to do.
You hear that? It's not. This isn't even like cardboard. You know, they use some good shit.
Wow.
And then you're not gonna get ringwear with this. You're gonna be good. Yeah, all the colored inserts, like all that. You could just nerd out like on all this.
I mean, they're a hell of a nerdy band. I appreciate them for it.
So if we're gonna mention it, might as well show the complete package. Just thought I'd say that.
Well, don't you feel pretty fucking cool, bud?
I mean, he probably does right now.
This was actually a gift, believe it or not.
You should hang out with Spicoli and go surfing in Maui, dude. You know
Mr.
what I'm
Ham will
saying?
find me, and that's not gonna be good.
Mr. Hand. Anyways, very nice, Rick. That was very special. I'm glad you feel.
It was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool. Yeah. I don't even know. Jam and John's not even here, and I'm pretty sure he got a Woody hearing about that. So.
he loves that
I'm
album.
sure.
That's probably his favorite Ocean album too.
I told you got a Woody. I know the guy. Come on, man. Like, forget Pornhub. Just come on Post Metal Island.
There's gonna be some wood for sure.
Posted ropes.
Posted ropes.
Wait a minute, Logan. Did I hear you just say you're bringing the wood? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Someone's got to. We got to start fires and stuff.
Did you let your wife know this?
Build lodgings. I'll tell her. I'll tell her gently later.
We gotta build a motherfucking sound system, bro. We gotta build like the epic sound system of the island. We gotta build a gazebo that we can all hang out in. Maybe a jacuzzi. Although that might get a little bit. That might get a little bit homoerotic. So maybe we would.
We're gonna get the electricity.
Hey, listen, man. That's a minor quibble here. We'll figure it out.
Really? Okay.
Batteries.
We're the smartest minds.
Someone's bringing a lot of lithium batteries. That's all I got to say.
Everything's battery powered. All right. Pick number 6. I'm surprised I beat a certain native Ohioan. Is that what we say? Oh,
Ooh,
yeah.
I
You're
think we're
an
Ohioans.
Ohioan. You're
He's
I
Ohioan.
don't-
from a
most
fucking
people
meth
just call us
city.
dicks.
Come on, man. He lives in a
Well,
meth capital USA.
Is
Just
that what
get
he
on.
prefers to be called? Like a
I don't
meth
know.
city person? Okay.
People
Well, I'm
People call
surprised
me
to beat,
Nick.
I'm surprised to beat Nick to this album and this band from Ohio, Mouth of the Architect. With
Oh,
this is their last album, Dawning. And this I actually just recently picked this up and kind of recently gotten into this band. I was always aware of them, like, back first getting into post metal, but just never ran across any of their albums and stuff. Maybe it's because it was on Translation Lost. Didn't realize that until picking this up. But this is really fucking good. This is just, you can tell from that heyday of, post metal originally. But on this album especially, there's a lot more melody and just like beautiful dynamics on here. It feels like some Baroness sound is kind of seeping in, like the Blue album or Yellow and Green, and there's a lot of contrasting between like the gruff vocals and these beautifully clean sung vocals, and on songs like Patterns and Sharpen Your Axes, it's perfect. It's fun. So this is, as I said, a new band, a new kind of album for me, but it is immediately clicked in one that I want to continue to explore, on the this deserted island that I'll spend the rest of my life on, I guess. So
with a bunch of motherfucking
With
dudes.
No jacuzzi.
Oh, horrible is that?
definitely no jacuzzi.
I can tell you right now, propose with the actual real life scenario of Post Metal Island where it's all of us. I'm killing myself before we get
Let's think about we eat Jeff first in case of like emergency food ration.
You eat me, bro. And
Yep, see, Jake's on board.
I got the liver. All right.
Oh shit, you're the most nutrient part. Fuck.
He called the liver.
I'm not gonna ask who's got the penis. I don't want to know because, man, you're talking about
I don't
like
know you well enough.
you're talking about weeks. You're talking about eating for weeks on that whole.
But yeah, Mouth of the
Is
Architect
it an
was,
aphrodisiac?
it almost made my list, but it wouldn't have been that album. It would have been The Ties That Bind, their debut.
I have not heard that one.
That's their
As I
heaviest.
said, it's relatively new. I've heard the EP in this one and Quietly briefly.
Quietly's pretty good. Like after that was the second album, they really started to shift on that one. The first one, a lot heavier, dronier riffs, like the opening track on the first one, Baobab. Dude, vicious, dark, like a lot more Neurosis worship. But yeah, they kind of changed around their sound. I don't even think they're around anymore. I'm not entirely sure.
This was their last album in 2013. So I
guess I have them all.
don't know why they broke up, but yeah. Hey, congrats.
Well, Johnny just went through a lot of renovations, so we'll let him build all the 7 gazebos. I agree. I'm all about it right there. And by the way, not only build them but pay for them too. So, just
I like how he's just delegating bullshit right now.
hey man, it's my motherfucking house.
You know what?
He's
Can I
he's
get a cut of that
politician.
liver, Rick, when we get to him?
Why you don't want to like burn my heart and like completely crisp it?
That's a lot of tough meat.
You can have an end piece.
Oh, don't
See, we
start.
already gotta cook
grindcore.
Don't
Island.
start, Logan. Don't start. I'll kick you the fuck out of here, man. I'm telling you right now. All right, we are
Once we're on the actual island with our 7 gazebos, you're going to be the one getting kicked off for Grindcore Island.
Oh,
yeah,
it's
You
gonna
didn't
be
ship
like
that
a
on the
mag.
raft.
It's gonna be
You're
like
gonna
a
get
mega
body slammed
takeover.
into a gazebo while we're listening to like Napalm Death and Terrorizer.
It's gonna be like a
Amazing.
mega takeover, is what it is, isn't it? Yeah.
All right. So again, the big thing in terms of me thinking about desert island, like occupying different territories, and one I thought was like, man, I want extra music, and you know what? I'm gonna kind of one up Logan here. He already brought up this band, but he also brought up a band that had a sneaky double disc. But I went with one that has 2 full discs. Cult of Luna, A Dawn to Fear. This was another one that's just hellish to pick from this discography because I could have picked any fucking album. This is probably one of the most consistent post-metal bands out there. But this one just hits home with everything. gray, drab atmosphere, lots of just harrowing vocals, but God, unbelievably catchy songs for as long and as drawn out there are. And there's like 15-minute tracks in here, 12-minute tracks, but the title track and Nightwalkers, just these lumbering, lurching, just kind of bleak songs that kind of open up to beautiful sections. Like there's this nice little kind of up-tempo boogie on Nightwalkers that is absolutely infectious. But this also delivers some solid riffs too. My favorite 1-2 punch on disc B, Inland Rain in the Fall, both those songs, absolutely gorgeous, huge riffs, big sonic builds, lots of great percussion, very raw, like just desperate, anguished vocals. Yeah, this just pretty much captures everything I love about Cult of Luna on a 2-disc album. I could have gone with The Long Road North. I could have gone with, God, I love their second album a lot too. Got Somewhere Along the Highway, killer album too. But yeah, this one, because it's a double discer and it's amazing. So yeah, I snuck in a bonus disc.
Solid.
You sneaky bastard, you.
That's a
You
phenomenal.
didn't say no double albums.
That's true. I didn't. You're right.
That's
All
my
right,
number one album of 2019.
Ricardo, what you got?
All right.
Yeah, I gotta say something. I just did something that was kind of racist. Did you see that? I went Ricardo, what you got? Like he's a Mexican guy or something. I apologize for that, Rick. But I will tell you.
Again, I would love to be Mexican, but
Here's the thing: I've been around Rick a bunch over the last couple of years. He's like more white than I am, which is really funny. That's not even possible to be more white than I am.
So he's fluorescent.
Well, he's kind of opaque. You know what I mean? He's got that opaqueness to him.
albino.
No, Sorry, Rick. I just...
Oh, it's my turn. Yeah, of course. So we're gonna do a double hitter.
Oh, you bastard!
Oh,
I love that album.
Their entire discography is great. You know, what I mean, like, not to take away the fact that we pulled the same one. This is a band I've ignored for a long time. You know what I mean? And jumping back in, this is the first one that I really, really, really liked. But I also want to throw in something that Nick didn't say, but I wonder if you agree with this. Out of a lot of these albums that we listen to, maybe through Silver and Blood might give me this effect, but there's a sense of, and knowing that I'm a Doom guy, I like how Doom introduces a sense of dread. But for something in this genre, there's something about this album, you know, that puts it on you. A lot of other albums just want to fucking clobber you, right, with all the heaviness. But this gives a bit of this existential fear just through the sound. Like Nightwalkers, for example.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Which is that melody, right? But this is a band, as long as you know they've been around, it's are still putting out stuff like this. It's just top notch. You know, I love the beginnings. I love the barky hardcore like vocals. You know, it all works. So yeah, I'm with Nick on this one.
Yeah, I knew I was going to pick a Cult of Luna album, but it's tough. It was tough, but it was like, you know what, I'm going to go with the double album. Plus, I know I love every track on there.
Yeah.
All right. So we are at Shorty.
It's about 4:05 here, so I think I'm going to rush through mine and then nick off to bed, if that's all right with you guys.
All right, yeah, sure, man. That's cool.
Yeah. This is the last of my vinyl anyway. This is the UK band I was on about. This is Bosk. And any band that are named after the Star Wars character, you can't go wrong with.
That's amazing. I love that.
Audio Noir, newish band. I think it's 2016 maybe this came out. But it's UK post-metal. There's nothing else to explain. But it's got... I was listening to it again this week, start of the week, to sort out what I was going to go for, because I nearly went for this one of the later ones. It's actually up here. Migration. I was going to go with this. But there's something about this actual album, Audio Noir, it sounds very British. I don't know if you there's something. It's almost post-punky. It's got that almost a gothic post-punk sound to it with the cleans, and it's got that guitar tone, which is very, as I said, it's almost like, you know, it's a Cure or a Bauhausy or something like that in the guitar sound, the clean guitar sound, and then it's also got the fuzzy sound as well. So you've still got your Neurosis fuzzy, sludgy sound, but then it seems to, when you get your cleaner passages with the clean singing on it, you've got that, as I said, it's almost like a post-punk sound to it. And there's nothing that sounds like this band. They're just, you know, I'm surprised. I said I don't know if they translate it over to you guys in the States.
No. Jeff, remember our conversation earlier? That was the band that I told you that I listened to earlier, and I was like, "Holy shit, this band's amazing!"
Pink vinyl,
yeah.
Wow.
Pink vinyl, yeah.
What year did that come out?
2016, I think. Yeah, like pink vinyl.
And give me the name of the band again.
Bosk.
Bosk. BOSSK. It's a Star Wars character.
Okay.
The Transdoshan Bonnie Hunter from Empire.
Yeah, that's it. That's the hype sticker. The pink vinyl one. So yeah, Bosk. Audio Noir. Wonderful album. Yeah, it's post-punk. It's post-metal, but it's got a very British sound to it as well as the sludgy stuff and that. So I thought I'd got to go for that. I'll show you some CDs while I'm at it. You got to have some ISIS. I've got some of the classics. I just didn't want to show until the end. I know Jeff said he doesn't include them, but I'm going to go Agalock with is it the Marrow one?
The Mantle?
No, Marrow of the Spirit.
Oh, Marrow of the Spirit.
I haven't seen that press.
I've never seen that version.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's
case?
Limited 2,000 copies.
Wow, look at that! You
that is
stretched the
cool
dog.
as hell.
Oh,
Does it have-
There's your normal cover, but that's a limited edition one. So it's cool. But I just like the box. Well, obviously like this, but it's just a plain.
Yeah, I've never seen that. I wonder.
Yeah,
I'll have to show that to home.
This is the most post to me out of all of them. To be honest, I could have picked, but I've got others hanging about here. I could have shown.
Well, just to be clear, what I don't think John.
Yeah,
I don't think Halm classifies himself as a post metal. He's like, well, we are always cited as one of the beginning. John got a lot of his ideas from Talk Talk, a lot of his inspiration from Talk Talk and 80s music. Hardly anything that is relative to, you know, like first wave black metal and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I did. Avigor, there was some black metal bands he was definitely into, but yeah, I don't think he has an issue. I just think he prefers not to see his name mentioned, you know. So
we need to show this. Obviously, I quite like this. This is like a little digipacky thing, but it looks quite cool.
Oh.
It's got the CDs inside there.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Sort of pops out, which I thought was quite. And then you've got your little booklet and that. So that's for me, the ones that I've got, I don't own a full discography, but this is for me the most post one that I own. This is still my favourite, but that's not really post metal to me. It's more.
No, it's.
I think we had to mention it because a lot of people would have been upset if we didn't bring up that era.
Yeah, got it. And this is the one with the second disc with it, with all the live stuff, which is all the
Chain of Mind.
Yeah.
I still have the Bud Dwyer version.
You really?
Oh yeah, dude. Mine's the Bud Dwyer ventilating a skull version.
I like this as well. Not many people talk about it, but I enjoy it. So that's that. My number one post album and the band that got me into post metal, it's got to be Cult of Luna, and it's this.
Ooh.
First thing I ever heard when it first came out, Eternal Kingdom. This is the one with the DVD with it, double disc with DVD, live DVD. Fucking wonderful stuff. It's just nasty and horrible, and it's oppressive, and it's Oh, there's a brooding atmosphere to it. But yeah, it's too shiny. That's probably a bit better. But yeah, this is my favourite post-metal album, and it always has been since, when it came out, 2006, 2007, whatever. So yeah, as you say, I've gone back and forward and own all Cult Luna stuff, but this is just my favourite because it's the first one I heard, and as I said, for me, it's the first post-metal album I heard, so it always going to be number one. So there you go, that'll do you. It's been emotional.
All right, man.
Catch up and watch everybody else's when I've had some sleep.
All right, brother. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers, Johnny.
Thank you.
Cheers,
man.
All right, thanks for hanging, man.
Okay. Let's see what I got.
I forget he's how many hours ahead.
Yeah, he's 5. Yeah. So I thought he was sleeping earlier, and then he hit me up. I don't know, sometime that was like very late for him. I'm like, I thought you were gonna sleep till like 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and then jump on and stay awake. So I guess he decided to stay up as long as he could and go the other direction there. So
I'll say, we only have 4 left. We can do double dip in this last 2.
You want to do that?
Yeah,
Guys, it's up to you.
Are we going to do like a post stream hangout?
We can. Anybody? Yeah, we'll figure something out there. But I mean, it's up to you guys. Do you want to do 2 at a time, or do you want to still go singular?
No, we can go 2.
Sure.
We can do
Rick?
either way.
All right, we'll double up. I mean, we'll still end up talking about each of these albums quite a bit. So
Yeah,
I don't know that we gain anything a lot, but we'll give it a shot. Okay, where was I at though? Who was
I think it's Surge.
Surge.
So go ahead and do 2.
Alrighty. We'll
Hold on.
do
You want to
Alcest.
do 2 or 1? Since we're finishing
we're
this
gonna do-
round.
So this is number 6. So you want me to
Yeah, that's
do
fine.
1 or 2?
The next round, well, I guess we do 2 then. Or
Oh,
if we
next
choose
round.
to.
Okay, so finish up with this, and I'll
Yeah.
finish up. Then we'll start with 2.
Yeah.
All right. So just 1.
All right. Anyway, so I had to pull Alcest. I was gonna do Kodama, but I couldn't find my copy, so I don't know where the fuck it is. I think I pulled it when we did the deep dive, so you can probably look up my comments there. But I don't know. Have to include Alcest because I love how it combines the pretty with, it's the only band that I managed to hear where it does like the black metal vocals and the black metal like section, but it feels uplifting. It's very, very odd that way.
Man, I struggle with these guys being post metal, and the only reason why, is that they don't have the crushing heaviness. They
don't, but to me, it's like, well, okay, it's either like heavy guitar or heavy, again, this is more like post black metal. So it still has those heavy moments.
Yeah, I think it's because they're the ones credited with creating Black Gaze. So I immediately gotta go to black. Go ahead.
I mean, I have a hard time like really understanding where those lines lay. So
I agree. Just a question, just threw it out there.
But I think the structure of the songs fits the post rock, post metal kind of approach. So to me, it still kind of fits, even if you don't have the riff part of post metal.
Anybody else got any thoughts on that?
I'm still not an Alcest fan, so.
Oh,
Wait,
you bitch!
I saw them live,
kidding?
and they were terrible. I'm sorry.
Man.
Yeah, did they sound like they were singing exclusively through their noses? It bored the shit out of me, and then luckily Enslaved came on and completely whooped ass, and I forgot about Alcest.
All right, guys.
This is the hottest take I've heard.
Hang on.
Oh, he's gonna fucking boot me now.
By a show of hands, how many say we get the fuck rid of Nick?
No, we're gonna eat you. Remember?
No, forget eating shit.
No, stop delegating orders. Right?
Hang
Joey,
on,
you
hang
figure
on.
out the hot
All right,
tub thing.
Steve,
And you
I'm
can
gonna
do
try
We
it.
should do it after Grand Core Island, and then we'll.
Listen, it's
I will
my
run
stream,
Ryan
and I'll
Nichols.
cry if I want to. Jesus Christ, Nick, shut the fuck up, or I'm gonna mute you. I say, by a series raise of hands, who says kick Nick the fuck out?
Well, I like his Grandcore Island campaign, so I want him to stay on that.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I disagree heavily with the Alcest take, but I want
So
the Grindcore Island to have.
All right.
So.
Here, a better way to put it.
since metal archives are obviously the official statement on everything, right?
That's a good point.
So, according to them, Alcest is post black metal and shoegaze. So
right.
again, it depends. Are you going to include post black metal?
I
guess
chose Holy Fawn. That's pretty close.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, if you're going to include Holly Fawn, I think you can include Alcest.
All right.
I sent you that Astronoid track and you included it, and it doesn't have the crushing heaviness of your typical post.
That's a
metal.
good point. All right. Alcest is in. Shit, I didn't, weirdly, I just didn't think of them as, I don't know. I didn't think of them as a post-metal band, but you're right. They are. And,
I mean, I'm with
pick anyone,
Jeff. But
what's that?
I think under our broader.
Wait, one at a time. Logan?
I'm with you on the argument that I think Alcest is that black gaze, which is a separate thing.
Well, yeah, it's almost their own category.
Yeah.
But I get it.
It
It's
feels
cool.
different, but I think maybe it's just post metal in like as
a black metal
from because the post metal
dress
scene has changed significantly. Like it's
all I hear is
non-existent.
gatekeeping.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
That's right.
It's
right.
post-metal.
Overlap.
Listen, it's post-metal and drag. Black metal drag is what it is, right? Yeah. So there you go.
I think under our wider net of the stream, it counts.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
All right, we'll let you
strictly confining it to pure post metal.
All right, Jake. Then it's your turn.
All right, we
do not pull out a fucking. Hang on, before you show this, do not pull a copy of Alice in Chains' greatest hits. I'm just saying.
Oh, he's going back to the CD shelf. He's doing it.
It's right there.
Don't
Look,
tell
he has
you
it
have it on
handy. Look at that.
Okay.
All right, what do we got there?
We talked about this earlier. Solstafir.
I knew somebody was going to do it.
Oda. I don't know how to say it.
It's a band I got to get more into. I just haven't done it.
But this is another one that I don't know that they quite have that, Neurosis, ISIS heaviness, but what other subgenre of metal are you going to classify Solstafir as? Like, I think it's post metal.
Again, if we're gonna go by metal archives, it's fucking post metal.
Yeah, everybody calls these guys post metal, but they're bringing in like the folk stuff.
There's a lot of psychedelia and sort of hippie.
Especially the past 2-3 releases, it's where you really started to feel that they developed.
And their newest one was almost my pick, but I went with this one instead because I've got a little more time with it, bigger connection to this one. This was my entry point on Solstafir. I fucking fell in love with this album. It's so just has this mood about it. It's depressive, but it's not quite like you're you want to kill yourself depressive. Like it's gloomy, it's sad, but it's I don't know how to say it. It's great.
There's something about Icelandic bands that have that feel that's different.
That weird thing. It's different. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Isolated has an isolation feel.
Yeah. Like if you think about like the landscapes of Iceland, right? Like that's
a lot of their music has this windswept feel to it.
Yeah, it's like you're out in the woods by yourself around the fire, and this is the soundtrack to your isolation.
Yeah.
Music.
I'm gonna get that one, man, because I saw them live and they were fucking awesome live, but I just didn't. It was one of those bands I didn't follow up on. You know what I mean?
And even though you can't understand what he's saying, since it's all in Icelandic, his vocals are so good.
They make no apologies over that. You rest of the world learn Icelandic. That's the solution.
Yeah, right. Well, Well, I mean, wasn't I mean they have a pretty good mentor in Yonsei from oh God. Oh my God, it's Sigur Rós. Sigur Rós was like the first huge Icelandic mega band that broke out, particularly in the rock, post rock. Well, yeah, Bjork. Wait, yeah, you're right. Yeah, but she was pop, synth pop.
She was whatever.
Yeah, very weird. That's a good point. She was probably the bigger star. But I mean, Solstafir probably is the biggest rock band out there.
That teddy bear video was creepy. I'm just gonna say.
The what?
You talk about Bjork, right?
What about her? Yeah, what about her?
The teddy bear video was creepy.
Oh man, yeah. She has
The Army
cool
of Me video was pretty cool though.
Okay,
You're
so
cool, man.
Jake, you up? Or did you show yours?
Yeah.
Oh, you did. Sorry. All right. Okay. Sorry. Then it's me then, right? Yeah. Okay. So now I do one, and then we start two.
Yep.
Or I think.
Yeah, because that'll put us.
We would start with Logan. I guess.
Yeah, because that'll put us with 2 rounds of 2 left,
Yeah.
right?
We're at 6, right? Or at least I'm done with 6. So.
Yeah. So then the next round we do 4 and 3, and 2 and 1. So okay. Me. What was I going with here? Fuck, I forget. Oh yeah. Where are you? Hold on. There. Oh, that's it. Okay. This one's very borderline, but I think it applies. They may the band is the Bones of a Dying World from If These Trees Could Talk. Canadian or no, not Canadian band. Chicago area, right? Or Ohio?
I don't know. I've heard of this band.
Oh man.
I mean, I know them, but yeah, I mean, this is where you get into the post rock versus post metal.
Yeah, is it post rock? Do they have the crushing fucking heavy? Yeah.
Oh shit, they're from Akron.
Yeah, they are. I thought so. They got a couple albums out. I can't remember how many. I only own this one. But very melodic. In a way that I think Pelican goes more for the more sludgy sound. These guys are brighter, a lot brighter. Beautiful music, man. Beautiful. A lot of people go for the second one. This is the third one. I think they have 3 albums or 4. 3, I think. Don't know if they're still an ongoing band, but I only got this one. But just chiming melodies. They have a little bit in common with the band I'm going to have at number 3 in terms of their sort of this. Oh man, rustic feel. They just have this rustic, vibey, earthy, deep, connective spirit sort of feel to their melodies. So it's a great album. Great album. All right. Scott likes me. Look, I chose one of his bands. There we go. Yeah, man, they're great. Yeah, they're fucking great. And I forgot how much I liked that album until I spun it again when I was trying to decide if I wanted it in my top 10. And I was like, man, these fucking melodies are insanely good. You know what I mean? So, all right. Let's see here. Now we're on 2, Logan. So give me.
All right, going for 2.
Yeah,
Let's see. So this band has been mentioned a couple times already, but an album has not been shown. So let me finally show an album by Amun-Ra.
We talked about them. That's right.
Yep.
They opened for Neurosis. I saw them open for Neurosis.
Perfect opening band for.
Yeah, have you seen them live?
I have not.
Have you seen Nick? You saw them, didn't you?
Yep.
They toured in North Carolina right after I moved to Louisiana.
Man, they had a hell of a stage.
I was bummed.
Hell of a stage presence. All backlit.
Yep.
The whole show. A lot of smoke. A lot of mystic sort of other
weird videos playing in the background. I'm pretty sure I saw like a decaying something or other.
Yep. Decaying deer. Yeah.
Such
really
fucking
cool.
Such a cool sound. And I think I heard Falafel mention that they're probably one of like the last big, of the original like post metal.
Who's rustling? Who's rustling? Who's wrestling?
I think it's Surge.
No, that's me. My bad.
Okay. Man, right in front of the mic. Okay, go ahead.
No, yeah, this is awesome. I haven't really had a chance to dive into some of their earlier stuff. Like this is, their 6th mass album. But this is the best of the stuff that I've heard for sure. A Solitary Rain is a phenomenal track. That is a top tier song. The opening quiet, like build up, and then it just drops. And I really like the contrast between the vocals on here and the actual music. Like he's got this like high pitch. Usually with the post metal, you go more of the hardcore shout.
Yeah,
this guy, he almost gets like the black metal, like screeches in there, and it's just a cool contrast between how heavy the post metal backbone of this is. And then they have this interesting like spoken word, like poetry element to it, and it's cool. I on their newer stuff, I feel like they go a little bit overboard on it. I don't know if you guys have checked out like they got some EPs coming out pretty soon, and there's a lot of spoken word in it. This is a good balance of it. It's got like an interlude, but that's it. Yeah, love the intensity of this, and
I gotta get some of their stuff. I've been meaning to.
I have most of the masses, and I have Didorn, the last full length, and I'm probably gonna get these 2 EPs.
I would get Oathbreaker too, the latest one, if you're gonna get Alman Ra. Just saying.
I mean, I have that Oathbreaker. That was a tough one. Yeah, that was that post black metal thing. I don't know. It was a tough choice there.
It was.
That's a great album, though.
I was just looking to pick up.
You sent me that, Jake. You sent me that.
Yeah. I was just looking to pick up that Amon Ra album this week, but I couldn't find a well-priced copy. What did you think of Didorn?
The spoken word element, the detracted from it. I don't know. I got bored. I got bored with it.
It's unbearably sad too. Jesus.
Maybe that was it. Something about it just didn't click with me like this one. This one still has some piss and or there's a lot of piss and vinegar and like intensity here. And Dorn did not have that same effect on me as this one. So I haven't heard it in over a year or two. So I'll have to
picked it up when it came out, and I got rid of it last year.
Oh, you
sold
did?
it off.
Get rid of it.
Yeah. I struggled with it.
It didn't have the magic that this one did for me.
Just to answer your question from my perspective, Scott, no, I'm not. I don't even know who Psychonaut is, but maybe one of the other guys does. So we'll see what happens there.
They are not on my list. Cool band though, aren't they on Pelagic Ocean's label?
Could be. I've never heard of them till tonight.
But yeah, because the main guy from the Ocean has a label where it's mainly like that sludgy,
Oh, is it? Okay.
metal sound, yeah. And then this was the toughest for my next pick number 8. This was the toughest. Should I include it? Should I not? Because for most of their albums, I include them as like a sludge metal band or something even more like extreme. But let's pop some Inner Arma on there.
I was wondering if somebody was going to do it.
It's part of their sound.
It definitely is, and I think this is their most post-metal release. And it's funny, this is an EP, technically.
40 minutes.
It's 40 fucking minutes long.
Is this after the last full length or before?
This is before
Sulfur English.
This is even before Sulfur English.
Oh, way back. Okay.
Yeah, this is when did this
come out? I only own Sulfur English and
dude.
That's it. And an EP. No, that covers album they did. That cover. It was given to me. Somebody gave me that covers album. Which they're all cool though.
Jeff, if you haven't heard this one, I really recommend you check this out. I just love the songwriting on here. Yeah, this came out in 2014. This one and Sky Burial are their most like post metal sounding.
Yeah.
When you get to Sulfur English, there's like a fucking track that sounds like Morbid Angel.
On dude.
Like it's.
Paradise Gallows too.
Paradise Gallows.
Sulfur English too.
This I just love how the track develops over the 40 minutes. It's like one riff builds into the next, and then they keep building and building, and then the song completely shifts at around the 20-minute mark. And I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't checked it out, but I will. Dothria Cottrell from Windhand pops in, and it's amazing. She does some beautiful, like, clean vocals in the second half of this. Blew me away. So awesome riffs, and just how the song develops, and the focus on the atmosphere and the dynamics. I do think makes this a post-metal album. And shout out to James Warrior too. This is like his favorite band, and
okay.
He's not here currently, but gotta mention Inner Armor for the guy.
Nice. Yeah, I need to get more into that band. I've seen them live. They were
Awesome.
Paradise Gallows still might be my favorite. Sky Burial is fucking amazing. Sulphur English. I mean, just get some Inner Armor. That's it. All right. Now these next two here, I haven't seen come up yet, and I might be the only one bringing them up because they are a little bit more obscure. They're not like some of the familiar names. Has anyone heard of Buried Inside?
Mm-mm.
Oh, one, Spoils of Failure. This was their last album, a Canadian post-metal, almost post-hardcore group. But, I mean, they're classified as post-metal in the archives. We'll go by that as the standard. Harsh, snarling, biting, very crackly guitars. Like, whereas, like, I would say, like, it is kind of comparable to Cult of Luna maybe in their earlier days, but it's not as smooth. Like, this has a texture like sandpaper. There's not a lot of that, kind of like dark beauty here. A lot of this is just jagged and vicious and harrowing. Like, every song is an emotional outpouring on here. And I can't even tell you the title of them because the only title they have are Roman numerals. But I can tell you the whole album is absolutely amazing. It's vicious. It's, again, highly emotional. This band sadly broke up after this album. I think they only have 4 full lengths, maybe 5. This is the only one that I own, and I need to get more because coming back to this.
What's the name again?
Buried Inside.
Buried Inside.
Yeah.
Get Chronoclast if you.
That's the one that I keep hearing. Like, that's the best.
That's the one I have. It's awesome.
Yeah. Like I said, I thought about this one kind of as a late entry for my list, and I was like, "Fuck, man, I haven't jammed that in a while. That was an amazing album." And then as soon as I finished jamming it, I was like, "Fuck, why don't I own more of this band?" But yeah, awesome band. Kind of overlooked in terms of post metal. I think they kind of broke up before they really kind of got themselves like cemented in the scene. And this one,
where are they from?
They're from Canada.
Okay,
they were from Canada.
Were right.
But yeah, I gotta check out their other full lengths.
Very interesting.
Oh, they're really good. It's harsh. It's very harsh and very angsty and unnerving. But in terms of heaviness, I don't think anyone else is going to have an album this heavy on their list. I'm going to throw that out there.
Damn.
You guys heard of LLNN?
Yes, I have.
If I break out Death Heaven, that would be heavier than that.
No.
Rick, are you hinting that you're going to talk about Death Heaven?
This is their second album, Deads. I found this out. I found out about this album on like a weird post about like albums that people weren't talking about the year this came out, which was 2018. And I jammed one track that would be Armada, and it was immediately sold. This band describes their sound as post-apocalyptic, and they fucking can because it is so goddamn heavy. It has the open space and the builds of post-metal, but when the guitars hit on this, they will fold you in half. They are that heavy. Thick, sludgy. It's almost kind of like back to like the whole calling post-metal atmospheric sludge. The vocals are harsh. They're yelled and shouted. It's a lot of like slow lumbering grooves. And my God, the production here is thicker than a fucking Snicker. This is
thicker than a Snicker.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This has got all the junk in the trunk.
It's going on a t-shirt. All right.
But yeah, I became a huge fan of this band with this album. I went out and found all their other stuff. I got their most recent one. This is by far the heaviest thing that I think I've ever heard considered post-metal. There's not a lot of reprieve on here. Even the more, quiet moments, you're just left with, anxiety, dread. And then when the guitars come in, it's just, it's otherworldly. Yeah, strongly recommend this. If you're going to jam a track in here, Armada. Great way to start.
Is that the guy from Breach?
It might be. Because I have one Breach album, but they didn't make the list because I thought they were more post-punk. But yeah, both of these. I didn't think anyone was going to bring
those
up.
both sound really like cool.
Oh,
And again, to reiterate, everybody put your list in here tonight or tomorrow.
This one will fuck you up. I shit you not. When this thing hits, you're gonna be like, Jesus Christ, that is insanely heavy.
All right, cool. I am stoked to do it.
It has a threatening aura.
I like that. That's a great way
This shit will fuck you up as a refrain in a Combi Christ song.
Yeah,
to
they do
fuck
it.
you up.
If they said that at any point on that album, they weren't lying.
Wow, then, man, goddamn, man. You guys finish up without me. I'm going to go listen to it right now.
Listen to Armada. That'll do it.
I will do that. All right. So now we are at the Ricola. Is that
You're doing
race?
two, right? All right.
We're on
Deuces.
4 and 3. 4 and 3.
Are we doing 2 in a row or just?
Yeah, 2, 4 and 3.
All right. This is a very amusing band. It's like you remember like back at school when like you had the big hitters and there's always the underdog, and the underdog can be just as good as the star that can scare
Right.
the star, right?
That was Teen Wolf, bro.
Which one, Bateman or Fox?
We don't talk about the Bayman one.
I'm not even sure, man.
I'm just acknowledging it. All right. So there's a band out of Warsaw, Poland, of all places, female fronted, which adds an extra interesting element to this. Because we didn't talk a lot about these vocalists, I think generally throughout the stream. And a band is kind of an underdog, but can pull the stuff that Neurosis, ISIS, we're doing.
I know where you're going.
Logan,
So do you own this? Do you actually own this?
Man, that's it goes for stupid money. I didn't realize that.
It does.
I bought it on Bandcamp back in the day just because I liked it. And yeah. And
what the fuck?
What is that?
I don't want to look at that anymore.
This is one of the best albums you will hear about tonight. Rick is a legend. Great pick.
Rick is a legend.
I got into this band.
He is a legend in his own mind. But
Yeah.
Well, it was the damn cover, man, that caught my attention. Like,
I
this is
wonder why.
pretty interesting, And for those who don't know, Obscure Sphinx, it's actually the name of the moth that's on her face. Like, just
Wow.
it's a thing. So very interesting name that they went that direction. But I don't remember what's her name, the vocalist. She, man, like has such a intensity, but she can do the back to the Oathbreaker kind of stuff. It just when she wants to, and back in, so it's like she's showing the bigger guys, like we're dangerous too. Just watch yourself, because we're there, we're watching. But very oh yeah, I also wanted to mention very great dynamics. It's like whoever mixed this thing, definitely knew what to do with the knobs. It just has the best sound.
What's the name of the band again?
Obscure Sphinx.
Obscure Sphinx. Wow.
This is the Void Mother album. They got one more full length after this. They did take a bit of a hiatus or something. I don't know. Like it's been a little while.
There's a new EP out this year though, which I would recommend. Check out, Rick. Imovere is what it's called. It's awesome.
All right, definitely.
Give me the name again. Obsidian Sphinx.
Obscure.
If you guys do anything, please just check out the song "Presence of Goddess." It's the final song on that album, and
Right.
it yeah,
Sounds tantalizing.
it's good. It's good. I'll say that.
I guess my other one is Logan. You beat me to the punch, but I went with Sky Burial.
Yes. Nice.
You know, between this Any Day, Soul for English, and this teeter-totters for me as far as, you know, Virginia band. This is a band with I kind of struggled a bit putting them in the stream, but because I think they have enough of the post-metal stuff, and that's the issue. They do everything else. They do the fucking death metal right, the sludge right. This band has a way of making it creative and progressive, you know, among everything else. Even with their latest album has gotten even more peculiar. Like, it's just, you can tell how they're evolving and trying different stuff. They don't put out the same kind of album twice. But this is the kind of band I think are a monster at what they do, you know, and like Obscure Sphinx, like they're not looked at as maybe like the way other bands are, but they're dangerous, you know, because they're fucking good.
Yeah,
But
I gotta get a few of their albums.
pretty morbid cover too when you look at that. I mean, it's, if those who don't know, it's a skeleton.
That's cool of him, man.
It sounds like a Sky Burial. Like they were able to nail that feel with this.
Yeah.
So it's definitely you know, fits the album title.
All right. So now we are at third.
Alrighty. So we'll do this one. This is, can never fucking pronounce it. Birdryman. I don't know. Birdryman. So this is the Solstafir album after Ada. I was trying to decide between Ada and this one, but I went with this one. Again, there's just something about like Icelandic bands, I feel like, that transports you to that landscape that's somewhat unique to them. And Solstafir, you know, has that, you know, they're not like super heavy, but they have that rough, you know, the rough vocals and, you know, just enough atmosphere to put you there. Also, if you ever watch their music videos, it really goes along with the music. Also, you know, full disclosure, a friend of mine is married to their guitar player, so that's how I first found out about them. But I went to see them live, and I was like, "Holy shit, I mean, these guys!
Great live band, man.
These guys fucking rock!" Yeah.
Yeah, the front man's very dynamic, very intense.
It's a unique band. They're not, they don't quite sound like other bands. But yeah, I highly recommend Solstafir. And then for the other one, I was struggling to pick the album from this band. I was gonna go through with Panopticon, but I went with Waving Radiant, which I'm sure nobody else probably picked. So I'm like, hey, it'll be a little different. But when I was listening back, I'm like, all right, Panopticon rules, but there's something about this album that just really so pretty, and like the additional element of like of keys on this album really again, I love atmosphere. I love that layers.
Wait, what did you pull? I looked away.
Waving Radiant.
Isis Waving Radiant.
Waving Radiant, yeah.
Yeah. So
I can't go there with you, but I like it. I like it a lot. And
really?
Yeah. But I can't. I don't feel it's on par with.
I know it's probably not most people's favorite Isis, but I don't know. I went back and I'm like, I think I'm gonna go with this one.
My only issue with it was kind of Siren because it was the last one. They broke up after. I was like, well, fuck. But it was still a really good album. Ghost Key, honestly,
that song's killer.
That's one of my favorite, Isis tracks overall.
Great.
Hand of the
That was a weird tour when they were out on that tour. I remember hanging around them a good bit, and you just kind of knew like it was just over. You know, they didn't seem to feel any nostalgia about it, and they, unlike a lot of bands that do break up and get back together and break up and get back together and all that stuff, they've only gotten together one time since they split up, and that was to do a benefit for a friend of theirs that was killed.
Oh, Caleb Schofield from
I think, yeah.
Haven.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
Hillsborough.
And
Fuck.
was he murdered or he overdosed?
He
No,
got
it
killed
was
in
a
a car wreck.
Car crash.
think-
That's
Yeah, it was like in a turnpike accident. He
Right.
slid off the road.
right. But that's the only time they've ever done it. So they've stayed very true to the artistic aesthetic of being a band that means what they say and says what they mean, that kind of thing. So, but that a great album. I mean, really, you can't really miss from Oceanic on. I know a lot of people like Celestial, right? Celestial, yeah.
Is it a bit too raw for you? A bit too like
It's a little raw.
abrasive?
There's still a little bit more punk in there than
I started with Red Sea, so I was kind
I
of
was about
used
to
to it.
Oh, you started at Red Sea?
Yeah, Red
Yep.
Sea was the EP. Yeah,
Yeah, that one's punk for sure.
yeah, very.
Especially with the opening.
Which I don't love. I'll be honest with you, I don't really love it. So, I mean, I like a lot of Aaron's side project stuff, but some of it I am not into at all. House of Low Culture was not into that thing at all.
Split Canvas was pretty cool.
I don't
I
know
like
that
that.
one. Sumax.
Zumac's hit or miss. I like their earlier stuff more than the
Yeah.
later.
They've gotten really weird recently.
They've gotten
Yes.
very weird. Really
I
weird.
can't keep up with the.
Yeah.
My theory is I think Aaron maybe just was listening to his older material and Zumac and was like, this sounds too close to ISIS. I need to weird it up.
Yeah. That's probably true. Very true. He uses some really fucking weird tuning. I don't even know what the hell it is, man. I've never tried it, so I don't know what it's like. But all right, so where are we at now? We're at Jake, right?
All right. I think Scott was mentioning Belgian bands in the comments,
He was.
and I hemmed and hawed over whether to include this one, whether it's post. It's probably a little more post rock than it is post metal, but I love this album. Brutus with Unison Life.
Don't know him.
Yeah, it's great stuff. 3-piece. Female vocals. She's also the drummer in the band, and killer drum work on top of killer vocals. It's really cool. This is, I think, their latest album. We've also got a live album from them too, but I need to go back and pick up the first two.
Did you say it's a
What's
US
that?
band? Or did you say
No,
US
Belgian.
band? Oh, Belgian. That's right. Yeah. Right. Interesting.
Belgian.
The artwork leaves a little bit to be desired, but
Yeah, I think all of
Name
their
the album?
releases are pretty simplistic.
What's the name of
Unison
the
Life.
Unison.
Life.
Interesting.
Probably,
You know what? We've all come up with, other than one or two bands, maybe three, we've all kind of come up with some pretty wide. We've cut a wide swath. We haven't copied each other verbatim all night, so that's cool.
Yeah, and this one probably falls more into the rock realm than
Oh,
metal,
rock.
but there is some metal elements to it.
Cool. All right,
And then
one more.
I'm late to the collaboration party. Emma Ruth, Rundle, and Thou.
Oh.
Kind of
Fuck yeah.
kind of strange how Converge went with Chelsea Wolfe and Thou went with Emma Ruth Rundle when neither of those bands are post metal bands, really. But then they add, these singers to it, and they change their sound to the more post metal, their most post metal sounding albums.
Interesting.
And yeah, this one's great. It's called May Our Chambers Be Full.
I've been meaning to get that for a while.
Yeah, it's frustrating because it's one of these. I'll show you. Off-sized.
Oh
Digipacks.
yeah,
Fuckers.
But then you put it this way, and it's the same size.
I don't
yeah.
want to put it that
I'm
way.
like, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Just make a normal fucking digipack.
yeah.
Yeah.
Make
Right.
it normal size.
Don't be a
And
dick.
this is kind of dumb too. The
I
strip.
mean, that's just gonna fall apart.
Yep.
Yeah,
You gotta
those
keep
things-
it in the little
The
baggie.
plastic-
Keep
the
it safe.
plastic.
Obies never last.
I mean, I do like the when artists put that kind of extra thought into stuff.
I mean,
but a lot of it
looks
is
cool,
yeah, it is
but-
cool.
it's not practical. It's like, your shape digipacks that, fold out into a big cross. It's like, yeah, this is cool, but now it's a pain in the dick to get the CD out
Yeah,
instead of just opening it.
agree.
Yeah, this is
Dude.
really, really solid collaboration.
I'm gonna have to
Was
find
my
that.
first Thou album, sadly.
What?
You
Oh,
start
dude, you gotta get
somewhere. That's a
Summit,
great,
dude.
great way to start.
Dude, their newest one. Fuck.
I now have that one. I now have, I think it's a covers album
Maybe
Yes.
it covers.
in the collection.
Dude,
Summit's one of my favorites.
The Valley off of that album is one of those top songs.
Okay, moving on. All right.
Shit, Jeff, the snipers are back.
What do you
Oh
mean?
my god,
They're on your nose.
they're in your nose.
Oh, that's what you were talking about. Fuck, I'm like, what are
They're
you
trying to
talking-
snipe your boogers.
All right. Well, they can have them because my left nostril's all clogged up, man. All right. So where are we going here? Which one? Oh, we were going with this one here. Yeah. So this is my Russian circles pick
It's a great
station,
one.
which I came in on this one because this is when I saw them open for Boris down. Rick, you know where we always park when we go to Union Transfer, where we've started parking like out a couple blocks, walking over?
By the Red Cross. I think it was.
Yeah. Which street is that? Do you remember the street number? Is it 9th or 8th or 7th?
Whatever goes south. Yeah, I think it's 8th.
Is it 8th? Okay. Because on 9th, I saw well, no, on 8th, back in 2008, there was an old bowling alley there. They must have torn it down and put up shit on the right side there that I just didn't notice. But yeah, there was a fucking bowling alley down there, and I'll never forget. I met up with this dude Gordon. I can't remember his last name. That I knew from the Porcupine Tree, the PT Trance. Remember Gordon? Bicknell, I think it was. English guy living in the States, expat, big into Porcupine Tree. I met up with him down there, and we went to the show. And I had never heard of these guys, and I was fucking blown away by how great they were as a trio, how huge they sound. And then Boris followed as another trio that sounded even bigger, amazingly. And yeah, great show. And we talked to the guys afterward, and they had just said we just got equipment. We had to cancel the last 3 dates because we got robbed. So it was like, oh man, are you serious? So they were cool, really nice guys. Where are they out of? Does anybody know?
God,
Is it Ohio?
Chicago? No, not Ohio.
Chicago. You might be right.
Chicago, yeah.
Yes. Okay, Chicago. Man, they just were on tour too, but they only did the West over. And actually, Logan, they were down in Louisiana a couple nights ago, I think.
Who? Russian Circles?
Yeah, if I'd have seen that, I would have. I only saw it today.
They must
'Cause
have been.
I checked to see if they were touring, and they played last year in September in Baltimore, but there was something going on that night. I can't remember what I couldn't get out of. And I didn't end up going, which bummed me out. Because like I said, I've seen them twice. But they're not doing they just ended their tour last night in Minneapolis or something. And then yeah, I think you're right. They trade the eastern half for the western half, So, but the thing I really like about this album, shut the fuck up, is the melodies. There's just great melodies on this one, man. This guy says, is there anything boring about this band? For 95% of the world, everything. I love how this band takes its time to develop their ideas out without any rush. And many times closer to metal than rock in terms of heaviness. That's why I put them in here. So for me, I really dig this band. And I just think they come up with more earwormy guitar riffs and melodies than Pelican for me. It's just my take. But I still like Pelican too, because I had them in my top 10. So then anybody got anything on that one?
That one, I mean, like I said, I got into them with Enter, but that one in Geneva for a long time were probably my favorites. Like I would just go back and forth.
I thought Geneva was my favorite, and then I listened to both of them, and I'm like, no, I think I like this one better.
I like all their albums. Like honestly, all their albums have like a little bit different appeal too. But that new one, oh man, it might have launched itself all the way to the top. Oh, and there's the one that I didn't have.
Yeah, so I just had Josh Graham on the show 10 days ago, something like that. He has a new band called Guiltless, which if you like Amun Ra, you like Neurosis, you like Isis, you're gonna like it. It's in that vein. A Storm of Light was his other big project after he was the projectionist and art director guy for Neurosis for a lot of years, kind of like the unofficial sixth member. But yeah, Red Sparrows, man, wow, fucking shit's amazing. You know what makes it amazing, and unlike pretty much all the other stuff you're gonna hear here in tonight, it's got fucking pedal steel on it. It's got pedal steel guitar, and let me tell you, man, that shit is fucking off the chain killer. And that's the thing that sets them apart. I got to see them in 2004 or 5, somewhere in that range. We couldn't quite peg it when we were talking the other day. They played at the First Unitarian Church, Rick. I don't know if you've ever been there, but he's dip out. Yeah, they played in Philly, and I don't even how the hell I found out about the show, but ended up going. I must have gone alone. Serge, you didn't go that, right? Or did you?
No.
Yeah, I could have swore somebody was with me, but I don't remember who it was. But yeah, just giant mountains of sound. And the only other band I could really liken them a lot to in some ways was a band that I didn't feel I could put on here because I didn't feel like they were metal enough. But fucking A, they might be heavier than a lot of metal, is Godspeed You Black Emperor. I didn't choose them because I think they're more on that post-rock side of things. But man, seeing Godspeed is fucking... And they're on tour, and Rick, they're coming to Philly in June. I think at Union. Man, when they hit their fucking intense crescendos, it's like world building. I kind of feel almost similar for Red Sparrows in that they're very melodic, but they still have a lot of heaviness and heft. It's a lot of heft to their riffs. And yet they have that pedal steel that wails all over the place. And you're like, fuck yeah, man. And they have 3 albums. The first one, a lot of people would argue is better than this one, but this is the one I came in on. So I kind of feel, I don't know, a nostalgic kinship to it or whatever. And then the last one, which I think is one you have, Nick.
The fear is excruciating, but therein lies the answer.
Yeah, and that's the one with Emma Ruth Rundle as a member. So another Emma Ruth tie in there. So
that was close to making my list. I really enjoyed that album, but I felt like I had enough post-rock elements in like Rosetta to kind of balance it out for my island. So I left it off.
Yeah, it's great. It's great stuff, though. I mean, just, okay. So there we go. So we are at the final 2 selections.
The final 2. So now I'm going with the more obscure.
All right.
Yes. Let's
I'm going the other way. I did it the exact opposite way.
Yeah, because you're going down to your favorite one, right?
Yeah.
So, this is kind of cultural representation for Appalachia, North Carolina. This is a local North Carolina band that I definitely grew up listening to, and they're an interesting style of post metal. If I feel like you
Who
could
is
call
it?
them that.
Who is it?
U.S. Christmas. Are you guys familiar with this
No.
band?
No.
Nope.
What a
This
name.
is- yeah, I know. That's probably why no one is familiar with them. It's a weird name, and like, look how it appears on the album.
Well, everybody probably thinks it's fucking seasonal Christmas music or something.
It's
Yeah,
It's USX
USX.
on the album, but the name of the band is you can't see that, U.S. Christmas. So
well, that was
who
trippy
knows?
when you put that up. When you put that up to the camera, it bent the CD.
That is weird.
Oh, man, optical illusion. Life
That's
is but an
okay.
illusion.
This is on Neurosis though.
Oh, yeah.
So that's how you know it passes the test. These guys are like long drawn out, very psychedelic, but definitely focusing on building repetitive atmosphere. And they focus on percussion a lot. Like, it actually makes me think of the old Neurosis sound from Through Silver and Blood, with just how focused they are on building these tribal vibes and just very percussion oriented music. There is some Americana on here, like there's some folk elements. Like, I know if you talk to the members of this band, they're very much inspired by like the neo folk scene, and probably that just as much as anything metal. But yeah, they are big in North Carolina for sure. This album, Run Thick in the Night, is 70 minutes. It is an investment.
Yeah, there you
It
go.
is not an easy like first listen. The vocals might be a tough sell because there are a bit more like clean sung folky sounding, but like it's very good like put it on and kind of drone out music. So definitely wanted to show some love for North Carolina band, and yeah, U.S. Christmas.
Nice.
And then finally, this is a band. Have you ever?
By the way, don't move. Put your head down a little bit. This man comes prepared. Look at that. That fucking hat has a fucking.
It's got the bottle opener.
That's funny.
I've only had cans tonight, so I haven't
Canadian
needed it.
drinking
But
cap.
yeah.
You know the sign of a pure alcoholic when you see one.
That's a professional right there.
That's a goddamn professional.
That is the most American thing ever.
He's a real man of
From
genius.
Canada.
There you go.
Oh, all right. Well, whatever.
I mean,
Oh,
seriously,
shit.
I love the Canadian support here.
Get it before the
Canada.
tariffs hit.
Right, that's right.
I did. Yeah.
Represent our
Yeah.
brothers.
Before they become our 51st state.
There are civilized neighbors up north. We're the
Yeah.
fucking meth addicted fucking
Mhm.
basement apartment below.
Yeah, the
them.
meth addicted chimps running around, fucking acting like circus animals, man.
Hey,
Oh,
I got a good hat. Cheers, Eric. If
yeah, right.
support the
All right.
local Canucks.
All right,
Final
number
album.
number one.
Have you guys ever not number one, just the final?
Okay.
Sorry. Have you guys ever like fallen asleep and then like a Spotify will just recommend you songs or Pandora or anything, and it's just like on a continuous loop?
Yep.
Yeah.
And for me, that happened one time where I was listening to some post metal band and fell asleep, woke up a couple hours later, and it was because of this band and album right here. And I've really never heard of them outside of just stumbling across it thanks to Spotify. This is Soul is the band, and this is their album Black Mountain, came out in 2014.
Wow.
The opening song on this, it's got just this heavy fucking refrain where he's like, I am the mountain, and he's screaming just so loud over and over again. And it woke me up out of REM sleep.
Wow.
And I was like, what the fuck is this? And
I've only, you know what? Interestingly, you asked about that, but I the only times I used to go to sleep at years ago when my tinnitus started to happen and some of my first symptoms for this illness started. I used to listen to a lot of dark ambient. So shit like Yenpox and Call and Sephiroth and fucking Raison d'etre and Atrium Carcery and Nordvarger. I mean, all this stuff, right? But there's a German duo, I believe it was a duo called Traum, Troum, and they had an album called Mnemonic Induction, I think was the name of the album. And without question, it's the most fucking, when you're trying to lay there and fall asleep, and I probably had a couple beers, so I was probably had a little bit of buzz, and this thing just literally feels like you are being crushed alive and then reanimated and crushed alive, and it fucking woke me. I fell asleep to it at first, and then it's like a 80-minute CD or something, 78 minutes, and it got to this one part. It was so fucking harrowing. I woke up just going, like I thought I was fucking like someone was strangling me or something. Of course, it could have been my ex-wife. I don't know.
See, that's why you gotta be careful with like the playlist that will just queue up after. You never know what you're gonna.
Yeah. Well, I think this was on a CD. I think I lucked out. I think this was just on the CD. But I mean, like back when they had the CD Walkmans, remember those? Or was that going way too far back for you? You probably don't remember.
Are you talking about like the little iPod thing?
Oh no, the full CD
I'm
size.
joking with you, Jeff.
Yeah.
I know, yeah.
The Walkman type. Okay. All right. Can't believe we use those things.
I'd buy one right now. This is a good album. Check it out. Black Mountain. It's only like 38 minutes too.
Where are they from?
4 songs. Portland, Oregon.
Okay.
So that's how you know they check out as well. West Coast represent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention
38 minutes. Check it out if you can.
I want to mention something here. I have one of those on my honorable mentions, but I struggled taking that off. I think it's Hyperion. I gotta look the name.
Oh yeah,
up.
what album were you talking about, Falafel? Because I want to download one of them.
From Dirge?
Yeah.
Imperium.
Oh, he mentioned it. Wings of Lead Over Dormant Seas. Okay.
Oh, I like one of the newer ones. I forget, Hyperion something or other.
It's fucking 2 hours long.
Oh my god. 2 hours.
That's
holy fuck.
That's an investment.
That's like watching one of my goddamn Island episodes. Oh no, wait, they're 5 hours long.
Well, 4 hours right now.
4. We'll slide in under 4.5, I think. Which not too bad. I think I don't know.
Could be worse, I guess.
We've seen worse. Yeah.
Could be worse. Yes, we have had a lot worse. So, and we did have like 36 or 37 people at one point in time, which is pretty good. I wasn't sure if anybody would turn out for this particular, subject.
It's kind of a niche subset.
Yeah. Okay. Your last one was
Yeah.
You're moving on.
I am good. You guys
You're
go.
good. Right. Okay. Sorry. See, there's the first time it happened. That was the first time I got a little confused. I'm not as high as I seem.
You're not as seem as you high. Got it.
That's right. Go if you go.
All right. Mine were all kind of random anyway. So these are definitely more known. In fact, Logan beat me to the punch in a fucking great album. Amen-Ra. This is Mass 5? No, 6. I get my masses mixed up. But this is probably my favorite album from this band. Dense, harrowing. The vocals on here going from these shrill, fucking just desperate screams to like almost defeated crooning. Like you're almost listening to like the last gasps from this guy when he sings, it sounds like.
He's super theatrical and he does have a killer voice.
Oh my god. Their performance, God, who did I see them with? I think
Neurosis.
We sadly missed most of their set on our day because we got there late because of traffic. But I saw them with Voivod and Yob.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we didn't get them. We had what's that really super techie? Dave is the guitar player, really killer guitar player. Dave.
Oh, Revocation.
Revocation. They were a little hard for me to take in. They were
at
the time. I probably get into them now, but at the time I was like, man, this is a little too fucking angular and fucked up.
But yeah, this is an absolutely incredible album. I like, the more recent stuff. Like, I do think they kind of get lost in a lot of the ambiance and setup, but this one, a great balance of that. You have these brief pauses with poetry and Flemish, I assume. I don't know. It sounds like a very depressed Swedish chef to me, but it's just very sad. But man, when this gets heavy, like again, it's dense, it's impenetrable. The melodies are just, I don't know, bleak as hell. But man, the songwriting here is amazing. The sense of dynamics, the timing, the production. I dig everything about this album. This is probably still my favorite Amen-Ra album. I think I have most of the masses. I think I'm missing maybe one. But yeah, Logan beat me to the punch of that one. But it was damn good. And then the other one, we brought up this band countless times. I don't know if anyone's brought this one up as specifically their album, because I know I've seen Isis come up in here. I know that, Jacob brought him up. This is the one that was like I just got into a moment. I don't know. Has anyone else brought this one up? This album?
No. It's going to be my next pull. So there you go.
Well,
number
at least
2.
Beat Jeff to one.
Number 2.
I've been a fan of Isis since the Red Sea and Celestial and all that. I have the Signal 5 EP as well. And, while Oceanic was where it really started to click for me, like Celestial, it's a solid album. It's a little bit rough around the edges, but I like that. This one fucking blew me away as soon as I heard it. Like, this is where the clean melodies started coming in, the breaks with the clean vocals too. Like, it became lush and kind of pretty, and then it balanced out with like just fucking punishing riffs. Like, the guitar tone on here, if you compare it to like In the Absence of the Truth, is way more gritty and biting. And I think that contrast between the clean playing and the heavier sections, there's a really just kind of wide valley there that it crosses. Wills Dissolve still might be my favorite track. That clean intro with those like beautiful crawling melodies.
In Fiction.
Yep.
What's the mouse grinning? Grinning mouse?
Grinning Mouse. Yep.
Grinning mouse.
I mean, the opening track, So Did We.
Oh, So Did We is so fucking killer, man.
Wills Dissolve.
I love this band so much at one point in time, man.
This was the moment where I was just like absolutely captivated by this band. Like, I jammed the shit out of this. I'm surprised the CD case is still in good shape. Well, now that the light catches it, I can see every fucking scuff on it. Never mind. But this isn't my number one. I don't know which one of these would be my number one. Maybe Times of Grace, but this would be high up there. But yeah, this is like one of the definitive post-metal albums, I would say.
Oh,
like,
wow.
If you like post-metal, I think by default you probably like Isis. At least you should. Right. You're not doing it right if you don't. I don't know. That's just how I see it. But yeah, amazing album.
All right. We are at Auricola.
2, right?
Bar 2. Yeah.
Last 2. All right.
I mean, we can do something after this, but when we end here, I've got to go do something.
You gotta make poopy?
Maybe.
You gotta make boom.
I gotta eat too, because I haven't eaten anything since I met those guys for like at 4:30 for lunch. So that was all I've had. So I'm starving like a motherfucker right now.
So the last 2 want to really enjoy, like we've been showing. But the very last one I'm going to show, the reason I also, it's not my number 1, but the reason I saved it for last was because it's up there because it's a very personal thing. So I got a story attached to it.
Okay, cool.
I don't think we've done one of those before.
Nah, story time with Rick. Oh no, I didn't do that right. Hey, it's story time with Rick.
No, but coming from Colorado, I mean, you talk about a state where Wayfarer are from. And you start to get some of that, you don't talk about that Western twang, which is very fucking addictive.
It's super cool.
Once you start getting into, and there's more of that stuff being incorporated. But this particular,
by the way, hang on just one second. You're giving Scott a boner right now by talking about Wayfarer, guarantee it.
All right.
Go ahead.
not G-rated anymore.
Nope.
But this
This
He always
I think
freezes
we're
on
also
the most
kind of a little bit of
dramatic,
innovators in the way they're
cliffhanger.
you froze up, dude.
shit. Okay.
All right, you're back.
And I was saying
This, you went this.
this band. Okay. This band, I think we're doing this thing a little earlier on, and this is a band that you're very proud as far as US goes with black metal. Throwing this kind of, but with other stuff. I got to bring up Slow Heavy, Cobalt.
Cobalt.
Oh, dude.
That's a killer album.
Fuck
Yes.
yeah.
You know,
Don't
I
know
love
that
that.
one.
it's awesome. Eater of Birds, Gin. You know, the reason I went with this one is for me, I think the vocals on this also added an extra element and depth that I really liked. I liked Phil, the previous vocalist, of course, but I think Charlie Fell, I think, really added it. Eric Wonder, who's the main guy behind this. It's one creative bastard. Like, he has a way of doing the melody, but then he does these riffs that it's that sludgy black metal territory, but it's almost like it moves in a way like a breakdown does. Like, you know what I mean? If you listen to hardcore, it's weird to describe, but
There's some of those like syncopated Tool-ish riffs on there.
It does sound like Tool at times.
Yeah, I dig the fuck
absolutely
out of that
love
album.
it. Like,
and that's what I mean by creative. Like, he just finds these ways to sort of expand you. Like, am I really hearing what I'm hearing? It's just how
Some of them-
mind blowing.
some of the best riffs too.
Fucking tasty, man. These verses are so tasty.
Elephant Graveyard.
Oh, dude.
I also felt that towards the end of this, I've been showing a lot of really moody stuff. Like, I had to pull something like this, you know, can I kind of balance things out. But I can't go wrong with fucking Cobalt, man. Like, again, just really great band. It's just been a while since they've really done anything. So I don't know. The vocal is from Lord Mantis. If you know Lord Mantis, Charlie Fell, the guy behind this, fucking great pick. You know what I mean? So, but this is all we got from him so far, as far as I know. So yeah, how to do Cobalt. And the last one here is so it's not a band I think you would immediately think, and has not. I don't even think I've seen it even mentioned at all in the chats. And the reason I just pulled it because it's one that was given me as a gift, and it got me through a very difficult time. And it's a band out of London, Fen.
I've heard about this.
Winter. One of my favorite anything moody album. Came out in, I think it was 2018. So Jeff would know the area because you're more locally to me, up in the Poconos, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was around 2018. Not too long after this dropped. We all went, the family, to the Poconos, and my girl at the time, who's basically bedridden, she was not quite as bad as later on, but the signs were there. So we all went up, and we all went out and started doing things, right? Like having a vacation. And then turns out she couldn't anymore. She stayed on the couch the whole time because she was. So it's I'm going through all this stuff in my mind. I'm going through things to listen to, just get put me at ease. This is connected to me the most during that time, and I realized we all take things for granted that we can just simply go out and do. And now you kind of put yourself forced into a position where someone you really care about can't even join you. So I stayed with her, and this is one of those. I remember at the time, one of the albums that I was spinning quite a lot. This is a band I think that really nailed this, really emotive. It's got elements of stuff you hear from, like, Wolves in the Throne Room, Agalok, along with the post metal kind of side to it, which I think really gives it that really emotive element.
Yeah, I gotta check this out, man. Just knowing it means that much to you, I gotta check it out.
Yeah. So I had it in my cart one day, and this is one of the ones that my girl just bought because it was in the cart. I kind of just, this is a gift, you know. That's how I ended up with it. But yeah, so that's my last one. I thought a personal.
Awesome story, Rick.
Yeah, man.
Love it, dude. Love
I've
it.
been meaning to check out that band for a while.
You might have just sold like 4 copies of that tonight.
They were never able to replicate that feel anymore after that. I mean, I love all their albums. You know, they're a great band. I think the drummer is not. What's the other Craven Idol now or something. So I think it's the same dude.
It's been a while since a Craven Idol album too.
All right, I am. Oh, hang on. Can't see you. Go away. Come on. What the fuck, dude? Why can't I get? Hold on here. Hold on. I'm having some stress. Why I can't? Where's the fucking? Hey, there it is. Hi message. God damn. Sorry about that. I couldn't see Serge down there.
You're sketching up.
Grab him and no, I couldn't grab the fucking the box because the dialogue box was covering Serge's face, so I couldn't grab him on the screen.
Yeah. All right. So we got the last
You're
two.
inferring I'm an old man. Is that what you're trying to say there, bro?
Performance issues. It's okay. It happens at your age.
Indeed.
You're telling me, motherfucker? Just wait. Wherever I'm at, I'm gonna fucking haunt your. The minute you start having problems in about 1 month or 3, somewhere in that range. All right, go ahead.
All righty. So yeah, I left the 2 probably most obscure picks for the last, just for the fun of it. This is ELR. The album name is Vexier. It's a Swiss 3-piece, all ladies. I've seen them classified as post-metal / like doomgaze, which I think is maybe a little bit unfair because just they have some occasional like reverby vocals, but most of the album is like riffy and fairly heavy. And in a way that speaks to me. It's that kind of like atmospheric heaviness that almost enjoy from like almost like some like stoner bands. But again, it definitely follows the post-rock approach of, you know, building, but fairly heavy. I don't know. I forgot how I came across them, but I don't know. I heard this album. I was like, shit, I have to get this. So yeah, ELR. I have no idea if anybody's heard of these.
No.
No.
All right. And last one is Skylight by Atoma.
Holy shit. I have that one.
Dude, I fucking love this album. And it's a little bit hard to describe. It definitely has some tracks that follow the post-metal approach, but there's so much going on this album. There's you know, harsh vocals, clean vocals, electronica. There's a lot of shit going on, and it's a lot more like epic and urgent than I think most post-metal, even though it has songs that follow again the post-metal approach. So it definitely, I think to me it fits the genre, but I always tend to like bands that are kind of a little bit hard to classify. And I especially like the first 3 songs, like the opening songs, man, it's something else. And where post-metal tends to, I find post-metal tends to be a little bit more terrestrial, or maybe even like, you know, if you talk about the ocean, right? This is more spacey in a way, although I think the subject matter is more like nuclear apocalypse. It's hard to tell, but but it has a bit of a spacey vibe. It's the same guys that used to be in Slumber, which is a very, very cool
Oh yeah.
like Death Doom kind of band.
Yeah,
They only had one album, but it's a fucking great album. And
Yeah, I
also
remember that. That shit's
also
good.
Jerry, I forgot his name, Jerry Lindholm. I can't pronounce it. He plays guitar in this. Jerry Lindholm, yeah. And he also had a band called Enshine, which is fucking amazing album called Singularity.
Never heard of these.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Album's awesome.
This album spoke to me. It like hit all my fucking buttons. So I saved this one for last.
All right. Let's see here. Then me, eh? I'm it. No, Jake. Then me. There we go.
All right. I'll continue going down my kind of left field route
Path
with all
of
my
weirdness.
picks.
Path of
Jeff, you kind of alluded to this one earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
I thought so.
wait,
I thought
shit,
so.
that's the wrong one. Sorry.
I knew somehow
meant to
you'd
pull-
fucking... Yeah, that
I
one.
meant to
Yeah,
pull
that one. Hey,
this one.
And what's different about that one than the other one? What's different? It's
The
got
orange
grind on it.
case.
It's got grind on it.
The orange case. Wait.
The orange case, too.
That's still God damn it,
That's
still
not
the wrong
that
album.
top one.
Are you gonna get like a Gin Blossom's greatest hits now? No, okay.
This one, the Dirt Redux
Oh,
cover
look at that
album
thing.
of Dirt.
Holy fuck, that's
What?
good
Yeah.
shit, man. Where'd
Nah,
you get
I
that
had-
thing, you son of a bitch?
You brought up the Alice in Chains. I had to, do my
Threw in
show of
some
my
pretty good...
Alice in Chains greatest hits.
Yeah, man, you got the bling. You got the
Yeah.
faux shizzle dizzle.
No.
bling.
Is anybody familiar with Impure Wilhelmina?
No.
I've heard of this band, but I have not jammed them.
It's like the post-metal, post-hardcore Catatonia.
Hmm.
Super cool shit.
Where are they from?
Switzerland.
Wow.
Right here it says recommended if you like Catatonia, Isis, Cave-In, and Nut. Knunt.
Oh, dude, Nut was awesome.
Nice.
But yeah, this album is great. Super
Pretty cool packaging.
super meaningful album in my life. Not quite on the level of Rick's, but this came to me shortly after my divorce from my first marriage, and the track Bones and Heart, that one just like hit like a sack of bricks to me, like right in the emotions.
I
right,
like that.
exactly
Right in the feels.
exactly how I was feeling.
Right there
What's
in
that?
the feels. Right there in the feels.
Yep.
I like the art is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Nice presentation.
So far this is the only album in their catalog that's really grabbed me. I need to revisit the rest of their stuff, but yeah, the best way to describe it is those Catatonia vibes, but with the post metal. There's definitely a lot of like post hardcore take to this, but yeah, super great album. Another album that's clean vocals with really strong clean vocals in it.
Cool.
That's
I'll check
a
that one out.
Swiss band Impure Wilhelmina.
Again, reminding everybody, I'll do it one more time. Put your list of 10 in the comments in the next day or two, please.
Yeah,
Okay.
the album name is Radiation.
What label?
Check out. This was on Season Mist.
Oh, it is. Okay, all right.
Yeah, so it's a big label release.
Fairly good distribution. Yeah.
Check out the tracks: Great Falls Beyond Death, Sacred Fire, We Need a New Sun, and Bones and Heart, especially meaningful to me. yeah, basically the whole album though is phenomenal.
Cool.
And then save this one for last since I was wearing the shirt. Got Glassing with Twin Dream. Another one that pulls in from post-hardcore. A lot of just pulling from a lot of different subgenres. It's got some, like I said, post-hardcore. There's some black metal to it. Post metal is largely what there is. Some screamo in the vocal techniques. Yeah, that's Glassing with Twin Dream.
Glassing.
Yeah, I saw these guys. Check this one out because they were playing at Crucial Fest back in 2023, which is the big local, not local bands, but it's like the fest that's local here in Salt Lake. They were touring with Portrayal of Guilt at the time, so both those bands ended up at the fest, and yeah, they put on a killer performance. Check this album out, and I was like, if I'd heard this the year it came out, it would have been top 3 easy for the year.
Looks cool. I like that scorpion on there.
Yeah, it's a fantastic album.
All right, and what year again?
I think this came out 22.
Oh, so it's pretty recent. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Glassing.
They had a new one last year too that probably went more in the post-metal direction.
Where were they from again?
They're from Texas.
Oh, it is American. Okay.
Yeah, that's a U.S. band from Texas.
Cool.
I think Austin area. Yep. Like 12? Shit. I wish I was 12.
Take it as a compliment.
So my number 2 album that I would not want to live without would be Isis Panopticon. Nick pretty much encompassed everything that I thought about it.
Those films were stupid money right now, man. All those early ISIS ones. They weren't reissued.
Oh, they're Nick's showing it again. We all know. Yeah, it's one of those rare albums that marries the melody with the heaviness, with the heft, with the ugliness and the beauty. It's all kind of encompassed about as perfectly as they could do it. And I do really like In Absence, and I love Oceanic, and I'm not as crazy about Celestial and Signal 5 and what was it, Red Sea, right?
Red Sea, yeah.
Yeah, I don't love them as much because they are more punky or hardcore, and I'm not as into that.
They're harsh.
Harsher, yeah. I could just never kind of reconcile that. But it's kind of like the early Soundgarden, like the Sub Pop shit. You're like, how did that turn into that? It's just kind of weird. But yeah, ISIS, just fuck, man. You can't do post metal without those guys because while they may not have been the founder, they were right in on that very tip of the first wave of the OGs, which I'm going to talk about now. But yeah, it just fucking phenomenal, man. Just a killer album. We already highlighted some of the great tracks. In Fiction, so good. Mouths Grinning. The whole thing. What's the last song on there, Nick?
Mouths Grinning. I think
was it? Yeah, you're probably right. What's one before that?
Altered Course.
Just read off the track names a minute.
All right, opens with So Did We, then Backlit, In Fiction, Wills Dissolve.
Dissolve.
That's my favorite.
Oh
that whole opening is one of the most beautiful sections on the entire album.
Dude, that fucking song is just fucking.
Syndic Calls.
I like Syndic Calls a lot.
Yep. I mean, I love every track in here.
Yeah.
Like this is almost like pretty much a perfect album.
Yeah, and I got to see them. God, man. On that tour and in Absence. I bet I saw them like 13 times, and probably only paid for half of them because I got to know Aaron, and that's the only Jeff and Cliff are the only two guys I never really talked to. But Mike Gallagher's the guy I talked to the most, and he didn't make the list here. But Mustard Gas and Roses first album, forget the damn name of it. I have to look it up. But that's Mike's post, during and post ISIS gig, and apparently they just put a new album out in 24. Which I didn't hear. So, and last one will be. Did I pull it out? Did I? No, I didn't pull it. Shit.
Do you want me to show it? Do you want me to show it for you, Jeff?
Do you know what it is?
It's definitely that.
Is it this?
It is that. It is
It's
that.
100% that.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Lucky
that
guess.
fucking album just
Lucky guess.
We might have heard Jeff stroke this
There was-
album multiple times.
Man, well,
There
okay.
was a stream, I believe, right, on this channel.
There might have been, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? What's funny? I don't know if I told this story. I probably did because I always am a star fucker. But I got into Neurosis because of Steven Wilson, and Steven came in. This was 2000. What was that? 2000 or 2001? One, right?
I think it was 2001 or
Yeah, 2001.
One, yeah. And that was right around the time the Porcupine Tree was getting set to unleash in absentia. And they were doing a bunch of promo, and they came over and did 5 shows in the States, bi-coastal shows. And I went out CD shopping with Steven, and he's like, Jeff, you ever hear of Neurosis? I'm like, no. And that's the album I came in on. So some of you guys were in there before me regarding when you had heard them. Like, Nick, I thought you said you came in at when?
97. Ozfest 1997. I walked in, and the first band playing that I caught was Neurosis. And
So
I
was Through Blood?
they were playing Through Silver and Blood stuff.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah. really, you know, this Through Silver or Times, I do agree with you. I think Times might nail the postiness the best. But man, I mean, we're talking like From the Hill. Man, that song is like just so.
That's probably my favorite on there.
So good. What's the long one? Stones Falling? Rolling Stones?
Stone from the Sky at the very
Stone from the Sky.
That's the closer.
Dude, that fucking track just fucking wrecks everything, man. Just A Sun That Never Sets, man. It's got that weird lurching, you know, and you're like, what is going on? Then when it crushes in, you're like, holy fuck, man. Just, I love this album. I was going to initially go with Times, but I knew other people would pick it. And I thought, you know what? I don't remember. I haven't watched that stream in a long time. So I don't remember if I picked this or Times as number one.
I think you picked that as your number one.
I think I did.
I believe you picked this, and that's.
I think I did. And I think there's a reason why. It's just that nostalgic in moment. You know, it's like Rush Hemispheres. Maybe they made a better album. I don't think so, but maybe they did, but I doubt it. But anyway, if you know, this one, they may have made better albums than this one, but this one speaks to me the most. Just fucking, it's just desolate, that album, man. It's like desolate, broken, and left to rot.
It's a bit hopeless sounding. Like,
Yeah.
They
a
squeezed
song that
whatever
never
joy
said-
was left in the world out.
Read off the titles again, man.
Dude, I was gonna mention some of them. Opens with The Tide, From the Hill. You already talked about. Sun That Never Sets. For me, Falling Unknown.
Dude, Falling Unknown. Oh my god.
That's a big one. Like when it hits towards the very end, because it's very like acoustic and it builds so
Fucking
well.
gorgeous, man. God.
Crawl Back In is pretty good too.
Oh,
Watchfire is one I'm not remembering that well. Is that like
nah, I'm not remembering it either, actually.
That might be like more of an interlude kind of track.
I think it might be one of their intro sort of things. Yeah.
And then Stones from the Sky. I just love when the riff comes in and it fades out and it starts. You start to be like, is my speaker system fucked up? No, it's
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The panning, the way they did the panning. Yeah. Man, this album just fucking shits all over everything. So, and I feel lucky that I got to see him as many times as I did, because for some reason when they were touring in the 90s, I just never caught them. They were out there. I just never caught them. I think it was probably because I was raising preteens and going through a divorce. And it was kind of like, well, I couldn't focus on concerts a whole lot. Well, I go to a lot now. And I can't remember which tour I saw him first on, though. I guess it would have been Given. Yeah, it was Given, I think. And then I caught him which I love that album too. Given the Rising's fucking amazing too. My last great one from them, I think. But this band, they're often cited as the OGs. And man, just fucking, what is that? What was it?
It's grindcore.
It's grindcore.
Oh, you just dropping that in.
You leave me up. I'm going to show some grindcore.
Yeah. I keep leaving you up.
Yeah, I mean,
you could have been showing tons of grindcore ups. You would have never
could have just been pulling it in grindcore fashion, all 10 in like 2 minutes.
Oh man, that's fucking funny. Yeah, just fucking there you go. So wow, dudes, we got honorable mentions we can zip through fast.
I got one.
Yeah, how many honorable mentions do you guys have? Because
I actually didn't pull any.
I had one that was like super close to making my list, but yeah, again, there are too many classics.
Those are my honorable mentions.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
Well, the one I'm sorry.
Are those the Nessie pressings?
What is it?
Like the nice, oh yeah, look at that.
Oh, yep.
No, that's some flexing right there.
Man. Good thing John Holm already went to bed.
Not exactly post metal, but hey, if you go to rate your music and go to top,
that's the first thing
top post metal albums. It was either Isis Panopticon was number one, or it was Ashes Against the Grain.
Yeah, I know.
They were 1 and 2. I don't remember which one was first.
I know. He doesn't feel they are. He just doesn't like that categorization. Not that he doesn't like some of that music, because clearly he does. And I don't want to speak for him because he's not here.
Rick's pulling out the Nessies now.
Oh Jesus balls!
This is a tough.
You mother flexers.
No, Jake just handed it to me. That's it's the same.
Right through the internet.
Off screen, right?
What a magician! Right through the optic wires.
Yeah, what's up?
We got different pressings though. Mine's got the white. I don't remember what color.
Look at you two.
This is the stuff I live for. Right?
It's like a dick measuring contest between two.
No, they're not measuring. They're docking right now.
You're using inches, right? Feet.
I'm not pulling mine out.
What color is your vinyl, Rick?
What was it?
What color is your record?
Oh, some blue.
Oh wait, no, Jake. What color is your record?
What color is your record?
Yeah.
He's we're doing vinyl porn.
He has to unsleeve it.
I got to give it to Rick.
Rick wins, yeah.
Although that's a pretty cool.
Which one's more limited though? That's the real question.
Well, which one is more limited?
It's all in Chinese. I can't read it. I don't know.
I have no idea which one.
Probably yours. Yours looks more exclusive for some weird reason. All right, are you guys done stroking your own penises here or what? Yeah?
No, that was more docking than anything else. Come on.
All right, let me back out to docking. Back out to this view here. So we did that. Logan, what you got? You have anything?
Oh, I have a bunch of honorable mentions.
Well, we'll leave you last then.
I got a shit ton, yeah.
Serge?
I got one.
No, I didn't bring any extra, else I got to drop because it's like way
All right,
past
man.
my time.
All right, dude. Thanks, bro.
Yep.
Serge.
Cheers.
Buddy.
Later,
Bye,
Serge.
guys.
All right. Oh, I can kick you out, bitch. That's what I'm gonna do. Kick you out, motherfucker. All right.
It's on a power trip now.
Yeah, it's me, bro. What did you have, Nick? Did you do yours?
Across Tundras, Sage, another Neurot band, kind of Appalachian post metal. It's definitely got like its heavier, sludgier moments, but there's a lot of like, I don't know, like rustic, very Appalachian melodies and such kind of woven in this one. It stands out, and I mean, it has all the post metal aesthetics. There's a little bit more in the way of clean vocals on here. But the thing that I really liked was sort of the rustic sort of vibe of it. It's just a, I don't know, kind of pretty, like at one with nature sort of listen. But yeah, almost on my list. But yeah, just ended up an honorable mention.
All right. Hang on a second. Right, we're down to those two. Now I know where I'm at. Okay, sorry about that, Nick. And Rick, did you have some?
Yeah, actually, I got a couple.
Okay.
What's his name? The dude from Russian Circles, Brian Cook.
Flying, man.
He's got a
Botch guy.
post-hardcore project, which is
He's also in Sumac too.
you know about These Arms Are Snakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Holy shit. I didn't know about that band
Another
forever.
one. We didn't talk about post-hardcore all that
Yeah.
much anyway to begin with. It's why I didn't pull it. Fucking good shit, man. Like it's just continuing doing more of his talent. Imagine, Russian Circles, but with the more hardcore edge. I guess one way to describe it. But yeah, this is where I kind of came in with them. Another one is actually a new album recommend. It just dropped a day or two ago, and that is this is the last album. Obviously, I don't have the new one yet. Sunver, and this came out in 2020, something like that. So this is a one-man thing from Chile. And if you fucking love classic Alcest, like this is the Chilean version of it. It takes all the best parts of what the stuff that Alcest does. And for some reason or another, one dude down in Chile is fucking able to replicate this quality of but it's got quite a bit of gaziness to it too. So it's a very emotive listen. But I know that he finally just dropped a new album. So it should be available. I don't know what the name of it is. Just look it up, Sunver.
Yeah, those guys popped up in my Spotify just like a recommended track. I
Really?
assume it was off the new album because it was really recent. That was really good.
It's
Made me
really
wanna
good.
check out more.
As a matter of fact, I think this, it's such a like underground kind of thing when it came out. It's a CDR, so you don't even have like the regular
No
thing.
shit.
Yeah.
Wow. Whatever to support,
Yeah, you usually don't see that. Yeah.
these Bandcamp bands, like what was the other one? I did pull another one. Oh yeah. Oh shit, yeah. Okay. So this is a band that's not thought about much as being a post band, but imagine the middle era of Catatonia, but more on the maybe a little later, maybe the fall of Hearts era. Just that and you know how emotive that is. What Jonas is doing there, just the whole feel of that era of Catatonia. It personally is not my favorite era, but over time I'm coming to appreciate it more. So this is a band out of Finland. This is the final release, which I actually connected with the most. One with the Storm, Ghost Brigade. And it's a bummer, that they're no longer active. But this band has Death Doom, which I don't think really brought up tonight, right? Well, somebody brought up death metal, John. But to think of Death Doom, but with the post metal element of the stuff that Catatonia was doing during that really emotive time, I feel like for those who can't get into the era of Catatonia because maybe it's too long-winded or however it approaches, but imagine that feel package it into this, but add like a death doom element to it, which is a strange combination.
Yeah.
But you know, Ghost Brigade, and I love how melodic it is. Like they really take their time to consider. They don't just take any melody and throw it in there. They really take their time to make sure it's stuff of substance. But yeah, a one with the storm was the last one, but this one really connected with me too.
Yeah, that album is really good.
It's
Where are they
really-
from again?
Finland.
Finland. That's right. You did say that. Yeah, that sounds cool. I like that name. What year was that album?
2016 or something like that.
I'm surprised somebody didn't have that name long before that.
Yeah, Seasons of Mist put this out. So
Okay.
they're like a label.
They've been around for a minute. Like I think that's from what mid era, that album.
Yeah.
Mid or later.
This is the last one. That
Yeah.
was the final one.
Yeah, that Ghost Brigade stuff is really strong material.
They don't get talked about enough. I know they split up, but when you look at these people talking about this time period, no one mentions Ghost Brigade.
Yeah, they seem to take a backseat to both Catatonia and the Death Doom acts.
Human Falafel kind of nailed it too. It's a little bit of they got that bit of that. That
they got the insomnium to them.
Cool. All right. That do it.
I got one honorable mention.
I think I got one too. Wait a minute. Oh shit! What happened there?
Ah, shit! Nick's not here. That's all right.
Yeah, where
Oh, he stepped out.
we can stall a little bit if you want. I mean,
We can.
Maybe I could do one more too.
I'm
What
going.
else do you have?
I'm going to see Mayhem tomorrow if I'm not too hungover. That should be cool. They're doing it. What's that? Well, they're doing it.
You spilled one thing of wine. You might be okay.
It's not a real band. They don't have any original members left.
It's not a real band. Well, okay.
I'll make a plug. I'll make a plug over at Bind Rune. That band Eve, EAVE.
Yes.
They're from Portland, Maine, and this is so much better than the previous album. They really grew. Just really good atmospheric post black metal. There's a little bit of elements where you can tell they're taking some liberties to try some experimentation. So it made me really anxious to know what they're going to do next after this. But I feel like they're really, really developing. The first one may not have pulled you in, but this one, did I say the album title? Which is Fervor, FERVOR, Fervor. It's the album. So yeah, really awesome. Again, Bind Rune. It's another Bind Rune release. Fucking Eve, man. Nobody talks about them. I feel like they should be.
Yeah, somebody got old, and I can't believe I didn't think of this. Somebody got old Jake's goat there. There is one original member, Necro Butcher.
Well, he got fired for a time.
Yeah, but he was an original. Started the band, so didn't he get fired because he left because of what they did to Dead's body and all that shit?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, being one of the few members with morals was kind of a hang-up for him.
Do you remember seeing it? Do you remember, Rick? Were we walking to the IHOP when we saw him back by the fence there? We walked by, and I felt like Yao Ming compared to him because he's little, man. He's little. He's even little.
Necro Butcher.
He's even listen. Necro Butcher's even shorter than Rick. Shh, don't say anything, okay?
As long as I'm taller than Danny DeVito, I'm good. Nothing.
Yeah. You're taller than Danny DeVito.
Yeah. Says the guy that's 5'7.5". It's so
Always Sunny in Philadelphia is still one of the best comedies ever.
Oh yeah.
Dude, the whole drunk take thing where he just decided to go method acting and stayed drunk because they went out drinking the night before. And he was like, well, fuck it, I'm just going to stay up and we're going to do that shot first. And I'm going to continue to be drunk. That's commitment.
That is commitment. Yeah, for sure.
The fucking wrestling episode. Kills me.
Trash
All right,
man.
so you ready to go now? Your lover Nick's back. You good?
Yeah, Jeff, I got one line for you. We'll see if you know where I'm going.
Okay.
Extreme conditions demand extreme responses.
Yes.
I'm smelling what you're selling.
Look at that.
Oh,
Extreme.
That's
Wow.
my
Oh my god.
brutal truth. That's my honorable mention.
That's a great post-metal album right there.
that is an excellent post.
Yeah.
We should do an
I-
entire stream of post-metal albums
We
like
should
that.
Listen here, motherfuckers.
Now-
I know.
You're
Listen
on
here,
to it. You're on
listen
to
here,
it, Nick.
motherfuckers. I got news for you. If you didn't think that I didn't know that that's a grindcore album, you can fuck right off.
Jeff, I think you would love it if you just listened to it. It's an awesome album.
I'm sure I would. I'm sure
It's,
I would.
it's got death metal riffs on it.
I'll tell you what, guys. Here's what
That's a top 10
hang on.
grindcore album, if you ask me.
I like her, man.
Hang
I
on.
mean,
Hang on.
it would be.
I have a proposition. I have a
It could be.
proposition. I have a proposition for you guys. You want to put your fucking money where your mouth is? Let's do this way, okay? I will do fucking Grindcore Island. I will do I will do a 10-hour long edition of Grindcore Island.
It won't take that long.
It
It's
would
great.
That's too long for a grindcore
I was
album.
gonna say it would mean
For
that
a
we would do
Grindcore
like
Island.
every grindcore band on earth. We could talk about every album. Here's the deal. You guys get me the fucking CDs. I will do it. I will do it.
This
it
feels
would
like
be your
a-
list. You would have to find grindcore you like, and then
Well, do you have to like it though? Can we just send you like some shitty?
I
like,
think
CDs?
you guys should get together and do a consensus of, hey, what's your 5 that you send to Jeff, and what's your 5 that you send to Jeff, and I'll do a top 5 for me, and you guys can do a top 10.
I'll send my shittiest 5 grindcore albums too.
Yeah, I can do that.
God, what do I? Oh, dude, I have some fucking terrible porno grind, dude.
Yeah, it's
You're
gonna
gonna-
be all
Well,
groove grind.
the problem with that is you're going to be reviewing the same exact albums.
No, I'm not, because you'll have
No,
it. It'll be
No.
your album with that.
No. Hold on.
Yeah,
Wow.
dude. Everyone's gonna find out that Jeff's a big throat plunger fan.
Listen, what I'm saying is, you guys need to figure out what are our top 5. We won't do a top 10 because it'll go on forever. What are our top 5 grindcore albums of all time?
Dude, that's impossible. I have so many favorites.
There's this local band in New Orleans called Shitload. I'm just gonna send you all of their material. It's all improvised. It's
I
just
can't wait to get a shitload of shit.
Progressive rock.
It's just a Rick, I sent you some. It's just a bassist and a drum machine, and it's all improvised.
Oh my
I'm gonna
God.
send you all of it, and that will be your grindcore album.
That's your favorite grindcore band now.
I mean, let me
Congrats.
see that again. Let me see.
Shitload. This is their masterpiece, Angle of Death.
Dude, that right there to me looks like it. That is like what I think of a methamphetamine speedball overdose. That's what it looks like. That's what it feels like too, I'm sure. So,
But to your challenge though,
yeah,
honestly, if you find 10 grindcore albums that you like, you have to actually listen to them. You know what? I'll fucking buy some for you.
I'll buy like 2 or 3.
hang on.
Yeah.
What did Nick say?
If you find 10 grindcore albums that you like, I'd be willing to purchase and send them to you. Like some of them. Like we can pull in. Because Grindcore Island's got to happen. We've teased it so much.
All right.
People want
all right.
Grindcore Island.
Okay, but here's the thing. You guys
can only tease the masses so long, Jeff.
I know, because this right here is right up there with J Dog versus Nate Garrett. This is like on that level.
This
I'm
is
thinking,
a
right?
heavy
Don't you
drama
think?
for sure.
I mean,
It's 4-on-1. You already lost.
Yeah. So here's the deal. I need from each of you a text message on your 10 favorites.
Well,
then I can.
I don't want to spoil my list.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil my list.
No, it doesn't. First of all, it doesn't have to be in any order.
Well,
And
why don't you
second
do
of
like
all,
a quick little Google as to like what the 10 best grindcore albums are,
well, I could do
Yeah.
that.
and just kind of go through.
Rate,
and go,
rate your
why-
music exists, Jeff.
Why?
I
just
already
send
know
them-
that Jacob has an excellent selection there, and that one's probably going to be on my list too.
Nick, listen.
Terrorizer
why-
World Downfall too.
But Nick, why are you overcomplicating something that a fucking infant could understand? Okay,
Infants
I get
don't understand grindcore. You're ancient and you don't understand grindcore.
Who do you think you are, Donald Trump, with this, attempted extortion? You were just
Well,
attempting to extort 3 albums out of the public here.
That's
Yeah.
Right.
We're just
here's the
hardworking
deal.
Americans trying to make
I'm
a living
extorting
for us
you.
and our families, and you're
I'm
trying to extort.
I
albums
am
out of us.
extorting you motherfuckers. for
At the core of this,
voting
this is
right
generosity and empathy that we're showing you, and I feel like you're snubbing us, like you don't care.
now.
I mean,
a picture.
Logan's already done you a favor by showing you shitload. You would have never known they existed.
I know.
Now
Yeah,
you have a place to start.
Now you know
place to start.
the original grindcore band is shitload.
All right. Well, listen. Here's what I will commit to. I will put a little bit of. I'll put a little investigative panel together to do a cost benefit analysis.
Have you heard World Downfall by Terrorizer?
I have
I mean-
heard World Downfall,
Okay.
and I don't hate it.
Oh, see, there you go.
And
That's
I
There
have
are other
heard-
albums that sound as good as that.
I have heard Harmony Corruption. I have heard.
It's more of a death metal album.
What's the one before that one?
Oh shit! God damn it! From
Oh, is that
fuck.
it? From
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 Something to
Extermination or
Obliteration.
Annihilation?
oh my god, how the fuck am I fucking that up?
it's the Diet Cokes.
Yep, I've had too many.
From Enslavement to Obliteration.
To Obliteration. There it
I
is.
looked it up.
There it is. Yeah.
That's one of Lee
Yeah,
Dorian.
that one.
Yeah.
That one. It rules. But I
Dude,
mean,
Utopia Banished.
yeah, 92.
Yeah, dude, that's like almost like one of the earliest Death Grind albums right there.
Yeah, those early napalms I started to get into. It's kind of I had the same experience with them in a way that I had with Mayhem. Like I checked that stuff out a long time ago. I was like, because anything that had the word core associated with it, I was always like, ooh, no,
All right, you're not ready for Soylent Green, then I don't know.
I'm not.
But now you like Mayhem, apparently.
Dude,
Yeah.
a little bit of this, a little bit of Nawesome.
I know Nasm. I know. Yep.
Eric's dropping some heat with Repulsion.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, I love Repulsion. Horrified fucking rules.
Yeah, when I went to see Lathe of Heaven last Friday, the singer was wearing a Repulsion shirt. And when
Jeff, you remember at MDF when we bonded and we watched Hemorrhage play? You had a great fucking time.
Can you
because they were
imagine?
awesome.
Can you imagine? J Dog was up there yanking his crank up there on the front.
I didn't imagine that at all. I leave that to you.
That's a 3 seconds that's only left to your imagination, Jeff.
So now you know why Jeff was into the show.
Yeah. No, I mean, hopefully that memory or whatever it was only lasted as long as a grindcore song.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that's funny shit, man. That was a funny night, Mr. Rush. Look at this guy. Look at this 80-year-old
You
guy.
didn't get a chance to check out Noisy Neighbors either. Man, dude, they were fucking
That was
awesome.
the funniest shit as I'm walking over there interrupting his interview because of those guys saw me and were yelling Rush to me, and I come over and bombarded the interview, and he's like, oh, look at fucking Mr. Rush here. He looks like he's 80 years old.
Did you check out that Malevich album, Logan?
Oh shit, I did. The one you sent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you dig that?
Uh-huh. They're coming around here. Actually, they're playing live.
That's grindcore, right? It's in the adjacent.
It's yeah.
Got some grindcore in there.
I would say.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Did
Pretty
you guys
cool
see
album.
that Wormrot's doing a nice little leg of tour dates
I
before Maryland Death Fest?
might be seeing them.
Yeah, they're
May.
coming through here.
I'm
The
hoping.
Nomos
April,
Oxygen
April.
Destroyer.
Yeah, I
Did
don't
you guys
know.
see that Dragged into Sunlight is doing a tour?
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
I'm gonna
who's
see
it
them
going
twice
out with?
If you
here.
can see them, please.
They're
not
coming
gonna
here.
be- Go see them.
They're coming
They're
here on a
MDs.
Monday. On a fucking Monday.
Do it.
Like,
Call in dead.
Sorry that sucks, but do it, you know?
Just call in and say, listen, guys, I can't come into work because I died.
I probably will. More than likely. It's clear in June, so I've ample time to plan for it.
I mean, I think they're doing the same set, the Hatred of Mankind, in its entirety.
Is Dragged Into Sunlight the band that has like 8,000 fucking albums out?
No, they have
No.
They're
two.
not them. That is maybe
Well, who am I
tongues.
thinking of? What's the Australian band that has the black metal dude that has like
Oh, Drowning the Light.
Oh,
Drowning the Light? Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Very
I get
different.
them. I always get them mixed up. I don't know why. It's weird.
Dragging the Sunlight's UK, and
Yeah,
the Hatred of Mankind is one of the heaviest albums.
I need to
ever.
check them
That
out.
album is insane.
everybody who's seen them says it's like the heaviest shit they've seen.
It's
It
been too long, man. Time for
I,
another.
I saw them.
I just-
They released a split EP with No Other Tongues, or not a split, a collab. I saw them with. They were touring for that. It's fucking awesome.
I think it's with what Mismore and Meth. Oh god,
Yeah, Meth.
Oh,
dude,
man.
I don't. Did that last album just kind of fucked me up a little bit, dude? And especially like because I kept looking at the picture of the band and them all smiling and listening to that album, which was horrifying. I was like, dude, I am not in a good.
What are
place.
they like? Doom or what?
Noise, fucking ambient, hellish,
Like full
fucking
of hell?
nightmare sounds, and
Full of hell?
it's like Portal slowed down occasionally.
Oh wow.
Sludge, dissonance, dude. That last album will fuck you up. It's like a sonic waterboarding.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a meth drinker, but I don't know if you'd like that.
It's
Wow.
sludge,
Good.
I think.
yeah. I know the name Meth Drinker. I've never checked him out, but yeah, that sounds like some fucking crazy
But
shit.
yeah, you got to do some grindcore research.
Well, I will do a little research, and I'll provide you guys with a list, and you can give me the thumbs up or the thumbs down. How's that work?
No, because it has to be your taste. It has to be your picks. If you say you like something that you heard,
Yeah, but I can't fucking I can't listen to every grindcore band. So what I'm saying
You
is,
don't need
I mean, you got a lot of time, and they're only 10-minute albums.
Yeah.
well, I mean, unless they have like 35 tracks on them.
Yeah,
then
I mean, then it's 20-minute album.
Yeah. Start with some agoraphobic nosebleed.
oh man. All right, I will.
Frozen Corpse stuffed with dope. Great album.
I'll probably, you know what I'll probably do? Here's what I'll do. I'll go to Rate Your Music. You know that? Rate Your Music?
Yep.
And I'll
Heard of it.
type in grindcore. And when the list of how they've averaged things out from scores, that'll give me a top 15 to deal with.
Yeah.
And that
You
should
whittle
take
that
me-
down to 10.
I was gonna say
Oh, dude, Discordance Access.
Definitely
Dude.
check out
Gridlink.
Discord's Axis.
Gridlink might be even better than Discordance Access. I don't know.
I've mentioned it before, but Swamp Ass. You gotta check out Swamp Ass.
Scream.
As a
Thank you,
perpetual
Swamp Ass.
sufferer of that all summer long.
Synth grind.
what the fuck, man? I mean,
You
come on.
gotta check it out.
That's just absurd.
It's just fun, dude.
Uh,
Grind is just fun.
I feel bad for anybody just tuning in now, thinking they're getting a post metal stream.
All right, right here. Let me do my honorable mentions real quick, and then we can
Oh.
wrap it up.
I had
and
one.
we-
I had one quick. Hang
Okay,
on.
okay.
Nick, you did yours, right?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Mine. And can I do this? I don't know if I
Can you do this?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Dirge.
We're gonna do something a little different here. We're gonna fucking play this bitch.
Check out that soulmate you're looking for.
What's it? Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's
Yeah.
now.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's hey, Easy.
Oh man, I'm picking her nose. You know, like
Yeah.
You weren't
You
starting
could've
at her
done
nose.
worse.
All right, so
Filthy
the
old
band
man.
is Dirge. They're a French band, and Mario had mentioned them. And these guys were right on the verge. They should have maybe even actually been in there over KO Dot. But Lost Imperium, man, this fucking shit is killer. So I think this was 2019, and I believe it was the last album that they did. French band doing this kind of stuff. So it's kind of wild. So I'm gonna everybody be quiet so we don't overlap audio. And try to get away with playing about 2 minutes. All right.
You know what I was thinking? This is post
Hold on. Hold on. Okay, go ahead, Rick.
Am I normal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you guys hear it?
I kind of like the robotic.
Yeah.
voice.
Oh yeah.
It's post metal crowbar.
Yeah, dude. When I heard the groaned vocals, I definitely kind of thought of Kirk.
You're right. I didn't even think about it. It sounds like Kirk. Yeah, a little bit. I don't know, man, but I didn't hit one of the parts that were like mellow, but the mellow parts are really pretty. They're very pristine and almost anathema to the heavier, the crowbar post metal sort of vibes. You know, I don't know where they're from. They're from the U.S. And that came out on Agonia, I believe I said. But that was one that jumped out at me. I mean, there was a whole bunch of other things that I checked out, like what was that one? Oh man, it had the weirdest fucking name. I'm not gonna be able to remember it now, but a lot of just weird stuff. You know, they tended to be either in the Isis, Neurosis, Cult of Luna vein, because maybe they're the big ones. You know, the really big names.
I would say they're like the big three of post.
Yeah, right, or they tended to be more in the Russian circles, Pelican instrumental vein of thing. Red Sparrow,
like Intronaut. Anybody bring them up?
Intronaut would be an inner. I think they'd be in the former, not the latter, though. Don't you think?
They overlap in so many territories, though. They're fucking awesome.
And I thought about them, but I don't have enough of their stuff to know. I saw them open for Meshuggah, and I was impressed. And actually, Guiltless, Josh Graham's new band, has Sasha Dunable on bass.
Yeah, I didn't realize that till after your
it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So you can almost throw a band like Rake in here too, to a degree. You know, they kind of have vibes of it at times too, you know.
Dude, this album is so fucking good.
It's good, man. You know? They were cool people, man. I enjoyed talking to them. Because I didn't really know anything about it, and I get, I don't know about you, Nick. I don't know if you get tons and tons of promos and things, but I get a bunch. I probably every week I get anywhere from 10 to 30. And I just can't look at them all. I mean, first of all, the name is the first thing. I look at the source. Is it on this label or that label that sent it to me? And that then I'm like, oh, okay. Is the name cool? Oh yeah, the name is really cool. And I didn't. That one kind of got me. I don't know. I guess it was on Relapse, so I'm like, all right, and I could get an interview. And I put that on. I was like, it was not what I was expecting.
It's
in terms of sludge metal, I mean, there really are kind of like a different entity. Like, you almost can't even call them sludge metal. They do so much. Like, yeah, honestly, they're kind of yobbish at times too.
Yeah, they have a yob vibe for sure.
I don't know, dude. It's just really all over the place, but it really works. Like that album, I think it's equal parts fucking heavier than hell, but also beautiful. Like there's some fucking really pretty moments on there.
Yeah.
All right, back to
melodies
Logan.
are cool. Here, let me wrap this up, and then we
Yeah.
can do a post stream. Here. So the big four for me, I love these bands so much I could have picked one or two different albums. So like Isis, Wavering Radiant would have been the second one I would have picked. We already talked about Neurosis enough. That would have been the second Pelican pick. And then for Cult of Luna, Vertical. I don't know if you guys know.
It's a good album.
It's an awesome album.
I need to get into that band. I can't believe I've never checked them out.
This is a concept album about Metropolis. Just check it out based on that alone. It's awesome. It's
the movie Metropolis?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'm in.
So check it out. It's killer. It's got some interesting sounds you wouldn't normally hear in a post metal album. There's like some dub and I don't know, just playing around with some stuff. Cult of Luna are just great musicians. Some Red Sparrows. They actually missed the cut because they fell too much on the post rock side for me.
I mean, I can see that they're on the border, but when they do get heavy, they get super heavy. And again, the thing that really sets them off from almost all these bands is that lap steel, man. It gives it that, like you were saying about Wayfarer, or whoever mentioned Wayfarer. Rick mentioned Wayfarer has that rustic spaghetti western vibe or something, right? Red Sparrows just has that rustic Americana vibe with that pedal steel. It just does something that's super fucking cool, and it's heavy. Like when he's electrified, so he's like using distortion on it, which isn't a typical thing. Most pedal steel, it's that wow, that kind of thing. This has menace to it. You know what I mean? I think
it's definitely foreboding. Like it to me, it wasn't. It didn't have the heavy moments that I kind of needed.
I believe, if I'm not wrong,
still awesome.
Sorry, man, I cut you off there, but just so I don't lose the thought, I believe most Red Sparrow stuff was all eco-conscious, tied in with Mother Nature and Mother Earth and all that stuff. Like they had like a social conscience. I know Josh is a pretty staunch Democrat, liberal, or liberal-esque. And, I don't, all their stuff just had this kind of worldly knowledge thing. Hence the titles, which are like 18 words long for every song.
Yeah. Yeah. And the album, the fear is excruciating, but therein lies the answer.
Yeah. I mean,
and then,
I was thinking about
no one mentioned Mogwai.
I was thinking about it, young team, but I didn't go there.
I mean, they're very much in that Red Sparrows conversation, like where do they fall? And to me, it was a bit more on the post-rock side, but My Father, My King is a 20-minute long, one song EP worth checking out. It gets in, it gets heavy, it gets dynamic, and then it wraps up. So if you're looking to check out Mogwai, check out the EP. Surprised this band didn't get mentioned. A Storm of Light. So this is
I thought about
Neurosis light, kind of.
Yeah.
I
had the first two. I don't have that one.
This is
Yeah,
Forgive Us
just,
Our Trespasses. Yeah.
Yeah, as we wept the black ocean within. Damn good album.
It's good, but it just doesn't have enough unique, like, you know, separates it from the pack, kind of.
Yeah.
Like the vocals are a little, you know,
They're probably the weakest part of
they're
it.
the weakest part, I think. And then I already showed the Intronaut. Prehistoricisms was, but this falls more on the like the sludge side to me.
I've always found like progressive sludge.
Yeah, especially with the later albums, you know.
Valley of Smoke. Fuck. That's the one.
That's
Yes,
the one
but
I know.
That one got
That's a
more
tour I
progressive
saw him on.
to me. Like,
Yeah.
that one sounds more progressive.
I
This
got
one,
it in
at
with
least-
Null and Void.
I need to pick that one up. Yeah. This was my first one. Awesome.
Yeah.
Any Port is the best song. We mentioned Yesu.
Yeah, I thought
Conqueror.
about it, but there's so much to pick from.
Exactly. This is my favorite, Conqueror, their second album.
Yeah, it's a great album.
Beautiful. It does have more of the shoegaze, like it's really just beautiful but sad at the same time. It's
Yeah,
like
it's
a
sad, beautiful music.
somber melancholy. Mentioned Caleb Schofield.
Zozabra.
Zozabra, Bird of Prey.
Both those albums are awesome.
Oh man, a weird band. Tombs with Path of Totality. Definitely some post metal elements on here, but there's like post punk, black metal, sludge. It's just who knows where to put this band.
I saw them here in Toledo with Andy from Black Crown Initiate as their second guitarist and clean vocalist. Yeah, he stepped in for the tour.
That's cool.
Yeah, we gotta hang out with him. It's pretty awesome.
I didn't know he did time with them. And then Big Brave, if you guys know this band.
You know that name. I've never checked them out though.
This is like a weird, it's like more drone than it is post metal, but at the same time, it's like post metal drone, but with the singer of the Cranberries on vocals. It's
wow.
It's cool. It's haunting. It's
Well, yeah, now knowing she died, right?
Dolores, yeah.
Yeah, Dolores
the singer sounds like her.
Oh, it's not her.
No, it's not her.
Oh, I thought you said it was her singing.
I meant to say that it sounded like her. Yeah, comparatively.
By the way, I don't know what happened to Jake. He dipped, then he came in.
He mentioned in the chat he's off to get some sleep.
He's gonna get some sleep.
Okay.
Finally, Spotlights, Love and Decay. This is more of a like poppier kind of post metal, but it's like got that, still heavy guitar riffs, but at the same time the vocals have that shoegaze kind of vibe. I feel like that this was kind of a trend in like the late 2010s was to go more like Resin kind of did this, where it was just super heavy, but at the same time the vocals are atmospheric and dreamlike. So wanted to mention them. And yeah, I'm gonna close it with Final Light.
It's it, yeah.
Yeah. This is a Cult of Luna vocalist with, is it Gost? Who's the other?
The Perturbator guy.
Perturbator, thank you. Yeah. It's post metal, but it's actually like Perturbator as the backing music. It's cool. It doesn't hold up enough really for me to be like, oh, this is a top 10 of a genre, but it is really neat to hear the Cult of Luna vocalist over like a more techno, like synth driven kind of sound. So definitely check out Final Light. Once again, we got the space element on the cover. So, and that's probably enough from me. So great episode, Jeff. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
I forgot to mention something. You may have noticed there was a record hanging behind me at some point. Maybe not. This is if you like Jesu, check out Beak, Beak.
Weird name for
out of Chicago. This fucking EP, man, it's like, guys, no joke. Like it's got the they bring the goods. It's heavy. They got really interesting melodic stuff going on with the post metal elements, and I feel like, and I don't understand why this band doesn't get much attention. I think part of the problem is one EP, then they put out a full length, and that was like back 2016, something like that. So it's been a long time since they dropped anything, which is very annoying when you get great drops like this and then you hear nothing, for like a long time. So yeah, it's called ealry. But yeah, just fucking check out the full length too, which the title escapes me.
Rick always has to be last. Always has to be last. Look at that.
It was part of my last round. It just came a little later. It's delayed.
It was those mushroom gummies, dude.
None of them were Russian today. I had one chocolate and 2 gummies.
Okay.
So you're nice and eating out.
He's easing up. Yeah,
Record great.
So yeah, man, that's our little take on Metal Island. Thanks to Jake and Serge and Johnny, who had to dip out a little bit early. We ended up at 5.5 hours, which I thought we would get under like 3. I was shooting for
right
3.
in line what I thought. So I think
I was shooting for 3.5, but man, I was not the guy that was talking all the time.
You weren't?
No. Fucking
You sure?
I'm real sure about it, motherfuckers.
Are you really sure?
If there was a meter on how much I talked over everyone else, I say I'm at like 30%.
I feel.
Is there a replay?
I mean, well, there's a whole stream we can go back and watch.
Yeah, I think fuck you guys. So,
It's settled.
but it was fun. That was fun, man. We got a lot of, other than the couple of obvious bands like the Cult of Luna and Pelican. I guess Russian Circles too. So we hit a lot of the maybe the top 5 obvious ones.
I gotta show this so they don't kill us. There you go.
Here he goes again. He's got to get Jarbo in now. But
fucking Falak. This island, our funeral.
this could go on all night. Like
This was Andy
like
Andy
6
Marshall
hours.
was in his band. Sayor, man, you interviewed him, Jeff.
I did.
Yeah, he was in his band.
He didn't give a fuck.
Yeah. There you go. Well, he's not in this release. Fucking really good, but super emotive. Vocals are kind of peeled back, but it's just the whole thing is just an experience. Really just good, very personal kind of listen. If you put it in, you might cry.
Oh shit, man. It's been such an emotional night. Good lord. My balls itch.
True. It's in the description, isn't it?
Is that what happens when you get all teary-eyed?
My balls itch.
What the hell is Jeff doing over there scratching his balls and crying?
We're fans of Through Silver and Blood, okay?
Or they sweat too. So see, he's just gonna keep going all fucking night if I don't cut him off. It's like an alcoholic at like 2:15 going, just one more.
It's
listen, man, I got me a bottle cap opener hat that I got on right now. I'm telling you.
I want to use it real quick.
You hillbilly motherfucker.
Let me put it into action.
Anyway, yeah, so we got through that island. We got through Post Metal Island, and I fear that I may have committed to Grindcore Island in some fashion. But I am going to be recompensed for my time.
You're going to have so much fun listening to so much grindcore. You're going to be like, man, Logan and Rick and Nick, they were all right.
Grindcore song titles are the best. It will be fun.
I know. Hang on. One of you guys better get this fucking quote. All right. I'm going to have so much fucking fun. They're going to need a fucking sandblaster to sandblast the smile off my face. Chevy Chase. National Lampoon's Vacation.
Christmas Vacation? Or no, regular vacation.
I think it was regular vacation. Yeah.
The Wally World. Okay.
So that's how much fun I'm going to have.
Dude, sandblasting a face is very grindcore.
It really would be,
That's
wouldn't
what
it?
the music basically is.
I mean, you're going to be sandblasting your eardrums.
Well, there's a part of me. I'm not sure which part of it is. Might be my asshole, but there's a part of me that is
It's
looking
clenched.
forward to
We've
Well,
already
my
admitted it.
balloon
We've
knot.
already
My
admitted
balloon
it.
knot is getting excited for some reason.
yikes. So this is what it takes.
You know what,
Grindcore.
you know what they say, caring is sharing. Sharing is caring.
I think it would just be fun to see you shit on grindcore for like the whole time.
Oh, dude.
Like we talk like this is awesome, and you're just like I fucking hate.
It's a
You
very real,
motherfuckers made me listen to this.
it's a very real possibility. But then again,
It'd be a fun experiment.
what hey, by the way, Nick, do you remember what night was the hemorrhage night?
I'd have to look it up. I want to say it was night 2 or night 3.
All right, so it wasn't the last night.
No.
No, I thought it was the last night, and it was almost the last. No, the last night was mortuary drape. Yeah, I don't know, man. I thought that was near the end, and I was just maybe fucking.
You do realize part of your research is you got to go through all the Mortician albums. You know, it's
They're not grindcore, are they?
I mean,
Let's
Gore
put them in
grind.
there. Just,
We're
in
doing
case.
Gore
no, but
They're
We
death,
do
should.
grind?
Death grind?
Just for Jeff, we should put them.
Well, okay. So grindcore, I thought we were including death grind, but no, it's just
yeah, we can throw in Death Grind too. Death Grind you might like more because it's a little bit revvier, maybe.
I love Exhumed. You know, it's just some.
Look, I can
send
listen.
Jeff some exhumed for sure.
Listen, I can
All the
listen.
carcass worship. I mean, that's where it lurks.
I can listen to all this stuff, and whether it's a different. I guess the disconnect for you guys with me on that is that I just don't connect with it much, and but I will say, and there is actual probably video or photographic evidence of this event. I really enjoyed Earthburner at what's it called, Beer and Decibel. And yeah, I dug that Earthburner. Is that what their name? Earthburner, right?
Yeah.
Earthburner,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah. And I was,
Fucking
even when they
grind.
were talking about the guy, the song title that about eating human feces or whatever, that one.
I have to look that one up.
Yeah, it's obvious what song it is. It's also what's that called when you fuck the dead?
Oh,
Oh,
necrophilia.
cadaveric coprophagia.
What's it called?
Cadaveric coprophagia.
Yeah, that's it. Coprophagia.
Eating
shit.
dead people shit.
Eating dead people shit. Yeah.
Oh my god.
And the singer, I don't know the names of the guys.
Let me get to DoorDash now. I'm hungry.
Yeah. He's like, this is a song about eating dead people's fucking diarrhea. And I'm like, what? And then I'm just like, this shit fucking rules. This shit rules. So it could happen. You guys could pollute me to the point where I've given up. Well, I'm already at that edge because it just doesn't seem like I can escape it now.
There's a lot of like.
We've been playing.
But here's the thing: what we have to do. Here's what we have to do for Grindcore Allen. The episode cannot exceed.
Shut up.
Minutes.
No, that's impossible because you would just keep talking about. Now, here's how I got into grindcore. How much time do I have? So it was a long journey. Really, it took many days, and I'm going to start at day 1. First, I got up and had breakfast.
Then I made a poopy, and then I washed my balls in the shower. Then I might have spanked the bank to a little bit of a.
Mortician.
And we're out of time, guys. Just leave your list of recommendations down in the comments. The next couple of days. Thank you very much. Bye.
See, you would filibuster the whole thing. You just get up there and you.
I could do that.
You could do that, and then we'd be like, let's talk about the albums. You'd be like, this is my stream. Let me filibuster.
Oh, you want to filibuster? All right, there you go. Now what?
No, you.
Oh, can I?
Well, I'm done talking about post metal.
Oh, you're done now. Okay.
Yeah.
I was listening, but I was
I'm
also
giving you advice for the grind metal.
I was listening, but I was also jazzing out on jazzcore stuff.
If you like Earthburner, I mean, you'd probably like some Exhumed. You'd probably like some Impaled.
I've listened to Exhumed. The one with the chainsaw on the front. A couple years back.
Gore metal.
That was fun.
Slaughter Cult's a bit better.
Yeah. I mean,
that one has a chainsaw vinyl too, which
yeah, I know that. Is that the one with the blood in it? It's the blood's in the like.
That might have been an aborted release, but there's other bands that have done that.
Right, yeah.
I know. Actually, my personal favorite is Necrocracy, which is their like kind of heart work album.
That's when they get a little more death metal to me.
Yep.
That's my favorite too. But
all right, here's the deal. Here's the deal, guys. We finished up with Post Metal Island, right?
Yes.
We're done there. Yeah, we're done.
Yep.
Okay. So rather than start a new stream, if you guys want to go another half hour, 45 minutes, we'll just stay on this one.
Okay.
And I am going to dip out for a minute though and get a cold drink and I got to fucking eat something, man. I'm starving. So it just take me like 5 minutes. You guys do what you need.
I'm going to grab a quick smoke and we'll be right back.
All right. All right. Logan and Rick.
Rick, entertain everybody.
Logan, Rick, Logan.
All 20.
Listen, guys. Nothing's off topic here. If you guys want to make out,
I'm going to get a beer first.
You gotta get loosened up a little bit.
Now I gotta stick around, otherwise Rick will have to be talking to everybody. So, thanks, Logan, you cunt.
Yeah, we're just gonna give you a list of like porno grind albums to check out, and you have to read all the song titles out loud.
I can kind of keep people entertained. Just gotta think of a story.
You have a story?
Do you?
What just happened there?
That was the most high conversation I think I've seen in a while.
Was there some kind of like a time jump there? I felt like my life ended for half.
I think Rick's like living like at least 10 minutes in the future.
I think so too.
Wait.
You know what? When we get to this point, what was it? 5?
Would you like some coffee? Yes, have some.
I took just a 5 milligram. Was a 50 milligram? It had a 5 in it.
50 milligrams?
Those zeros get real fucking important, Rick.
2 zeros or 3 zeros?
Oh my God, Rick! Jesus
Christ!
I cannot wait. Like before I go to sleep tonight, I'm rewinding to the 5:48, 47, and watching that little bit. You went to get a beer, and that's when it started.
What happened? What did I miss?
You're gonna have to watch it tomorrow. It was a weird.
Rick hit the factory reset on a conversation. I don't know. That exchange was fucking brilliant.
It was like time just stopped right there.
Yeah,
like if you were.
Rick said he said. I can tell people a story, and then Jeff said, "Oh, you got a story?" And then Rick said, "Oh, you got one?" wait.
I was just like, "Wait, what did he say?" In my mind, I was like,
"It was a collective, huh?"
You guys are describing a Chong skit here, like.
I'm not even that high. That was fucking hilarious.
That was the most unintentionally hilarious thing
That will
I've
be
seen
the
today.
coolest thing. I'm actually going to note that. I'm going to find it and I'm going to pin a comment and say, if you don't think this stream is worth watching from beginning to end, go to this point right here. That way everybody will be like, man, if there's shit like that in the rest of the video.
Well, if it goes viral, like Bobby, I think I'll be all right.
Oh my God, that was fucking hilarious, Rick. God,
YouTube short of it.
I'm trying
Don't
to find
do that to me again, man. Yeah, I gotta YouTube short that for sure. Fuck. That cannot be ever replicated again. That was so good. All right. I'm gonna get a drink and you and Rick can talk for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
All right.
Hang on.
I'm trying to find this moment that you did, Rick. It must have been exceptional.
But can
5:48. Roughly 5:47 and a half, 48.
Okay,
right when you walk out of the room to go get a beer. So find that at 5:48.
Well, you're not going to hear us because you're going to be gone, right?
Yeah, I'm walking away right. Well, I'm hobbling away. I'm hobbling away slowly. Go ahead. No. If you want to talk about me, go ahead.
No, we wouldn't do that.
I think he's gone. Wait.
Hell no.
No.
He's still in the room.
All right, so, like, what are the probabilities he's on board for Grand Core Island? You say
90%.
90%. Okay.
Yeah.
It's looking good, guys.
Definitely. I think it's looking good. I think we're in. I think everyone should start getting their grindcore picks right now. And
Yeah.
I think we can get away with not buying him anything either.
I wanted Death Grind too because he's not going to do an island part 2. You know.
No, I think Death Grind should be included. Like if we're talking exhumed, even like gore metal and slaughter cult, that's like borderline.
Especially the classics. Yeah.
Yeah.
Issue
Like
with
borderline.
Some of these bands kind of they do more death than the grind. It's kind of gets hard to kind of put them in that box.
Rick, did you open your package yet?
Yeah. You want me to?
You got the grind stuff I sent you?
Yeah. You want me to? Well,
you got the nasty grind stuff. If you're gonna do it later, then do it later. But yeah,
that was planned. Yeah.
Yeah, do it later then. We're talking about grind. I want you to know.
Hold so much shit, man. Another one that's cool.
Yeah, let's just show some shit, dude. What you got?
You see Redwoods, man. You know this is gonna be heavy. This shit's gonna be.
Oh, is that like some stoner?
No, it's post, man. It's Conifer, Conifer. It's the EP. I think it's just self-titled. It's one of the early ones. 04. This 04 was or 05. It's when all that good shit was coming out, man. So these guys were part of that scene. Although I think they're from Maine. I don't think I can recall any other bands from Maine.
I am gonna have to see if I can find that, dude. Where is? Fuck. Marty sent me this recently. They might be from Maine or Rhode Island. One sec.
All right. What else? Espen and the Witch. You ever heard of her? The band.
What is that one?
Espen and the Witch. It's they're from the UK, and they're more post rock, but with this album, they kind of started to tease the line with doom. It's got a nice dark sound. It's called Espen and the Witch. Older Terrors came out 2016. Another one that kind of hit you in the feels too. I think her name is Rachel Davies. It's the vocalist. The band's been around for a while.
Something about a female singer over this kind of music is just really works
especially
well
the more gazy parts.
That's like my favorite. I can't believe you fucking have that obscure Sphinx Void Mother. That, you know what bums me out, man, is back in the day, because I discovered it like kind of around when it came out.
Yeah,
it was available for $5 on their Bandcamp. Probably
yeah, like when I grabbed it, it was like it was
like fucking $5, and for some reason I didn't pick it up. Fast forward, and it's unavailable everywhere.
They never repressed the shit, man.
Yeah.
Me.
Which actually, there's some other albums. 2 other ones I want to mention real quick. Post Metal Island's back on. We're back in it because we're still in the stream. Fucking We Lost the Sea, Departure Songs. Check out that. That's some like fairly instrumental post metal, but like the final song is like 30 minutes. It's like a 30-minute concept song about the Challenger, like space, explosion shit.
Yeah,
it's epic. It's sad, but it hits a very emotional.
I remember the Challenger,
heavy
man.
Note.
I was like 6 years old, and I remember a teacher came and tell kid, "Rocket blow up."
Yep.
It's sad. Like that was my elementary school understanding.
We watched it on TV. Yeah, dude, that kind of fucked me up.
Was that the death of like space travel? That was like
I think
NASA at least like.
Every kid that wanted to be an astronaut that day no longer wanted to be an astronaut.
Yeah, like, we're not going back to the moon, are we?
Nope. No, we can't make it away from the planet.
Or did the moon landing ever happen?
Oh no, we're not that high yet, are we?
Let's not get that. I'm not there yet. I'm just saying, check out "We Lost the Sea" in the Challenger song, man.
I've
It's
heard
awesome. It is awesome.
There's
Nick,
some
you would love
bands.
it. You would love it. Check
You
them out.
mentioned Arctic. There's a band called Arctic Sea Survivors. They're from Austria, and it's post doom. It's all instrumental, and it's like the northern part of the world, and you see the Aurora Borealis as like the cover, and it has that feel. Like it's called Arctic Sea Survivors. Really good shit.
I kind of like the name actually.
They got like 2 releases that I know of that they put out. So, but I don't know if we mentioned Austria at all in this stream.
Have you guys checked out Corpus Awful yet?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah, everybody's
Pretty
talking about it.
nasty, dude. Pretty fucking nasty.
Just got I got the tape, the demo tape, or whatever they put out last year.
It is very much the spiritual successor to Cerebral Rot.
Yep.
I mean, probably, dude, like everyone in that band is from someplace.
Yeah. It's got fucking Bellwitch guy in it.
Yep. Caustic Wound, Fetid, Autophagy, Demoncy. I don't know how to say that man's name. Yeah, dude, it's crushing.
The individual tracks haven't really stood out to me yet on it. I don't know. Maybe I need to give it another couple spins.
The back half,
it's like all just been like, because it's long. It's it's like 50 something minutes.
49 something. It's on the cusp of 50 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
The back half of it, like pretty much from the eponymous track on, that's where it really started standing out. But yeah, dude, I mean, it's just crushing, swampy, disgusting death metal. Absolutely fucking rotten.
Like
at least
it
they
has
kept
that
going,
feel
you know?
for sure.
Yeah, like at least they moved on to something else. It's like more Morbus Crown became Swevin.
Yeah, well, I mean, even
makes
the
you
album
wonder.
Slevin by Morbus Crown was a bar. I like that first one. That first one's kind of wild.
Oh.
But Swevin was really good. I was like, all right, well, this is what they're doing now. And they're like, oh no, we're breaking up. But we're coming out with a new band called Swevin.
Hey, before I
why break up?
Before my ADHD lets me fucking forget this, couple things to note. First of all, we didn't really go at the beginning of the show and tell of anything that was coming up or upcoming for our channels. So, Nick, you always have stuff going on, and I've had a good amount going lately. It's been a struggle, but I keep doing what I can. Coming up on April 3rd, to be determined time-wise, but I think 9 o'clock Eastern, so 7 o'clock Central, or I'm sorry, 8 o'clock Central, 7 Mountain, 6 Pacific. Jimmy and I are going to do a deep dive on the ruins of Beverast.
That's gonna be
Jimmy
cool.
Jimmy and I haven't done like a deep dive collab for a while, so I might add a third person to that. So we'll see. Keep an eye on your out for that. Also coming up in April, I want to say third week of April. Not a date set yet, but this one's to definitely keep an eye out for. Myself, John Halm, and Jeff Wagner are going to do Rush Ranked. My first real ranked videos. I always stayed away from them.
Didn't you do Rush?
Well, here's the thing. I'm glad you remembered that. I'm glad you pulled that up, because I was going to say, well, I already did a Rush deep dive, a 5-hour Rush deep dive. It was
early on, right?
My second video behind the porcupine tree one. And man, it's fucking bad. It's just bad. I'm using a phone that's half the time I had weird issues with the internet over at the old house, and sometimes it would lag and do some of the stuff that Rick's did tonight a couple times. So instead of doing a full deep dive on 19 albums where I can just say, look, ignore the shitty, my end of things as far as not having a computer and low rent on my side, no intro, blah, blah, blah. And a lot of those I was laying down all the time because I wasn't feeling well. instead of sitting up, which is kind of a turn off to some people, I think. But I'll just tell people to go check that out. But in the interim, Hunter Ginn, they might as well be married. Hunter Ginn may join us as well too, and I'm going to see if Jimmy wants to do it because it's more of a ranking instead of a.
Jimmy was on the first one, right?
Jimmy was on the first one, and I feel bad leaving him out. Jimmy and my friend John, who unfortunately we don't talk a whole lot these days, but not all his thing, but yeah, I think that's probably going to be the big things coming up, and I'm trying to get the Sabotage deep dive with Steve from Crypt Sermon, or Steve and Matt from Crypt Sermon, and Nick from the Silver to join. So I'm still working that one out. I should have a Steven Wilson interview coming up to talk about the album that just came out the 14th, the overview. I'm hoping to get. I thought I was gonna have him by now, but I'm now going through his PR agency, even though I have a direct line too. It's just kind of funny. So now it's kind of dragging, as opposed to if I just emailed him and said, "Hey Steve, when you want to do this thing, give me a night and a time, and I'll work around you." So I'm hoping to have him on. There are some other people. Anybody ever heard of Ancient Death out of Connecticut?
I have one of their albums in my queue to check out.
So Jerry, the guitar player and singer, is also an atheist. Just one of the sweetest, nicest kids. How about it, Nick? We just
they're all like super cool.
They're all great, but I mean, Jerry's an even extra level of lovable. I mean, he's just such a sweetheart of a guy.
Was he the one in
reddish haired guy?
He was in Garroted.
I think he might have been, yeah. I think so. But so why did I bring him up? Oh, Ancient Death. There might be an interview of them coming up super soon. And man, I know there's a couple interviews, and there's two other ones, so I got to remember who they are and what they are, and I can't. They're further off. In the interim, Rick and I have Decibel Fest coming up. Not this. Is it next? No, 2 weekends.
Yep. Yeah.
2 weekends from now. So Rick and I are seeing Dismember and Exodus and Pig Destroyer. Can't wait. Oh yeah, baby.
That's a great grind.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Right there.
Actually, you should probably jam Prowler in the Yard.
I should.
Can see you liking Prowler in the Yard. It's a fun album. Like if
so maybe I'll do that.
If the opening,
maybe it'll be one of the ones that I dig into there in the top 10 grindcore island.
Scott Hall can write some fucking riffs,
dude. Yeah. Some riffs. The drumming on that album is sick too. Also, there's a fun story about Jennifer that you'll enjoy, I think.
Who else is out there, Rick? Demolition Hammer.
Yeah. Vicious Blade.
Vicious Blade. Vex, is it? Or Hex or something? Or what was that? The one you can't read on the thing. Because there's Sonia.
Yep.
They're good.
Are you looking it up, Nick?
Mother of Graves, man.
Mother of Graves. Who's one of the ones I'm really looking forward to seeing.
Vastum. Oh,
Vastum. Yeah, they're cool.
That's cool.
Darkest Hour doing Undoing Ruin.
Yeah.
I don't know that band.
Metalcore Island.
They always have a core band in these things. Yeah.
If you want to get out of the I don't want you to get out of the grindcore island. But
no. But Mother of Graves.
Metalcore Island could work.
Funeral Leech is fucking awesome. Maul.
They don't know that death metal.
Funeral Leech is like just gnarly death doom. They're pretty melodic though, to their credit. Actually, it's kind of similar to Mother of Graves.
No,
a little bit darker, a little bit.
Be a bad thing. And now that I was not going to go the EXO day, I just was not going to go. I am not a big fan of Zetro. I just never.
It's Rob Dukes.
I know.
Oh, sorry.
You didn't let me finish.
My bad.
I was not going to go, and then Dukes came in, and I'm like, all right, I can get on board with that because I really like Shovel-Headed Kill Machine.
They're doing Bonded by Blood. I mean, they might do like some other stuff, but
yeah. Well, that's true, but I'd rather hear him. It said Anna other hits or other greatest songs or whatever. So I decided then I was like, well, I don't want my buddy Rick to be there all lonesome and stuff. And since this guy down here pushed the fuck out because he's just that guy.
I'm going for every day of MDF.
Oh, quit your fucking whining.
Unlike some people, I think just go for a day.
How old are you again, Nick? Remind me.
Younger than you.
Yes, you are. Yes.
But I watched this old man fucking hang. He hung all last fucking year. Crazy fucking maniac even got in a mosh pit.
Let's be honest here.
Oh.
You probably witnessed the very end of me that particular night.
Oh no, we're just gonna load you up on fucking beer and just you know what? Let's let him go. We won't bring a leash with us this time because that was my theory. You know what? We'll just get one of those little harnesses on his back. He's like, "Oh, look at mosh pit!" Go, yeah, just yank him back real quick.
But here's the kicker. For MDF. And remind me of my birthday when I get done with this. Tell me your birthday because I'll remind you of something. To tie it up and then I'll shut up. Fuck no.
Jeff, your birthday.
Yeah, you were talking about what you were going to get me for my birthday.
Yeah, it's someone's birthday.
No, the birthday thing is different. What was I talking about with the festival?
MDF, I don't know.
Oh, MDF. The cool thing that might happen this year, unless I die before then, which is very possible. Did I mention my birthday is in how many days? Right?
You're going to tell us a story about your
9
birthday.
days. 9 days?
9 days.
9 days, yeah. My 59th. I'm hopeful that Serge is going to come down a day or two. And this guy right there, that's looking away, not paying attention, stoned on mushrooms and weed, THC gummies, and fucking just an overall loser in life.
I'm
better living through chemistry.
That guy is going to be coming down, we hope, for at least 2 or 3 days. So
come on, Rick. We're going to hang out.
There
We're
you
going
go.
to drink some beers and headbang. It's going to be a blast.
hey, man. Hey, Rick, come on down. We'll go get cool matching tattoos.
It'll be like an island that's grinding.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what? There are some grindcore bands at MDF that we could totally check out and bring Jeff along for. See, look at this. This is what awesome people listen to.
That's right. See what awesome mofos do.
Yeah, let me actually
Mail
see.
Death Fest. So that's cool.
Could you do-
Jimmy's going to be in. Than's going to be there. Their friend Jeremy might be there. It seems to me there's. Nick Franco will be there with Ryan. I'm sure. Who
Those
else?
guys
I'm
seem
sure
fun.
Wyatt XM will probably be there, like he usually is, and probably a bunch of other YouTubers that we notice and go, "Oh, look who it is." Because we didn't we see Scourge there?
I saw Scourge Vinyl in 2022.
I swear I saw him at MDF. Someone pointed it out. Might have been.
Oh, Brandon, I saw him even after that. That Decibel Fest.
Oh, maybe it was. Well, no. Decibel Fest was before Maryland Death Fest, dude.
Been around that long?
Yeah, Maryland Death Fest is May, and
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I saw
It's
him.
going to be like April.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, shit,
almost
I totally
90%.
forgot. Dude, Corpus Awful's playing the pre-fest.
Yeah, they are.
They're touring for it. I might be able to see them maybe before, like May 20th or something. It's on like a Tuesday. though.
Logan,
Oh.
is Tribulation making it over your way?
Yeah, dude, on a Friday night. So I am
Mm.
absolutely going.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
am
I
excited.
only get to see him at MDF, which kind of sucks. But you know what I'm looking forward to seeing, man? I gotta be honest, because I rewatched the film two or three nights ago. I am interested in seeing Pentagram now, like myself
The
in the
meme.
flesh. Huh?
It was
Dude.
the meme.
He's become a meme.
Yeah. It's
He's
'cause of the
he's
meme.
like more popular now than ever before. Whoever made that meme really helped that guy out incredibly.
The
Maybe
whole
they
band.
did it as a team, but
Yeah.
I kind of doubt it. But that guy's life, dude. Wow. Talk about. Have you seen that movie?
Oh yeah.
Yes, that movie is
Hard to watch.
That
It
is
is a
tough.
rough watch, in my opinion.
Yeah, and he got arrested here back in 17 or 18 for allegedly beating his mother up, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
You listen to interviews about it, and it's just hard to listen to as well. You know,
I don't know how old he is. 70, 71?
I think he's over 70 for sure.
He looks about 100, but
Yeah.
It's funny.
He's a
You know what,
good
though?
goblin.
He's
Man,
like, I've
for
been
the amount
addicted
of
to heroin for 35 years. And
Exactly. I mean, the fact that he was an addict of
Crazy.
fucking heroin and meth at the same time, meaning
Yeah.
up, down.
Oh, he had coke in there too, for sure.
And
He
yeah,
mentioned
and
it.
he looks as good as he does is fucking miraculous to me, man. I would have been dead way before that.
Well,
Any of that shit. you know?
the meme video, his eyes are like, I mean, is that
They-
an effect? Is that what his
I think
eyes
it's an
look
effect.
like?
I think they did something in Photoshop, not Photoshop.
I think that's his eyes.
Do
I
they?
think that's just
I
his
think
eyes.
that's
He's
his
just got-
eyes. I'm pretty sure. Like they're like fucking. There's a fog inside.
Bug eyes, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's
yeah,
the
but
million
they're-
yards
they're,
there.
They're glassed out.
Yeah, right, Rick. Right. So the birthday thing. See, I got there myself, bitches. Did you watch how I did that? Did you see that
That
shit?
was pretty.
Where
Don't
did you get it
I
again?
know. Hey, Nick, I know you want to gloat. I know you were hoping I fucking wouldn't remember. And you'd have to say birthday, and then you go, see, you're all fucked up. But no, I foxed you, bitch. You see what I did there?
Whose birthday are you talking about?
It's Rick's birthday, right?
It's
Rick
Rick's
had a
birthday, right?
Recently.
Rick's birthday was last
Rick,
week,
Happy birthday, man!
Well, happy
Yeah.
birthday, Rick.
Hey, cheers,
the
dude.
17th, right, Rick?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
you're a St. Patrick's Day baby?
Is literally
I fucking never knew that. Shit.
yeah.
You know, I knew it was Rick's birthday, but then I just
Well,
unknew it.
Be-
I
be-
already knew.
before my 21st birthday, the March 17th sucked because I couldn't, partake.
Oh, yeah. I bet.
You want to go out for beers? Oh, wait, you're only 19. Haha, suck it.
Happy birthday.
So, yeah, so my birthday is enough about Rick, goddammit.
Oh,
Staying I don't
he
break the
he
law.
still remembered.
My birthday, the 31st. I found out a couple days ago that Undergang is playing there with Ulthar in Maryland
wow.
at the Metro. I'm like, yep, think I'm gonna have to do that one. So I got Mayhem tomorrow, and where I'm gonna look like a total weirdo because I'm gonna wear a mask to this one. Like once I get there and get inside, I'll throw a mask on because I've been playing it rough again. I was with Rick all night without one on, and then I wore it the next night in Baltimore, and then I went to Baltimore again last Friday and didn't wear it. And it's like, now, there wasn't many people in there, but I went out to lunch with Dave and Chris today from Veil Burner. We were in a bar with a lot of people. If I had to eat, so we'll see what happens. I'm crossing my fingers, but I think that's it. Did you guys have anything you wanted to pimp real quick?
At the Gates ranking eventually, whenever we get around to it.
Is Miller still involved, or?
Yeah, he's a man of many projects. He likes to kind of like overload his plate. He's been doing like these like small acting gigs.
Really?
Yeah, no, he's been trying to get in on like commercials, voiceovers. He's been doing some extra work. You might be able to see him in the new Superman movie. He's in a crowd that gets to yell at Superman, which he's a giant Superman fan. So I kind of asked him, like, dude, how did that feel? You got to yell at your
I don't
hero.
know about this new Superman though. Like, replace Henry.
I don't know. I mean, Henry Cavill, I almost want to see him as the Calvarine, the Wolverine version. But I don't know, like the new Superman. I mean, we'll see. I'm actually more excited to see Guy Gardner, and it's Nathan Fillion playing him too. But yeah, he's been busy with that sort of stuff. Tread's kind of coming back a little bit more. I've had to do a lot of solo stuff because John's fucking car died. Oh yeah, dude. His battery died.
How far away does he live from you?
Oh, luckily he lives like about like 10, 15 minutes down the street, maybe 10. So I've had to like take him to work, and he's been trying to get his car worked on. They sold him a battery. It was the wrong battery. It cooked his alternator.
Oh
no.
Yeah, and now he's got a replacement alternator, but he's been trying to work on it himself with his girlfriend. And granted, she's great with cars. They're not able to get this piece up because it's a old Saturn. Granted, it runs really well, and it was running really well up until his alternator got cooked.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's been kind of stuck with all that.
Has Rin been around at all, or has he been?
Rin's he's kind of off the reservation. He's again, he kind of gets wrapped up a lot in like just the world, and there's like an intense sense of like paranoia and such that kind of comes over him.
Oh.
And yeah, I think he doesn't want to be
around people.
Well, that and like online, like he really ever posts anything on Facebook. He kind of just stays away from all that. So, yeah.
Yeah, is he a Q type person?
It's hard to track all the theories that he's believed in, but he's kind of in his own realm, in his own world. Like he just kind of goes to work, goes home, hangs out with the girlfriend, and that's about it. He quit drinking, which is awesome, and I guess he just likes to keep to himself and build Legos. He loves Legos.
How old is he?
He's a little bit younger than me, so I think he turns 46 this year.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, if he wanted to come back and he was like all for it, he'd be more than welcome. Like I like hanging out with Ren. Ren's fun, but I'm just kind of hoping like he gets out of this like weird headspace, which he kind of floats in and out of it. Like go for a while where he's really good, and then all of a sudden like something just kind of
triggers it.
Yeah, and it's like, well, here we go.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's I mean, like I feel bad for him just because, like, man, that's just gotta be a lot to fucking live with, like constant anxiety and such.
Yep. Oh, I know. It pretty much ruined my early part of my life. I don't know. It seems as though I had to get sick with some kind of weird, uncurable, undiagnosable illness, quasi undiagnosed. So it was definitely, we have a lot of indicators of a lot of different things, but it's weird. Suddenly I really don't feel a lot of anxiety about much. Now, I mean, if I had to get in front of a bunch of people and play guitar like cold, that would hit hard because I wouldn't want to come off looking shitty and sloppy, but yet I'd be overwhelmed. You know what I mean? But like I used to be terrified of public speaking, terrified of, and granted, this isn't like public speaking, but Rick, I think, will attest to this. When I go out to places with him, who's Mr. fucking hospitality bitch? I'm wheeling and dealing and talking to this person and pulling. Oh, hey, do you know so and so? Hey, Frank, this is Scott. Scott, that's Frank. He's in night. You're in. I just have that weird capacity to be able to speak to pretty much anybody and make them feel, anyone that's not a MAGA or a Trumper. Just put that out there. I mean, I used to be able to talk to you people, but you're fucking insane. But anyway, I just have a way to talk to people, and sometimes to my detriment. But great classic example, Rick. Tell them how you got into blood incantation. They maybe know. Logan, do you know that?
There's a fellow named Arthur.
Like the concert?
Arthur what?
Arthur something. Eagles fan.
Oh, he's from Philly. It's Arthur.
Mr. Risk.
Was it Arthur Risk?
Risk? Yeah, his last name's pretty close to a Megadeth album, but yeah.
That's right. And we didn't have a ticket for Rick, and it was sold out because he snoozed on it. And I didn't say, "Hey, dude, I got my ticket," until like 2 days
Sold
later.
out too quickly.
Yeah, and that sold out. That fucking show was packed. That's the most packed I think I've ever seen it. But we walk up to the venue, and I'm hoping I run into Isaac, so that I can go, "Hey, Isaac, my buddy here fucked up. Can could you just throw him on the band list?" And we didn't run into Isaac, and I went inside looking for him. Couldn't run into like any of the other guys other than who. I wouldn't have asked who. No way.
No, I know.
You know who? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I came back out, and there was Arthur with his wife, and I think the other guitar player of Eternal Champion, right? Was what he said, Jim or something. Yeah.
Yep.
And I just went over to Arthur, and I'm like, "Hey, man, dude, fucking love that I went over to him about Summerlands. I'm like, "Dude, man, Summerlands, oh my God, what is it called? Dream
Killer.
Killer.
Killer album.
Should have knew that. Oh, so fucking good. And he's like, "Oh, man, thanks. Well, you should say thanks to that guy, too, because he's on it, too." And I'm like, "Oh, man, dude." And so we're talking, and he was wearing Eagles stuff. And I said, "You an Eagles fan?" And we get talking football a little bit. He's asking Rick. I said, "Well, he lives here in Philly." And Rick makes the fucking cardinal sin of going, "Well, I grew up there in Jersey, and I was one of them Giants fans, something."
I put on my Rocky voice, yeah, but
Rocky and Bullwinkle. But and I'm like, "Hey, Arthur," I said to Rick, I think I whispered in your ear, I'm like, "Just go along with this, just fucking ride with me, all right?" And I'm like, "Hey, Arthur, man, my buddy here, Rick, the guy that was a Giants fan but now sucks the Eagles' dicks. Okay, so this guy right here."
I think they'd have a cloaca, but all right.
Whatever. Oh, God, that's horrible. So
you put your lips on the whole opening.
You stop. That fucking is gnarly, dude. Come on, man. Balloon knot is okay, but cloaca is just
it's a multi-purpose hole. Like
it's an awful.
It's pretty efficient, honestly.
Genital anus.
Yeah.
Cloaca
Why do with two what you could do with one?
Yeah,
cloaca is the worst word ever.
that's the economy right there. Like,
can we get back to the story at hand here? Okay.
What were you talking about?
Arthur
I thought birthday. His birthday.
And the story of getting Rick into the venue for blanketation. Long story short, I said to him, "Hey, is there any way? Do you have a way of contacting Isaac and letting him know my buddy here? He fucked up and didn't get a ticket. I have one, but blah blah blah." And I've had Isaac. I actually buttered him up and asked him for an interview, and said I'd reach out to him, and I never did. So because I don't know why, I just didn't. Because he did say he wanted to be on the interview if I ever interviewed Terry Brown, and that kind of never went anywhere. But I say, "Man, is there any way?" He's like, "Well, no, I can't get Isaac." He's like, "Oh, hey, Bob," or whatever the guy's, Dennis or whatever. He's like, "Do you guys can you get an N1 in? Can you just get the one in?" He's like, "Yeah, I got you." So the tour manager, which is that guy, I can't remember his name, Andy or whatever it was, Arthur said something to him and got Rick in. Rick never would have approached Arthur to do that, but I had this devious little plan in mind that I could maybe work some magic. And hey, what can I say? Hey, when you got it, you got it. You know what I'm saying?
Some cloacal magic.
It's it's like Billy Joel once said: a bottle of red, a bottle of white. It all depends upon your appetite. How'd you like that? Huh? That was pretty fucking good, wasn't it? Woo.
I mean,
you're spitting fire.
Yeah, I'll go with Logan's response.
That was pretty good, Nick. I like that. I do that. But yeah, the thing I wanted to say about my birthday is I did say it. Did I say it?
You said it.
You
I'll go with you.
We were talking about like a cloaca a while ago.
That was my first.
Like you were doing weird things to it. I don't know.
Wow. Okay, stop with the cloaca. Enough with that shit. Oh, there was something I wanted to say to Ancient Death. Yeah, Carl, they're good, man. They kind of would fit with Marty's thing. I don't think Marty and those guys really want to go out touring the U.S. though. That's just not their trip. But maybe like if Ancient Death came out there, since they're signed, maybe Marty's Glorious Dead could. I forgot the name of the band for a second there. Glorious Dead could open for Ancient Death, or have a package there if they got up to Grand Rapids. So I'm going to be talking to Jerry soon in that interview. So maybe I'll see what their plans are as far as going out. He's going out. But he goes out. He goes out with Kelly on that Obscura. We talked about the other night, didn't we? Or didn't we? Who are they out with? Obscura.
Oh, the Obscura tour.
Yeah, Origin, Obscura.
It's a pretty loaded lineup.
Atheist.
Honestly.
I can't remember. I mean,
Decrepit
Birth. Huh?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Decrepit Birth, maybe.
Oh, that might be it. Yeah, I think that might be it. Danny, you guys know the Skeletal Faces band at all?
No, that's like the first.
They're the ones that are opening tomorrow's.
Oh, and Fractal Universe is also.
Fractal Universe.
You will report back, but I heard people have said the vocals are weird or like a sticking point. I never.
For which one?
The Skeletal Faces.
Oh, yeah, I've heard. Yeah, I heard that too. So, I mean, it's an interesting. All those bands are bands that, on their own. Just like if they were just playing, man, I probably would. But like, if just Imperial Triumphant was playing out there, I wouldn't go up. If it was just Mortis, I wouldn't go because I could have seen Mortis last year, closer. But
it's an interesting bill. I don't know, like it's not the biggest.
And the other thing is, it starts at 2 p.m. tomorrow because there's outdoor stuff. This is as a big parking lot there. And I guess they got some zoning to do early afternoon metal, which is weird because there are houses kind of across the way from them. So that's wild.
It's like a day show. It's like a matinee.
Well, it starts at 2, and then the main gate for the 4 headliners or the headliner and support is 5:30. And I happen to know, looking at videos of full concerts that people have made already, they're playing 2 hours. Mayhem is. That's really unusual to me.
Yeah, that's long.
You think 80 or 90 minutes tops, but they're doing literally almost 2 hours.
I mean, they have enough material.
Bands like Maiden and that ilk could play 2 hours. Maiden or Mayhem, I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I'd see like an hour and a half, maybe.
Theoretically, if they do 2 hours, depending on how my legs and my back and my abdomen are feeling, I may have to bail at some point, but I'm hoping that I can make it through it. I kind of probably will skip Skeletal Faces and get there like at, I think the show starts at 6:30. So, like 6:45, or 6:45 or so. I'm going to call them out there and find out the actual set times, and then that way I can just catch IT, Mortis, and which is kind of a calm ebb there before going into the mayhem insanity. I'm stoked to see that. So, you guys got any shows coming up real soon? Quick.
Warbringer, Legion, and Skeletal Remains are played in Detroit on April Fool's. Probably
they're in Philly, Rick, on the 29th, and I thought about it, but I don't love Warbringer. It's okay.
Dude, the last 3 have been honestly some of the best modern thrash out there.
Well, maybe I need to go listen to them. They didn't wow me with the last one, but and then who else is on there? Skeletal Faces and who?
Skeletal Remains.
Or Skeletal Remains. Sorry.
I mean, they're we know those dudes.
I had them on. I met Chris down at the show. I just saw him in October with Phobophilic and I think it was Bewitcher or something like that. That was fun. It's a fun gig. I mean, for me, Skeletal Remains just wasted everybody else. Bewitcher's kind of for me. I don't really care much about him.
I mean, it'll be the first time seeing Legion, which I've been a fan of that band for a while. Like they're almost like fucking melodic death metal Jeff Loomis worship.
What's the name of it again?
Allegium.
Oh yeah, Elysian. Yeah.
Good band.
I always thought they were like kind of like pirate metal. No.
No. A lot of their themes are like kind of like sci-fi-ish.
Are
But
they kind of like Are they kind of like what's it called? Revocation.
kind of. There's a lot of fucking lead play, a lot of like fun techie lead play.
Yeah, I swear I've listened to that.
But they don't get like too like everything's in 4/4 time, which I think is kind of cool because everything is just like a very driven fucking rhythm. But yeah, I've been meaning to see them live for a while. And
yeah, I thought about that one, but I think that one's going to be the odd man out this month.
well, there's also I'm sorry, there's also Wormrot, Nomos, and Oxygen Destroyer. And did I tell you? I got tickets to see Acid Bath.
Where at?
Chicago. Going to make a
Wow,
little
you're going
mini
out for that?
vacation of it. They're playing the 12th with High on Fire and Weed Eater.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, I never thought I would see that band.
You saw them and BI were the headliners for Denver Decibel Fest,
Yep,
which you know
it's right around the same time that I'm seeing Acid Bath in fucking Chicago.
Oh, is it?
So like, well, fuck.
Yeah, one thing I didn't mention, one that I would say it's unlikely to happen. There's some other stuff in February. We missed a big one, Rick, in March, man. We earlier in March, I think the first week or so, 7th, I think it was. You know, we skipped that Molchat Domo back in February, and the other big one that I missed on my calendar was like putting it on my calendar that I make up every. You know, I check the venues all the time to see who's coming and give me a notification of what to expect and what might can I fit in and what I can't, how I'm feeling. And Kraftwerk, dude. We missed fucking Kraftwerk. Now, granted, it's not really Kraftwerk anymore because Florian Flick is dead. And I don't think there's any. There might be one original guy, I think, but that's kind of everybody. I mean, those dudes in their 70s, pushing 80s, so that kind of makes more sense. But what else you got, Nick? Anything else?
I'm trying to think. There were some other shows coming up. I don't know. We might catch that Obituary Cause of Death one, even though they're going to do that at the venue, but I kind of want to see Terror and Nails, and I think Spirit World is opening, even though I'm not super sold on it. Did you listen to the new Spirit World, Rick?
I haven't, no.
It's a bit different. It's not as cool as Death Western, I'll say that, but it still is pretty damn fun for what they do. But yeah, I might hit up that one. I don't know. It depends. Like, it's a bunch of shows fucking popping up. Like, fuck, dude, there's not enough time.
Yeah, that is a thing. Or money. I mean, I do spend a lot of my money on this shit, but it's kind of,
That Corner show was a fucking blast.
Yeah, Corner was killer.
The Deceased fucking tore it up too.
So Nick Cave is playing down in DC back later in
Saw him
April.
last night.
Did you really?
Dude, so fucking good. Did they close the set with Fearless Undead Machines?
Yeah, they did. It's fucking awesome. And Deceased killed it. Corner blew me away. I was because like going in to see Corner, like I had Marty whispering in my ear, "Oh, they're playing songs off of Grin," and
they are.
The new album sounds like Grin, which I like Grin. I don't mind.
I like it too. Marty has a
live environment.
He does not like that album.
He hates it.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it's my least favorite, but it's still not terrible. Like
they were going to come to new metal. There was some new metal-y sort of vibe a little bit, or maybe
like
groovy, like black label society type shit.
Mental Vortex and No More Color are like those are the two for me usually.
And that was. They hit Mental Vortex.
Fuck, Rip is killer too.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite is Mental Vortex, and they hit that enough for
that album.
Mental Vortex, Semtex Revolution,
exactly.
Metamorphosis,
dude. Exactly.
Yeah. They a lot of the
Step.
Yep.
Metamorphosis.
a lot of the set list was built from Mental Vortex. I mean,
Yes, Mental Vortex was key, and
well, I'll tell you what, man,
loved it.
they did a nice long set, man. I think they did almost an hour and a half,
Yep.
hour and 20, anyways. Fucking
They were so tight sounding too, and like the
Unreal.
I guess their sound guy, he killed it, man. He was everything.
How about that sound guy in Philly,
perfect.
Rick? Want to tell that story? The sound guy in Philly?
Oh, for what, Coroner or
Corner sound guy.
did he fuck it up?
Well, it helped that he was tall, also
Very tall,
to begin with,
because he was really the only guy that could go up. So we're watching Deceased, a couple songs in, and all of a sudden this fucking not as big as your brother-in-law, Nick, but fucking 6'5", 6'6", maybe, so close. This kid starts just fucking hurtling his body around at people in the pit. He just starts the pit, but it ain't no circling and pushing off. It's fucking almost head hunting. And he slams into somebody that's in front of me that slams into me, and I slam into the fucking soundboard because it's behind me. And the fucking sound guy is like, "What?" He jumps out, he grabs the board. He's watching, and he wants to go after this guy, right? You can just tell he wants to go out. But the kid kind of mellowed for a minute, and then bam, he's back at it again. And this time I was scared because the biggest fear I have is these get knocked off again. I can't drive home if they get completely smashed or something. After my little mosh pit stupidity, I very careful about that because I could never drive without these. There's no way legally I'd be fucking blinder than shit, and that's an hour-long drive. So yeah, but yeah, then he did it again, and how about it, Rick? The fucking Swede went out there after him, man, grabbed him by the hair, was like fucking in his face.
he didn't pull this anymore after that, man.
Yeah, and that guy. But what was weird was I, of course, because I'm a fucking lippy cocksucker, followed him out onto the floor. I followed the tall guy out. I'm like, "You stupid motherfucker! There's a bunch of old people in here, man. I'm fucking 60 years old. I don't want to be knocked over by you. I'm yelling at this kid, right? After I walk away when sound guy starts getting in his face, and a little bit later, man, that kid, he was a kid. He was probably 25, 26, somewhere in that range. He comes walking over, finds me. He's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Are you okay?" I'm like, "Dude, man, come on, bro. This is not about hurting people here. I understand you want to let out those aggressions and angers, particularly in the times now. But, dude, you're going to fucking hurt somebody. Like, if somebody hits me in the abdomen, my bulging abdomen that nobody has an answer for, I'm done for, man. I'll be screaming on my stomach or back or whatever. So that scares me now. Like and I don't drink like I did that one particular night where I got stupid. And I was much better back then, a year ago, 10 months ago. So much stronger and much physically not in as distress. So yeah, man, that shit's fucking stupid. But man, Coroner, fucking Jesus. Both nights. I saw him 2 nights in a row. So it was just mayhem, man. And I gotta say, man, the Deceased guys, some of the fucking nicest. King, of course, is King. He's the legend, the myth, the legend, the man, the myth, the legend,
He's
the mountain
chatty.
man. Huh?
He's chatty, but he's fun.
He's chatty and
awesome.
fun, but he's always good-hearted.
He's
totally
a
loves metal.
presence.
He's a presence.
He apologized for them not having the long sleeve version of the shirt I got. I'm sorry, man, but I mean, we've been like doing sellout shows. It's been kind of crazy. We've sold out a lot of our merch. Like, dude, hey, I got no beef with you guys doing well, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Corner didn't have any music for sale, which I was.
No, they didn't have music. We were thinking about getting stuff
because I only own Mental Vortex because I don't know. That's just the only thing I've come across. Like
I got them all.
What's the first album? Rip.
Good for you,
Rip.
Man. Good for you.
What's what's the next Decadence?
Decadence and Punishment.
Yeah, Punishment for Decadence is the second one.
As I was showing, thankfully,
yeah, I have actually. Now I think about it, I have all but Grin.
Yeah.
Deceased were well stocked with their music. So,
you got Ghostly White too.
Dude, I love Ghostly White.
Oh, man. Ghostly White is killer, man. That track,
awesome.
That second track that is like 14 minutes long. And you're like, is this the same track? Because it's so full of twists and turns and really cool, guitar work. And that guy Mike Smith, what a nice guy.
Yeah.
just such a nice dude.
They've had all the merch. It's Hell's Headbangers because of course they're going to be in stock.
Yep,
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, I've been
Even
a
the
bad.
new one looks that.
Well, I guess not. Or not the fact
I've been a
that they're
bad
all in
boy. I've
stock.
actually in 2 months, I've dropped. I got 2 of the Aqualus albums that I couldn't find anywhere else. The first one and the last one, I think, or I can't remember. Second one maybe. And then I got 2 Psychotic Waltz t-shirts and a Sortilege t-shirt from Shadow Kingdom, which technically I heard it's not theirs, but they do the fulfillment. So I'm not sure what the tie-in, but there has to be some tie-in there. And then I just got myself this Bluister Cult and Griffin. Do you guys know the band Griffin?
Griffin.
Traditional metal from San Francisco.
What don't they have like early '80s albums out?
No. Well, yeah, they were 80s.
Or maybe I'm thinking of Iron Griffin. Maybe I'm getting confused.
No. There was 2 albums. I can't remember the damn names of them. You'd have to look them up. Return of the Griffin or something like that's the first one, or Night of the Griffin.
Yeah.
Well, here, wait, it's right here. Jeez.
Oh, I bought it.
Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Flight of the Griffin and Protectors of the Lair. Man, Flight of the Griffin rips. The song Creeper is so goddamn good on here. Second album, production Mars a little bit. We're gonna be featuring this. That's the one I forgot. On the 29th, Saturday next week. Dennis and I are doing Forgotten Metal Gems 12 or 13 or 14. I forget which one. 13 maybe. It's gonna feature Griffin, Hexadus.
That's a new band.
Angus. What's my other band? Oh, Malice, the first 2 Malice albums.
Okay.
Malice is pretty fucking good. Pretty good. There's a lot of history in with that, tied in with a lot of the LA hair scene and all that stuff. And then there's one more that Dennis had that was it Jagdpanzer? No, I don't think it's Jagdpanzer. I can't remember the name of who it was. Oh, wait, I have that too. Fuck. I forgot. It's in the Dennis.
Do you have a Dennis folder?
Angus Jaguar, 2 albums by Jaguar. Angus is 2 albums. Hexanos, I think Angus is a German thrash band.
You guys are covering Jaguar?
Yeah, Jaguar.
That's awesome. Like Power Games and This Time.
We're gonna do those. Malice, 2 albums and an EP, and the Griffin, which is the 2 albums. And I'll talk about the remix because they remixed the second album, which has some major production issues, and it sounds much better on the remix. It's not original, obviously, but it sounds pretty good. So that's another thing that I had forgotten. I kind of had on the schedule there too. But Rick, you got anything going on there, dude? Other than trying to stay awake? We'll end here in a minute.
Yeah, I gotta jump in.
Probably do another 420 this year. But maybe we'll do it live because it's on a Saturday. 420 is on a Sunday. But the way we do these things, we go into
Happy pre. Yeah, it'll be into the next day anyways, right?
We can start midnight.
So yeah,
good, that's true. Actually, that's funny.
Still trying to sort it out.
Well,
happy 420. All right. Well, anyways, that thus ends the.
I'm gonna do one plug and then I'm gonna go.
Okay. Oh yeah, sorry. I forgot.
I do there's this heavy metallurgy thing. We do an album club, Jeff.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh, okay. So Kellen picked this album that you should check out, and it could relate to something we have planned in the future.
I know where you're going.
There's this band called Regurgitate, and they have this album called Sickening Bliss, and it's grindcore, and you should check it out.
I know that. Awesome. I know that album. That was Stefan's favorite fucking band, wasn't it?
No.
His was Regurgitation.
Different. Yeah.
Oh wait, what did you say?
Regurgitate. This is the one that's got a lady cradling her intestines.
Oh, her guts.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a great cover.
It's so
awesome
cool.
Cover. Yeah.
Not quite as cool as Carnivorous Erection.
No, Carnivorous Erection does take the cake.
And that one has Parade of the Decapitated Midgets on it.
It takes the penis cake, I bet, doesn't it?
It bites it.
You
But
see what
Sickening
I
Bliss
did
is the one I own, plus a demo collection.
Hey,
there?
do
Yeah.
some homework,
So,
Jeff.
and maybe one day soon, God will come down from his fiery throne,
We're all
I'm
waiting
already
for
here.
or Satan,
Oh.
or Nick. Will come down from his fiery throne where ample bosomed women feed him grapes endlessly and comb his hair with their hands, with their fingers.
It's not a comb then.
Just fucking roll with it, all right? Jesus. Gotta nitpick everything, you cocksucker.
Sounds pretty good, right? I mean,
Now I forgot where the hell I was. You
You were
did that
talking
on
about
purpose.
cloacas
it's your
again.
birthday.
You did that on purpose. Please do not.
Whose
say
birthday
that.
is it?
Stop!
It's
Don't
someone's
say that word.
birthday.
Don't say that word. I fucking do not like the sound of that word, man. You're not understanding me.
Grindcore Island.
I'm clearly not making myself clear to you.
Dude,
Like,
there's
don't let
there's a
that
band called Cloaca. Band, I think.
No, you don't you start doing it, motherfucker. All right. Maybe we might have a Grindcore Island.
Wait, is it Cloaca Mayonnaise? Because I've heard of that band.
Oh, I think it's cloacal protuberance.
Oh, all right. That's different.
Oh my
It's
god.
jutting outward.
I was still hungry, man. Now I'm not hungry at all, man. That was like
Was the mayonnaise
you know,
bad?
you issued two words together that just should not ever be like in the same universe. Protuberance and cloacal. And then you put them together and you went, not protuberance cloacal. That doesn't sound right. Let's do cloacal protuberance. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's like,
Very
you know,
colloquial.
the bird equivalent to a blown out asshole. But it's also your dick hole or vagina hole.
right. It writes. Oh God. Fuck.
It's blown out everything.
Man, that's just not right.
Prolapse cloaca.
Oh
Ooh.
my! Now we have to bring prolapse into things. Jesus, Paul.
Tons of this coming
All right,
at
now
you with the
before
new Grindcore Island
Before this
stream.
sidetracks into insanity, which it's already probably done.
Yeah.
We appreciate everybody that checked in for tonight, and I will find that spot in the video where time stood still. Literally, time
I
standing
wanna watch
still
that.
from Rush.
Sorry, Rick.
And because it was one of the most amazingly awkward things ever.
It was awesome.
It was pretty awesome, and you will
Truly
laugh.
a moment.
Sure. And otherwise, I think that's it, boys. That we done?
Yeah, I need to get some
I'm good
sleep.
with it. Likewise.
Good
I
hanks.
get I.
Yeah.
All right. Make sure to wash your cloaca, Jeff.
Peace. We'll
I'll
leave on
do
that.
All right. See you, Nick. Rick,
right.
are you okay, buddy?
Yeah, I'm gonna plop right to bed, man.
You
I'm
hurting?
faint.
You hurting? Last hour or so, you were struggling. The eyes have been like slits.
Oh, I know. It's like just trying to find the words for shit. It's hard.
I know, dude. I know. All right, buddy. I love you. I'll see you. Hopefully, cross your fingers.
Decibel, right? All right, dude.
So what's today? Saturday. Well, we're into Sunday now, but
Yeah, it's
Saturday,
the
right?
23rd.
So it was 13 days. So
Something like
hopefully
that.
I'll be down, and I'll bring that Lay the Heaven album and some other goodies. So all right.
Oh yeah, we forgot to mention the food truck. Damn, while he was still here.
We'll just gloat when we get there and take pictures.
We'll get him when we're there.
All right, man. Later.
All right, I
Bye.
did.
All right, everybody. Thanks for being here. Peace out.